Yeah, well, in about 5 minutes. By 5:02, we need to be able to go. We just want to make sure that we have everything. Okay, let me see if he sent me the link yet.
Anybody else came, Brian?
No, it's just me and you.
That's what you said? No, impossible. It can't be. I have to do a million other things for him.
That's
if
you got to do a million things, me only 4. You're not gonna.
But no, he said 4 people that's coming though.
Just listen me now, man.
I'm listening.
If you got to do a million things, I will hold the fort. Don't worry about nothing. You guys
still, you can get tired too, you know.
I can't get tired. Once you bring a bottle of water, you're alright. No stresses about that there.
Yeah, no, you are.
No stresses about that.
No,
No, you just do what you got to do.
you were going to do.
My buddy, can you send me the link? Because I need to send it to the radio station. But I'm trying to. I know he's busy.
So where is it being streamed on?
Huh? He's gonna send me the link. That's why I'm waiting for now.
But what pages?
Mark, he can send me the link. That's why I'm waiting for Nickel.
Okay, but still, on what channel? What YouTube channel? Parish League again?
Nickel! Nickel! Once we get this Scorecard out, we don't want that mess. We know how much everybody. To this corner here. visit Bethesda bowling. So I got to figure out everything myself. Which I will do. Umpires fucking going out. I have nothing. Jesus Christ. Nickel, I don't have no details on the game. I don't have no score sheet. I don't have anything. Man. No, I'm telling you.
You want the bank, sir? I mean, look at tough, forget it. The bank. Huh? I think give me the thing that I'm not taking it the hard.
Oh, let's see, get on. Get that good stuff.
Okay.
Yeah?
I was asking if we could put bring everything here and then move on.
In a minute, we'll put it in the bag. Oh, and it's not like it's a restaurant.
Okay.
to know the score, nothing up, you know. No score code. No, I had to go over there. The man just reached there, giving the team them before the score. They ain't got nothing. And trust me, man, we have, the people that who's supposed to deal with this thing here just don't make no sense. Hey, Kavi, give me 5 minutes. We just monitor. Hey, lock off the mic. Somebody just lock off the mic there for me. afternoon and welcome to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. It's day 3 of the cricket action. Yes, taking place here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. It's the Cool and Smooth T20 Explosion. And the featured game today started at 4 p.m. is New Winchups Lion versus Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda Golden Eagles. In play as we speak, New Winchups. Sounding pretty good. Hi. New Winchups, as we speak at the end of over number 2, they're really sewing on here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground in terms of getting their action going in living color. Their opening batters, Amir Django and Michael Palmer, they're the ones where, in the meantime, as we look around, we see Anthony Martin, who would have played for the West Indies in one-day cricket. He's from Bethesda, and he's brought into the attack very early. Very poor-packed team. Devon Thomas would have also played for the West Indies. Gavin Tongue, their test player, lining up and getting himself organized right here. So we off to a very exciting start. Here is Martin starting with a wide delivery. Palmer has a sweep at it. It goes down to the vacant fine leg boundary for 4. I think he would have got an under edge onto that one. And Martin badly line first delivery. Palmer picking up a boundary very early in terms of what's going on. Inventor, Gavin Tongue. Here comes Naeem Young. And now the ball to Palmer. He starts with a wide and got to get his radar going. Very exciting prospect here, this young man. One for the future. Got to be able to make sure that you keep your eyes on him. And I think he's going to be somebody that the West Indies could be the next Dwayne Bravo. Coming to my liking. 3 overs bowled. 25 without loss. Young in out the ball to Palmer. Again, he starts wide again. And again, the umpire has to bring out his hands. And we have another run. So the score goes up to 25, 25 without loss, 25 without loss. It's all happening here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. And it's the Cool and Smooth T20 Explosion. New Winchups Lion versus Caribbean Union Bethesda Golden Eagles in play here. And here we go. Young in out about to Palmer. Palmer driving loosely. And good take by the keeper. And the end we Benter, who's been around in the controversy. 26 without loss.
They're restarting the stream.
Coolidge Cricket Ground. It's the first game on a Thursday night, Thursday afternoon, right here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. It's the clash between New Winchups and Bethesda. Two big community teams here. 7.1 overs bowled so far. New Winchups batting first. They're 45 with outlaws. Amir Django's in 23. Palmer, who is now in strike and facing up to Kelvin Pittman, who's bowling from the media center end. Goes past with tall umpire, ball to Michael Palmer, full toss from the leg. Comes the umpire's hands, and they cross for a single. Kelvin Pittman, the young prospect fast bowler from the Leeward Islands, who was part of the West Indies under 19 setup, just strained there a little bit with that one down. Overcast conditions here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. And the weather has been lurking around. It's been good to us so far. It's been pretty dry in Antigua and Barbuda. Over the wicket now comes Kelvin Pittman. Is going to bowl to Django. Has looked very attractive here so far in the New Winchups innings. Here is Django hoisting this one down the ground, but I think it would have been a free hit. Low field coming off the boundary there. Somebody could be in trouble. And the run in between Palmer and Django, not good at all there. 48 without loss. And we're into over number 8. And the teams for New Winchups today, just to give you an idea very quickly. Nino Henry, captain. Amir Django, Michael Palmer, Bartlett Henry, Jermaine Otto, Asher Cornelius, Hilroy Andrew, Shavon Moore, Ondell Boston, Samuel Peters, and Damian Valentine. Pittman comes in to bowl to Palmer. Is in out to bowl to Palmer. Palmer gets one bang on his stump. No defense. And Pittman goes through. And the bail just popped off. Bethesda, Caribbean Union Bank, Bethesda. Michael Palmer, bowled by Kelvin Pittman. And they're picking up the first wicket, a very, very important wicket. And New Winchups losing their first wicket at 48. Palmer goes back, bowled by Kelvin Pittman for 17. He'll be very disappointed in the way he got out. There was no feet movement at all. Got a straight delivery and never came back on across. Was caught bang on the crease. And Kelvin Pittman picking up his first wicket here. New Winchups Lion losing their first wicket as Jermaine Otto, the son of Ralston Otto, walks out here. Otto would have been part of the Leeward Islands Hurricane franchise set up some couple of years ago. Very accomplished player. Seemed to have gone off the ball a little bit in terms of the cricketing circles. He is one of the physical education teachers, works for the government of Antigua and Barbuda. A very active sportsman, plays real excellent football. Jermaine Otto, as he quietly comes out. We wait for a little while here. Kelvin Pittman weighing the number 14 as the first wicket goes down for New Winchups. 48 for 1. As Otto will now face his first delivery from Pittman. He gets a delivery, he just turns it into the leg side area. Coming around there is Gavin Tongue off of the fine leg boundary, and he just lobs a turn, the ball to Benter, who just collects it easily. So Otto is straight off the mark. And the score goes up to 49 for 1. 49 for 1. If you're wondering what's happening around the world, it's the Cool and Smooth T20 explosion. And it's cricket action right here in Antigua and Barbuda. We're at the home of cricket West Indies. Kelvin Pittman to bowl to the left-hander. Amir Django down the onside again. He will have to bowl that over again. And for the simple reason that Kelvin Pittman is not using his left arm. He's all over the shop. Devon Thomas just beckoning to him. In fact, see Gavin Tongue, who's been brought into the short third man area. Short fine leg, backward point. Anthony Martin at the cover, sweep on the offside. Long on, long off, deep mid-wicket. And the fielder on the mid-wicket area. Deep backward square. Here comes Pittman. He comes in out the bowl to Django. Django is back and punching that out into the offside. 50 up for New Winchups. And score goes up to 51 for 1. New Winchups in the inning so far. 3 boundaries and 1 maximum by Amir Django. Michael Palmer would have been dropped on 11. The score is 32 without loss. But since then, things have really heated up here. We're only into over number 8. So New Winchups
Maybe just trying to put the platform here. Django would have to bat almost all of the overs. This Kelvin Pittman delivery, and Otto is back and looking to punch that. He should have done a lot better with that. Thomas, the captain for Caribbean Union Bethesda, collects. Over number 8 comes to an end, and the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground is New Winchups Lion. They are 51 for 1. 51 for 1. Bowling figures so far for New Winchups for Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda. Timo Thomas 1 over, naught for 15. Anthony Martin 2 overs, naught for 12. Naim Young 1 over, no maiden, naught for 7. Shakoy Floyd 1 over, no maiden, naught for 4. And Kelvin Pittman 1 for 7 from his first over. I like the look of Shakoy Floyd. He almost looks like a Devon Thomas impersonator. He comes in now to bowl to Django down the onside, and Django is sweeping away down to Anthony Martin, the veteran who just fires a return back into the keeper. Django in the meantime picks up a single. Maybe in his mind he maybe could have done a lot better with that badly lined delivery there from Shakoy Floyd. Floyd will now bowl to the right-hander Otto, who is wearing the number 14. We want to say thanks to Mark Charles, our technician, who's been able to really put things in motion for us here. Benter, the wicketkeeper, trying to get his long on, just come a little straighter. He goes down behind the stump. As Otto waits. Flighted delivery. Otto is turning this beautifully into the leg side for 4. That's a lovely shot. Turned it into a full toss. Good positive balance there. And the fielder coming around from mid-wicket couldn't get across. And New Winchups picked up their fourth boundary so far in the innings. That now quickens the score up as the scoreboard is just gone down a little bit. Here's another delivery again, flicked it out. This time the mid-wicket comes around. And so we're only able to save 3 runs there. In the meantime, the score goes up to 57 for 1. 57 for 1. And now brings Amir Django, the left-hander, his strike. He's on 26. Otto should be on 6. Django is using his feet, and when he gets there, he chips this one into the air. Low field should take an excellent catch here. He drops it. That's an awful miss there. You don't want to drop Amir Django, and I'm still trying to work out why Django was trying to go the aerial route there, you know, because he really didn't go all the way. Sort of stopped in his shot, and lucky to be still there, but he picked up 2 runs in the process. Amir Django living a charmed life. Floyd in out the bowl to Django. Django is back and clipping this one around to the fielder deep backward square. Looks like it's Anthony Martin. He just loves a 1 bounce return into Benter, the keeper. The umpires have been pretty busy here, moving from left to right because of the left and right combination taking place. Floyd is going to move in out the bowl to Otto. Otto is coming forward, sneaks this one onto the offside. Anthony Martin can't stop the single, and Django is home. So the end of over number 9. Motoring on here. I have to follow Shango on the manual scoreboard. It should be 61 for 1. Some 10 runs coming off of that over. 61 for 1. And just waiting for my official computer score to take its game. Otto is in strike. Django is on 29. Otto should be on 6. And Kelvin Pittman will be given an opportunity to bowl his second over. 61 for 1. New Winchups at the end of 9 overs in the cool and smooth T20 Explosion featured game today, which started at 4 p.m. here at the home of Cricket West Indies. Overcast conditions here, so no real heat. The players really should enjoy today. Play starting on time. Thanks to Regis Burton and Nickel and those guys who did an excellent job. The match referee Van Roy Burns. Pittman comes in now to bowl to Otto. Otto is just working this one. And coming around on the leg side there is Gavin Tongue, who's got a lot of work to do at his age. And Bento could have done a lot better there by trying to take the ball in a one-hop sort of position. Essayed pass him, backed up onto the offside. In the meantime, the score goes up to 62 for 1. It now brings Amir Django, who is on 29, into strike. Otto goes up to 7. Django 29 with 1 boundary and 2 sixes so far. He's back and cracking. He's out caught. Django goes. Loose shot. No feet movement at all. Carved the ball away. And Devon Thomas at backward point took an easy catch after dropping a sitter at first slip. New Winchups Lions loses their second wicket. Django goes. Caught Thomas, bowled Kelvin Pittman for 29. And he will be very disappointed in the way that he got out. It was there, but he should have had an uppercut to try and beat Devon Thomas and Gavin Tongue. But instead he hit it in the air. And that was, as we would say, meet and greet for Devon Thomas, who took a very comfortable catch. And Kelvin Pittman picking up his second wicket here. The young West Indies under 19 young fast bowler. Maybe not one of the better deliveries, but the most important thing is that a wicket is a wicket. That's what you want to be able to think about. So the action continues right here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. New Winchups Lions batting first. They are 62 for 2. And Hilroy Anju, who would have played for the West Indies under 15 a couple of years ago. He now comes out, also plays for the under 15, under 17 Leeward Islands, and has switched from Pigott Sports Club to New Winchups. His younger brother Joel Andrew is the captain of the Leeward Islands under 15, really having a lovely school cricket season. Andrew waits for Pittman. He comes in now, gets his first delivery, and just picking up the line right there. Lovely outswinger there from Kelvin Pittman. Still not using his left arm enough. Devon Thomas is now gone to first slip for the first batsman. So Thomas deciding that, listen, I'm going to put some pressure on Hilroy Andrew. Think he got a duck in his first game. So he'll be maybe low on confidence. But he's a very lovely young player, one to invest in. Waits for Pittman, comes in out the bowl to Andrew. Andrew is beaten. Good pace here by Kelvin Pittman, and Benter picking up the line. Devon Thomas clapping him away. Everybody encouraging him because they realize that, listen, if he can just pick up another wicket here, can put the pressure back on the New Winchups Lions. To come next, Bartlett Henry, the captain Nino Henry, Asher Cornelius. Bowled well in the game the other night, but they're batting as we speak. Andrew waits for his delivery, and that kept low. Good take here by Benter. Dying a little bit on him, but he had to get down into the long barrier position. Saved it in the end, and there was no run. Hilroy Andrew just bouncing around just to make sure that he gets his eye in. Overcast conditions here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. 62 for 2. New Winchups Lions. After their first 6 overs, they were 40 without loss. So they've lost 2 important wickets in the middle period here. And Kelvin Pittman has picked up 2. In now to bowl to Andrew. Andrew is just turning this. Can't stop the single. And in the end, Hilroy Andrew is off the mark. There's a little collision between Pittman and Otto, but in the end, all was good. So 10 overs bowled here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. We're halfway there. Kelvin Pittman has been the pick of the bowlers here so far. He's bowled some 2 overs, 9 runs, 2 wickets. Kelvin Pittman, 2 overs, no maidens, 9 runs, 2 wickets. And he's been able to pick up the wicket of Palmer and Django. First, Django for 29 and Palmer for 17. Jermaine Otto is on 8 and Hilroy Andrew is on 1. And the score is 63 at the end of 10 for 2. 63 for 2. That's the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. ring in the changes. Kanerji. Darren Benter just looking at his long on and looking to make some adjustment. Devon Thomas is gone to first slip. This young man has bowled well so far. 2 overs, no maidens, 5 runs, no wickets. Now there's Kaneji. Kaneji from the CIUN. He comes in now to bowl to Anju. Anju is picking up the line. And no need for him to maybe even think about going at that one. Thomas employing now, it looks like a second slip. The ball is going across. Left arm spinner going across Anju. Anju a little bit straight. Not much flex in his thing. He's down the onside. Having a go at this one here. A lot fielders are after it, but they can't stop it. Let's see what the umpire will be signaling. It should be leg bys, so it's 4 leg bys. Anju missed that completely. So the score goes up to 67. 67 for 2 with those 4 leg bys. New Winchups would need all the runs that they can get, because Caribbean Union Bethesda, they have a very powerful batting lineup, and they would fancy themselves of trying to see if they can get back into the winning ways of this competition. Lost the first game to Pigot Squashers. 67 for 2. Kaniji now to bowl to Anju. Anju comes quietly forward. Can't score. Naim Young. Looking forward to see him finish out his spell here. Again, back and across. Again, can't score. Another dot delivery to Andrew is on 1. So the pressure mounting here. Germinato anxious to get on strike. 67 for 2 in over number 11. Kaniji in now to bowl to Andrew. Andrew is coming right across the wicket there. There's a P for a leg before. He was looking to turn that one. Missed a straight one. They all went up, but the umpire was not interested. Otto, in the meantime, calls him down and says, come on, you got a bat. You know, you got to use your bat and not your pad. 67 for 2. It's the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground in the Cool and Smooth T20 exposure. And he comes quietly forward, and they're looking for a single. Communication not clear. So over number 11 completed. New Winchups Lion just falling away slightly here in the scoring period. In the middle overs in T20, you always seem to have a lull where there's just a break on the scoring. And Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda, with those 2 wickets from Kelvin Pittman, they've been able to put a break on the scoring. Kelvin Pittman will come in for his 3rd over here. 67 for 2. 11 overs bowled here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. And if you're wondering what's happening, it's the new Winchups Lions. And they're taking on the Bethesda Golden Eagles. Both teams would have lost their opening encounters. Here goes Kelvin Pittman as he comes in now to bowl to Otto. Otto is back and just turning this onto the leg side. He can get a couple of runs here. The fielder, no, they've decided not to. So the communication line between Otto and young Hilroy Andrew, not good at all. That certainly should have been 2 runs. But in the process, they've decided not to go for that. 68 for 2. Kelvin Pittman will turn from the media center, and as he comes in now to bowl to Andrew. Andrew is flashing at a one. This is just round about the 4th stump line. Missed it completely. Died on Benter. But did well to get down there. 68 for 2. Andrew is 1. He'll have to start getting onto his bike very, very, very quickly. It's going to be very important. Here comes Kelvin Pittman as he bongs away now. He comes in now to bowl to Andrew. Andrew is driving this one in the air. He's going to be out caught by Lowenfield. Another wicket to Kelvin Pittman. And that's a giveaway shot there by Hilroy Andrew as he walks back to the pavilion. New Winchups Lion losing their 3rd wicket. They're 68 for 3. 68 for 3. It's all happening here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. So New Winchups Lions sort of losing their way there in the process. Very poor shot selection from Hilloy Andrew, and pressure really mounting on him. Just gave away his hit. No need for that. Otto is getting a straight delivery, looking to turn it, but can't beat the field at short mid-wicket. And Bartlett Henry has come out here for the New Winchups Lions. It's all happening here as we speak. 68 for 3. 68 for 3. Otto will have to bat the remaining overs here. It's going to be very important. As Kelvin Pittman, and overcast conditions here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground has settled into a very lovely rhythm here. In out the bowl to Henry, to Otto. Otto is steering this down to third man and picking up his 10th run. Bartlett Henry will now face his first delivery, but in fact he won't face as the over is completed. So we look around and we see that 12 overs have been bowled, and score is 69 for 3. Don't get carried away, it's only 69 for 3. So you got to pay attention in terms of what's going to be happening. New Winchups Lions struggling here in the process. $12 overs being bowled means that they have to get themselves organized. 69 for 3. Jermaine Otto is on 10. And he'll be now looking to face Anthony Martin as Devon Thomas continues to ring the bowling changes. Martin comes in now to bowl to Otto. Otto gets a straight delivery, looking for a single. Somebody could be in trouble here. If he hits, he should be out. And I think he got home. So Benter is a little disappointed that he didn't get out of the blocks a little bit faster. He just thought that he had Otto hit the non-striker stumps. It looked like he would have injured his right foot, but in the end Otto got home because he got onto his bike very quickly. And a single to Otto. He now goes up to 11, and the score quietly goes up to 70 for 3. Bartlett Henry, the left-hander, he comes in to strike. Bartlett Henry, somebody would have played some U cricket also, studied in Barbados, the UWI. He's back home. He's driving, gets his first run down the ground. So he's off the mark. He sort of pushed it. Anthony Martin will be very disappointed with himself that he really didn't stop that in the process. So Henry off the mark. It now brings Otto, who is on 11, into strike. So Henry's 1. Score goes up to 71. 71 for 3. Anthony Martin from the CIUN in out the ball to Otto. Gets a straight delivery. The appeal for like before. The umpire not interested. Otto is saying, what are you appealing for, Anthony Martin? Ball clearly going down the leg side. Eye roots. Police officer Martin. He comes in now to bowl to Otto. Otto is back and just clipping this down to long on in the air, but away from any fielder at all. Picking up his 12th run. The score goes up to 72 for 3. Went to over number 13. Over number 13 being bowled. It now brings Bartlett Henry, who's wearing the number 19, into strike. He's on 1. Martin in now to bowl to Henry. Henry's back and turning this, looking for a single. Lone field comes around. He can't score. He's inside the 30-yard circle. Sent back by Jermaine Otto. You could have heard that no in the commentator's booth. 72 for 3. Martin is into his 3rd over. Henry driving down the ground, picking up an easy single. At the end of over number 13, and the score goes up to 73 for 3. 73 for 3. Just to let you know, the batsmen out for New Winchups Lions. Amir Django caught, Devon Thomas bowl, Kelvin Pittman for 29. Michael Palmer bowl, Kelvin Pittman for 17. And Hilroy Andrew caught, Jamel Fernandez bowl, Kelvin Pittman for 1. Bartlett Henry not out 1, and Jermaine Otto not out 11. These two will, in fact, Otto is on 12, Henry is on 2. These two will have to be able to at least get them over 120, 130 if they want to make a total, good competitive total out of this action. Let's see what's going to be happening. Naeem Young comes back into the attack. Before this, he would have bowled 1 over, no maidens, 7 runs, no wicket. Shakai Floyd, 2 overs, no maidens, 40 runs, no wickets. Kelvin Pittman, 3 overs, no maidens, 11 runs, 3 wickets. And Anthony Martin completed his 3rd over. None for 16 so far. Naeem Young just talking to Jamal Fernandez and saying, just come up inside the circle here. They can't hit me down the ground. He's gliding away. Young in now to Bartlett Henry. Henry is defending a back of the length delivery. Thomas comes in from the backward point area. And they can't score. 73 for 3. If you're listening to us, Shango, on the manual scoreboard, it should be 73 for 3 and not 72. The official score is saying 73 for 3 as Young comes in to bowl to Bartlett Henry. Back of the length delivery. Good sensible cricket. He just stopped it and rotated the strike. And Otto comes in to strike. So Henry goes to 3. Jermaine Otto, who would have played for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, comes in to strike. And very explosive player when he gets going. Positive vibrations here. 74 for 3. They need action. Young in now to bowl to Otto. Otto is just turning this into the leg side area. Floyd coming in very quickly. They're thinking about 2, where they have to get back onto his bike and get back into his crease. In the end, Otto picks up his 13th run and the score goes up to 75 for 3. 75 for 3. Now brings the left-hander Bartlett Henry into strike. Scoreboard just trickling along here. We're into over number 14. Lovely afternoon here in Antigua and Barbuda. Overcast conditions. Forecast for showers, but been very quiet so far. Young into Bartlett Henry. He's back and turning this one onto the leg side area. You get a comfortable 2 in the end. So he goes up to 5 and the score goes up to 77 for 3. 77 for 3. Naeem Young, very promising all-rounder. One for the future. And I think he's somebody that will easily fit into the West Indies setup once given the opportunity. Here is Henry driving out to the sweeper on the offside. He'll only get 1 run. And so the score motors on to 78. 78 for 3. Henry goes to 6. And Otto is on 13. He comes in to strike. It is so cool that the players are not under any intense pressure at all. Naeem Young to bowl to Otto. Otto is back and punching that, but can't beat the captain Devon Thomas for the Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda team. And over number 14 comes to an end as we speak. Bethesda seems to have the pressure on New Winchups Lions. They are 78 for 3 and in search of a serious partnership to make something happen here. Cheeky Hi-Fi blaring out the music here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground in the Cool and Smooth T20 Explosion. New Winchups versus Bethesda. 2 big and massive communities in Antigua and Barbuda in terms of cricketing prowess. They're being coached, New Winchups, by former West Indies captain Sylvester Bouncing Joseph. Bartlett Henry, he comes into the action and getting himself organized. Kaniji in now to bowl to Henry. Henry is turning this onto the onside, picking up his 7th run. It's almost like a stroll in the park here. Score goes up to 79. 79 for 3. Into over number 15. Wondering what sort of score New Winchups Lion will be thinking about getting. But they have lost 3 quick wickets in succession very quickly. And so they will have to consolidate and try and get the partnership going here. Here's Otto driving just a little bit in the air. Picking up another easy single. Haven't seen Gavin Tong bowl for the day here. 1 for 48, Michael Palmer. 2 for 62, Amir Django. 3 for 68, Hilroy Andrew. first partnership was worth 48. Partnership before was 14. Third partnership was 6. Kaniji in now to both the Bartlett Henry. Henry is back and looking to pull this one around onto the leg side. Can't get a boundary. And just restricted to 1. So far in the new Winchups innings, they've only had 4 boundaries and 2 sixes. It's not a test match game, but because Bethesda put the brakes on them, they've been in serious trouble. Here is Otto. He's looking to turn this one out. There's a peel for a catch. I think he just came off of the pad. Don't think Benter was really confident enough, like he was going up as if he really wanted that one. You just never know. Empire is always in control of the game. 81 for 3. Otto is 14. Waits for the left arm spinner Kaniji. He's looking to have a heap. He missed it completely. And Benter, his glove work was not good at all. He didn't pick up any runs in the process. 81 for 3. Kaniji now to bowl to Otto. Otto is pulling away, and when he got there, he just sort of dragged it with a broom down to the long one. Picked up an easy single. He goes up to 15, and the score goes up to 82 for 3 at the end of over number 15. 82 for 3. 15 overs bowled. And it's almost like a stroll in the park here. So we have at least 30 legal deliveries to go. 30, which is about 5 overs. 82 for 3. Shango is bang on target, and Kelvin Pittman will come back to complete his spell. Just decided to take a blue water break. One of the assistants just brought some water, so we say thanks to her. Kelvin Pittman, in his little spell so far, he's going to bowl his 4th over. 3 overs, no maidens, 11 runs, 3 wickets. Kelvin Pittman. Shakoy Floyd, 2 overs, no maidens, 14 runs, no wickets. 9 Young, 2 overs, no maidens, 12 runs, no wickets. Anthony Martin, 3 overs, no maidens, 16 runs, no wickets. Pittman comes in now to bowl to Otto. Otto is charging him, and when he gets there, there's so much pace on the delivery, so you really can't do anything about it. Pittman running in and stopping any sort of process of a single. They thought about a single, but Pittman is bowling with some good pace here. I think Otto would have to respect that. The grounds staff here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, they've done an excellent job so far. And although Antigua and Barbuda has been hampered by rain, look at dry some parts of the outfield. Short delivery here is Otto punching. Naim Young diving at cover, but can't stop the single. Otto, Jermaine Otto goes up to 16, the son of Ralston Otto. If you're listening, Ralston, good afternoon to you. And the coverage should be coming on Platinum FM 97.9, the sports station in Antigua and Barbuda. Newest sports station. We're teaming up with the Cool and Smooth organization to bring you ball-by-ball commentary. I want to say thanks also to Mark Charles from the Parish League community. Taddy Arundel and company working here. Here is Bartlett getting a wide delivery. Kelvin Pittman trying something different. Maybe took some pace off of that one. It was slapped out to Shakoya Floyd on the offside. And they were only able to get singles. And I think Devon Thomas would be very comfortable because they're not getting any boundaries. So singles certainly not hurting him. So he'd feel very comfortable about that. 84 for 3. Bartlett Henry is 9. Otto is 16. Went over number 16. Here goes Pittman as he comes in now to bowl to Otto. Otto is gliding this one out to the backward point area, but patrolling that area is Devon Thomas. Cool and Smooth T20 explosion. It's the new Winchups Lions taking on the Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda Golden Eagles. They lost their first game to Pigots by some 3 wickets. That was on the opening night. Otto is driving down the ground. That's a lovely shot. 1 bounce for 4. That's a proper cricket shot. Pitched up. Pittman looking at Otto to say, what you just did. But it was a good execution. And you're always told to hit the ball up the V, long on and long off. And Otto, who is a coach, that was perfect execution. Score goes up to 88 for 3. And Otto quietly just moving along very nicely. Waits for Kelvin Pittman. Comes in now to bowl to him. He's back and slapping this one again. Coming around there is the fielder who cuts it off nicely. Looks like Timo Thomas. And so Kelvin Pittman, his spell has come to an end. 4 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, 3 wickets. Let me repeat that again. Kelvin Pittman, congratulated by his teammates, Nine Young and company, including Damari Benter. 4 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, 3 wickets. On another day, you will say that he could have bowled better, but the important spectrum here is that he picked up 3 wickets, and that's always a good thing when you're in the wicket column. So Pittman picking up 3 wickets. He's been the only wicket taker so far here for the Caribbean Union Bethesda Golden Eagles team. That's a good outing by the young man. Anthony Martin will now complete his 4th over. 3-0, 16-0. He starts. Otto is out stump. Beautiful piece of work there by Benter. Neatly done. And Otto losing his shape. Going for a heave over mid-wicket. And good glove work by Damari Benter, the number 7. Good flighty delivery. The veteran Anthony Martin strikes. 1 veteran to an X. And out comes the new Winchups Lions captain, Nino Henry. Gonna need lots of heavy blows here if his team is going to get anywhere close to a respectable total. But the Henrys are in the wicket. Bartlett Henry and Nino Henry. Let's see if we can get some fireworks here. 89 for 4. 89 for 4. And the wicket so far. Amir Django caught Devon Thomas. Bowled Kelvin Pittman for 29. Michael Palmer bowled Kelvin Pittman for 17. As we break, here is Nino Henry trying to beat his opposite teammate and captain today, Devon Thomas. Martin into bowl to Henry. Henry gets up, delivery, and could do nothing else but defend. Anthony Martin hustling him. 89 for 4. Nino Henry's on naught. Here goes Anthony Martin from the CIUN. Comes in our bowl to him. And he's bowled all over the shop. A poor shot by Nino Henry, the new Winchups captain. He played right across a straight delivery. And he lost everything. They're all crumbling here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. 89 for 5. Nino Henry bowled by Anthony Martin. And the veteran strikes again. That is a beautiful delivery. It bounced, it turned. He played right across a straight one. And Shavon Moore will come out for New Winchups Lion. They're crumbling here like pins at the Coolidge Cricket Ground in the cool and smooth T20 explosion. New Winchups batting first. They're in trouble. 89 for 5. We're into over number 16. And Anthony Martin is on a roll. So, let's see what's going to be happening. Shavon Moore, who is a big striker of the ball, is also a police officer. He comes out. Let's see what can happen. 1 police officer to an X. Martin into bowl to Moore. Moore is almost bowled. How did that not shave the off stump? And Moore's first delivery, he's looking at the scoreboard. He's not even looking at the ball. Missed it completely. And Anthony Martin can't believe that he didn't bowl Shavon Moore. Martin into bowl to Moore. Moore is back and punching that. Can't score. And that is a beautiful spell. A maiden wicket over for Anthony Martin. He strikes for Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda. What a spell by the young man. And everything has just changed completely. Anthony Martin. That's really lovely as 17 overs come to an end. New Winchups Lion there 89 for 5. 89 for 5. And it's all happening here. The Coolidge Cricket Ground. the home of Cricket West Indies. It's the cool and smooth T20 explosion. New Winchups Lions versus Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda Golden Eagles. They're in trouble, real trouble here. 9 Young's gonna bowl to Bartlett Henry, the left-hander. Henry's driving inside out over cover. Floyd coming around very quickly, and they get 2 runs quite easily in the end. So Henry goes up to 11. The score goes up to 91 for 5. 91 for 5. It's all happening. 91 for 5. Here goes Naim Young. Just some slight adjustments being made on the field. Mandy has just brought me some water along with his assistant, so I said thanks to Mandy. Young in now to bowl to Bartlett Henry. Lucky to get away with that one, Naim Young. The umpire sort of looked for a moment as if he wanted to call that one a wide. Going across him. Anthony Martin, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 16 runs, 2 wickets. Kelvin Pittman, 4 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, 3 wickets. Those are the destroyers of New Winchups Lions so far. Young pitching up to Bartlett Henry, is having a heave down to long on. Will only get a single. And boundaries have been very difficult to get by here. Last boundary was hit by Jermaine Otto. That seems like a long time ago. Thank you very much, Mandy. Naim Young is going to bowl to Shavan Moore, who's a knot. 92 for 5. New Winchups Lions, they're in trouble here in this first game on Thursday night, right here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies. Young, not really pushing himself yet. Is he now to bowl to Shavan Moore? He gets a bumper and is signaled a wide by the umpire. Young looks around and says to the umpire, "What is that, umpire? I'm allowed to bowl a bumper." But I guess in the umpire's opinion, it was so high. So New Winchups getting an extra run there. 93 for 5. Young will start from the media center end as he turns from a commentary advantage point end. And we're moving now to bowl to Shavan Moore. He goes down the onside, bowls a wide delivery. Thomas just saying, come on, we can't afford to give away anything here. Let's be disciplined. Let's close out this game. Close it out nicely. This is over number 18. Here goes Naim Young as he moves away nicely. Good form. In now to bowl to Shavan Moore. Shavan Moore is clipping this one in the air. And will only get 1 run. As the fielder on the mid-wicket boundary is Anthony Martin. He's a veteran in his own right. And he would want to make sure that they don't get any boundaries at all. I want to once again thank Mark Charles for his excellent intervention here to get things going. Here comes Naim Young. He's going to bowl to Bartlett Henry, who is on 12. In now to bowl to Henry. Henry's driving this one in the air. Will there be a boundary? Fernandez is after it. He can't stop it. Hits the rope now. Boundary to Bartlett Henry. He goes up to 16 and the score goes up to 99 for 5 with 2 legal deliveries, 2 legal overs left. 99 for 5. And no, I still think they have 1 more delivery. Do they do? Yes, they have 1 more delivery. I'm going ahead of myself. 99 for 5. 99 for 5. Naim Young. His standard a little bit pretty expensive. Bartlett Henry is 16. And he's whipping this one into the mid-wicket area. 100 up for New Winchups Lions. So at the end of, finally, over number 18, New Winchups Lions, they are 100 for 5. Bartlett Henry is 17. Moore is 1. And they have lost the wicket so far in Amir Django, caught Devon Thomas, Bull, Kelvin Pittman for 29. Michael Palmer bowled Kelvin Pittman for 17. Jermaine Otter stumped Darren Benter, bowled Anthony Martin for 21. Hilroy Andrew Jr. caught Jamal Fernandez, bowled Kelvin Pittman for 1. And Nino Henry was bowled by Anthony Martin without scoring. They've lost wickets at crucial stages. 1 for 48 Michael Palmer, 2 for 62 Amir Django, 3 for 68 Hilroy Andrew Jr., 4 for 89 Jermaine Otto, and Nino Henry, 5 for 89 their captain. So their biggest partnership of the day has been 48, 21 and 14. 2 overs to go. Who is coming in here now? Let's see, is it going to be Timo Thomas? Timo Thomas also had a stint in England a couple of years ago. His father also was an excellent cricketer in his own right. A little shocked sometimes that Timo has really not come on the leaps and bounds that I really expect him to be. Comes in out to bowl to Bartlett Henry. He's flashing at a wide delivery. And Henry would have been maybe advised to be able to just get bat onto ball right now. You can't get a boundary, just get a single. You never know. We saw 111 was a fighting score for Bethesda over 110 was a fighting score for Bethesda with Pickett's first game. So you just never know. Anything can be possible. Thomas in now the boat to Bartlett Henry's flashing, going for a big hit. Inside out, it's gone over third man, down to the boundary for 4. So he just had a swing, really didn't look at it, just fired his bat. And he's looking over the mid-wicket area, and as you would say, looking in the opposite direction, but he got a boundary, a much needed boundary that New Winchups Lions would need. It takes him up to 21, and the score goes up to 104 for 5. Thomas into bowl to Bartlett Henry. Bartlett Henry driving down the ground for 4. Aggressive shot. It just rushed through the hands of Timo Thomas. Bartlett Henry, big strong lad. He's got some power. And he hit that ferociously. Timo Thomas, by the time he reacted, it already hit the black side screen for a boundary. 108 for 5. And New Winchups Lion, Bartlett Henry is on the go here. He's 25. Timo Thomas in now to bowl to Bartlett Henry. Again, he's going in the air. Thomas is going to take an easy ball on court. And he celebrates. And there's something that is going on between Timo Thomas and Bartlett Henry. It looks like he could represent Antigua and Barbuda at the gymnastics, the Olympics. That was well put together by young Timo Thomas. Bartlett Henry goes. Cotton bowl, Timo Thomas for 25. And New Winchups Lions lose another wicket. Their 6th of the day. 108 for 6. And Timo Thomas picks up his first wicket. So he'll be pretty much impressed. And has put his name in the wicket column. Most likely, Naeem Young will bowl the final over. But the main feature so far has been Timo Thomas in his second over. After being more or less roughed up. He's been able to smile. And what a real somersault presentation live on television here to the cool and smooth stage. Peters is clubbing this one onto the leg side area. Be able to pick up a single. And so he's off the mark very quickly. 109 for 5. 109 for 6. 109 for 6. Shavan Moore. He wants to get going, but nothing much happening for him. Peters now comes into strike. Samuel Peters. He's a left-hander. Timo Thomas still keeping his composure. Peters is just turning this one into the leg side area. If they want, they maybe can think about 2. But Moore started and then stopped, had to get back into his crease. And so over number 19 is bowled here, completed at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. New Winchups Lions, 110 for 6. 110 for 6. And Timo Thomas, 2 overs. No maidens, 25 runs, 1 wicket. Timo Thomas 2 overs, no maidens, 25 runs, 1 wicket. By his standards, would be pretty expensive. Only bowling 2 overs. Strike rate been very high. Economy rate also very high there for Timo Thomas. So this is the final over of the, as we would say, the New Winchups Lions innings. As Naim Young is going to bowl to Samuel Peters. In now to bowl to Peters. Peters gets a beauty. There's no pace on it, but Benter should have done a lot better with that one. That's gone through for 4 byes. Poor keeping by Darren Benter. It's got to get your body behind the ball. In fact, he needs to step up because the ball is dying on him from that end, and he really should have made that adjustment as a keeper and gave away 4 byes, something that they certainly didn't need at this time. And the score goes up to 114 for 6. Naim Young just a little disappointed. Anthony Martin saying to Benter, come on, keeper. Got to get your body behind the ball. Peters waits for Naim Young. Both to him, Peters is driving sweetly out to the offside. They'll only get 1. Anthony Martin is shouting 1. This time Benter gets his body behind the line of the ball and the return in. In the meantime, the score goes up to 115 for 6. And Peters is on 2. And Moore is on 2. Can Moore come up and produce something special here to maybe get them over to 120, 125? That will be pretty exciting. Young into bowl to Moore. Pace off the ball. This time Benter tidies up. Moore has to understand that Naim Young is an experienced youngster, and so he's going to mix his deliveries. Took pace off of the ball. It was wide. And Moore was nowhere close that delivery. 115 for 6. Peters 2, Moore 2. Naim Young is going to come in now to bowl to Moore. Moore is hoisting this one down the ground. Fernandez comes across quickly. They're looking for 2. Somebody could be in trouble. And there's appeal for a run out. He's out, run out. So Peters coming back for a second run. Really didn't get onto his bike. He's very disappointed with that one. And Asher Cornelius comes out. Another wicket goes down for New Winchups Lions via the run-out route combination with Fernandez and Naim Young on the non-strikers end. And in the end, good teamwork, good combination. Kelvin Pittman looking across and saying, great job. And tonight, Flagman is here with his cool and smooth flag. And we have also live commentary. Naim Young comes in now to bowl to Shavon Moore. Shavon Moore misses another delivery again. Not looking at the delivery here at all, Shavon Moore. He's just having a swipe. 116 for 7. 116 for 7. Moore is 3. Asher Cornelius is just coming. Naim Young comes in now to bowl to Moore. Moore is hitting this one. That's gone. Over long on for 6. That is the power of the man. Huge hit. On the final delivery, Shavon Moore delivers for New Winchups with a maximum. And that maybe would be ended up somewhere in the car park. It gives them a respectable total. Not enough. But they end on 122 for 7. Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda, they would feel very, 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 very pleased on their performance. So, with all the action happening here, just to give you a very lovely coverage of what has happened here on Thursday. New Winchups Lions batting first. They ended their innings on 122 for 7 of their 20 overs. I'll give you an analysis of the batsmen and the bowling figures. Michael Palmer was the first to go. He was bowled by Kelvin Pittman for 17. 25 balls, 29 minutes, 2 boundaries. They lost their first wicket, New Winchups Lions, on 48, 1 for 48. And then it was the turn of Amir Django, who was brilliantly caught by Devon Thomas of Kelvin Pittman. His second wicket for 29, 26 balls, 38 minutes, 1 4 and 2 sixes. That was 2 for 62. Hilroy Andrew never looked comfortable, and he was the third to go. He was caught Jamal Fernandez, bowled Kelvin Pittman for 1, 3 for 68. Jermaine Otto, he shared in a partnership of 21 with Bartlett Henry. He was eventually stumped Darren Bento of Anthony Martin for 21, 25 balls, 34 minutes, 2 fours. He was more or less, as I said, Jermaine Otto, 4 for 89. Nino Henry was bowled all over the shop by Anthony Martin, 5 for 89. And then Bartlett Henry, along with Shavon Moore, quick partnership of 19. He was eventually run out. No, in fact, Bartlett Henry was caught and bowled Timo Thomas. And then we had a display, a gymnastic display, a presentation by Timo Thomas. He was caught and bowled for 25, 19 balls, 28 minutes, 3 boundaries. And the last batsman to be out would have been Samuel Peters. He was run out by Jamal Fernandez and Naeem Young, 7 for 116. The not out batsman, Shavon Moore, was not out 9, and Asher Cornelius, who did not face any deliveries, he was not out naught. So the bowling figures for the Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda team: Nordish Kaniji, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 9 runs, no wickets. Timo Thomas, 2 overs, no maidens, 25 runs, 1 wicket. Anthony Martin, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 16 runs, 2 wickets. Naeem Young, 4 overs, no maidens, 31 runs, no wickets. Shakoy Floyd, 2 overs, no maidens, 40 runs, no wickets. And the man of the day so far, Kelvin Pittman, 4 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, 3 wickets. Let me repeat that again. Kelvin Pittman, 4 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, 3 wickets. New Winchups Lions, Michael Palmer, 1 for 48. Amir Django, 2 for 62. Hero Andrew Jr., 3 for 68. Jermaine Otto, 4 for 89. 5 for 89, Nino Henry. 6 for 108, Bartlett Henry. 7 for 116, Samuel Peters. So, I'm going to be able to take a little blue water break as we just break for a couple of minutes. New Winchups Lions, 122 of their 20 overs, 122 for 7 of their 20 overs. It means that Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda Golden Eagles will need 123 in this first encounter if they want to be able to win this game. Or New Winchups Lions, they just need to be able to just restrict them on the opening night right here. So folks, we'll take a little quick blue water break, and when I come back, I'll continue the coverage right here, live from the Coolidge Cricket Ground. I'm Vernon A. Springer, and this is Cool and Smooth T20 Explosion Action. New Winchups Lions taking on Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda Golden Eagles. Good afternoon and welcome to live coverage of the cool and smooth T20 explosion New Winchups Lion versus Caribbean Union Bethesda Golden Eagles. It's the first game on a lovely and very overcast Thursday afternoon here in St. John's, Antigua and Barbuda. And in case you just joined us, just to let you know what has happened in play, New Winchups Lions, they reached 122 of their 20 overs, 122 runs for 7 wickets of their 20 overs. Top scoring was Amir Django with 29, Bartlett Henry with 25, and Jermaine Otto with 21. But the man of the day for the Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda Golden Eagles, Kelvin Pittman, West Indies under 19 seamer, 4 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, 3 wickets. And Anthony Martin, the veteran, the police officer, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 16 runs, 2 wickets. And Timo Thomas, 2 overs, no maidens, 25 runs, 1 wicket. Let's see what the approach will be from the Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda Golden Eagles. And Devon Thomas has already stepped out. And Nino Henry will be looking to start from the CIUN here. And he'll be looking to try to make sure that he gets himself organized. Here goes Henry. He's in now to bowl to Thomas. Thomas back and slapping that pass cover down to the boundary for 4. And Henry looks like he blocked a short delivery there by Nino Henry. And Devon Thomas, the class player he is, he's back and punching that down to the boundary for 4. So Thomas is off the mark. He's also the captain for the Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda. Thomas would have played for the St. Kitts Nevis Patriots, but this year he'll be going to the Barbados team for the CPL. Here goes Henry in now to bowl to Thomas. Thomas is just whipping this beautifully. Loose bowling. Down to the boundary for 4. So it's all happening right here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. 8 without loss. Thomas is on the go here. Pitched up and very stylishly Devon Thomas, and already it's almost like a headache time for Nino Henry. 8 without loss. Henry in now to bowl to Thomas. Thomas is standing up straight and punching that through the offside. 4 more. Oh, that is class. That is a beautiful shot. He just more or less a check drive and through the offside. And the score goes up to 12 without loss. Look like we can have an early evening here. So, Nino's Henry, first 3 deliveries have all gone for boundaries. And Devon Thomas is on the go here. 12 without loss. Nino Henry comes in out to bowl to Thomas. Thomas is whipping this one up to short mid-on. Can't get a score. Lucky to get away with that one. It sort of kind of dipped on him. But Thomas is very, very, very focused. He knows the importance of this innings. 13 without loss. 4 deliveries bowled. And net run rate could be very, 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 very important. That's going to be key in this tournament, especially when you lose your first game. Nino Henry is going to come in now to bowl to Benter. His mom and dad looking at him. That seemed to have touched something. Benter trying to look a little fancy. To stay one down to third man, you'd be advised to just look up the V. If you had a look at Devon Thomas, he would know that, hey, this is a good batting track. 13 without loss. Nino Henry, the captain for the New Winchups Lions. He's the opening bowler also. Look at gentle medium as he comes in out the bowl to Benter. Benter comes quietly forward and defending his stump. So the first over, 13 on the go, and it would mean now that already Devon Thomas has sent an early message to the New Winchups Lions, and they're going to have to get their act together. Who's coming on? Shavan Moore? Yeah, Shavan Moore will start here. 13 without loss. You know, he's such an ease. Devon Thomas is such a class player that when he's on the go, he's just brilliant to look at. Just brilliant. And anybody who can score over 300 runs in local cricket has got to be a good player. I mean, for anybody to make 300 runs in any level of cricket, you certainly have to be a class player. And Devon Thomas, from as early as 10, 11 years old, would have been scoring hundreds in the St. Kitts Nevis 13 and under cricket competition. When you had the likes of people like Craig Brathwaite and Kyron Powell, who all played in that, Rakeem Cornwall, Shamar Brooks, Carlos Brathwaite, so many other players who would have gone on to play for the West Indies from that tournament. But we're back with the cool and smooth action. Shavon Moore coming out the bowl to Devon Thomas. And when he gets in there, he doesn't deliver. The sort of, as we would say in old-time days, cooping game. Devon Thomas with a trigger movement was already in position. So Shavon Moore will have to go back to his long, heavy run. A couple of years ago, last time we had the Leeward Islands tournament would have been about 2018, 2019 in Montserrat. And Shavon Moore bowled with some real pace. Very, 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 very impressed with his pace at a point in time. He's gone off the ball since that time. Half volley driven by Devon Thomas. They're looking for a little miscommunication, but in the end, they got the single. And the score goes up to 14 without loss. All 14 to Devon Thomas. And Benter now comes into strike. The wicketkeeper. He scores a lot of runs. In fact, it's not Benter, sorry. Is it Benter? No, it's Shakoy. Shakoy Floyd. He almost sort of looked like Benter for some particular reason. I'm going to get myself into some trouble here, Mr. Springer. More into bowl to Floyd. Floyd driving a loose out swinger. And just the bat went. The head and the left foot never got out to the pitch of the ball. New Winchups Lions with a pack offside field, more or less a 5-4 field into contention. But it's all well to set fields, but the bowler has to be able to hit the length and hit the straps. Shavon Moore looks a little muscular on the top. Wearing the number 16, turns from the media center and he comes in out to bowl to Floyd, and Floyd driving inside out over cover. Will have the legs? No, it won't. It's going to be held up there, but he's off the mark and he gets 2 runs quite easily. So 2 runs to Floyd. And just for a moment, Devon Thomas saying to him, pay attention, son. Because he could have been able to pick up an extra run there. 16 without loss. It's all happening here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. It's a cool and smooth T20 explosion. Moore in now to bowl to Floyd, and that did something. Touchdown and just wheeled across to pull off major tournaments like these. Cool and smooth has not been functional for the last 3 years, and one has to give Mr. Amir Rani and his entire family and staff of the Cool and Smooth organization all of the kudos for having this wonderful tournament at this special time. Shavon Moore is going to come in now to bowl to Floyd. Floyd just picks up the line. One also has to give credit to the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association for mandating this tournament. But some of the sponsors that you will have to give a major thank you to: Antigua and Barbuda Port Authority, Global Bank of Commerce, Antigua and Barbuda Festivals Commission, APUA INET, Cricket West Indies, Tropical Shipping, Hadid Motors. We'll come back to that one in a little bit. Shavon Moore is going to come in now to bowl to Floyd. It's up now, bowl to Floyd. And again, Floyd just knowing where his off stump is. And over number 2 is completed. And at the end of 2, the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda Golden Eagles, they're 16 without loss. So we continue with the sponsorship list. Tropical Shipping, Hadid Motors, St. John's Development Corporation, Antigua and Barbuda Tourism Authority, Images Design, Signs and Impressions, Stonewall Reloaded, Kennedy's Club, Supreme Security, and Pineapple Beach Club. Those are the sponsors for the 2022 Cool and Smooth T20 Explosion. I want to say thanks to all the folks who have made this possible, all the volunteers, all the workers. And we say thanks to Cricket West Indies for providing their venue for this local Cool and Smooth T20 tournament. Here goes Nino Henry. Is he now to bowl to Thomas? Thomas driving straight down the ground. It's gone all the way for 6. It's in the slot. And Nino Henry does not have the pace. And Thomas keeping his shape, keeping his form. He just hit through the line. Straight down the ground. Hit the black side screen. It's gone on the ground for 6. And Nino Henry is expensive. No doubt about that. 19 of his first 7 deliveries. 22 without loss. It's all happening here. And Devon Thomas looks like he's in a hurry to catch a plane to go back to St. Kitts. And they can't find the ball. Have they found it? Oh, out comes the jack of the box. And they finally found the ball. 22 without loss. Thomas on the go here. He's 20. He just takes his time. Devon Thomas. What an accomplished cricketer this young man is. He can do anything. He can field, he can bowl, he can catch, he can wicket keep. Waits for Thomas. That one sort of died on him. Devon Thomas from Nino Henry. He was across. He didn't really bounce. Maybe he was looking to get on top of it. Luther Kelly style to just smack it past backward point. Today will be the last day of the mourning period for the loss of the second Premier of Nevis, somebody would have played for the Combined Islands and for the West Indies President's 11, Vance Amory. Thomas is driving, just sort of played around the line of that one. He's now correcting himself in rehearsal mood and saying, got to be able to let my top hand come down nice and straight. He's going through his whole stance and saying, my movement, I got to hit through the line of the ball. 22 without loss. Somebody's saying, let's go Nino. I wonder where they want Nino to go. Nino Henry from the CION is going to come in now to bowl to Devon Thomas, who's in attacking mood. Thomas is staring his foreruns. Just opening the face of the bat and just tearing it down to third man boundary. This is class. And there's a difference when you bowl into a class player. And Devon Thomas is a class player. And the score shots up very quickly to 26 without loss. Thomas goes to 24. I want to say good afternoon to all the folks who are listening to us on Platinum FM 97.9 and also following us on the Cool and Smooth Facebook page and also on the Antigua Barbuda Parish League page. We say thanks for supporting local cricket in a very big way. Henry in to bowl to Devon Thomas. When he gets there, he doesn't bowl, but Thomas' trigger movement is already in position. 26 without loss after new Winchups Lions would have reached 122 for 7. Top score from Amir Django 29, Bartlett Henry 25, and Jermaine Otto 21. The bowling figures: West Indies under 19 seamer Kelvin Pittman 3 for 18. Wide delivery here by Nino Henry, and he was looking to just cream that one off and go to backward point. Didn't score. A dot ball would go down in the books. Want to say good afternoon to Shango, who is on the manual scoreboard along with his other compatriots. Don't know if his wife is here today, but if she is, here is Thomas again looking to smack it down and looking to just punch that. So the end of over number 3. 26 without loss. 26 without loss. The target is 123 is what they would need. 24 for Devon Thomas. Shakoy Floyd is on 2. And Nino Henry, his 2 overs so far has cost him 23. 23 off his 2. And Shavon Moore will be looking to continue here. Could be an early afternoon here. The mood that Devon Thomas is in as the lights come on here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Wonderful atmosphere. And one has to continue to support Mr. Amir Urani and the Cool and Smooth organization. Daria Bartley heading the organizing committee. Here goes Moore in now to bowl to Floyd. Floyd driving over the top. Otto. Oh, that's a stunner! What a catch by Jermaine Otto. Take a bow. Woo! You're told if you hit the ball in the air, somebody's going to catch it. And Jermaine Otto at mid-on pulled off a stunner. A one-handed stunner. And what a catch there. Shaquai Floyd would know he's got to be up and over. If you hit it into the man's reach, oh, he's going to pull up that one. That is a magnificent catch. And if anything you want to motivate you, that will motivate the new Winchups Lions. Shaquai Floyd goes back. Caught brilliantly by Jermaine Otto. Dismissed for 2. And Shavon Moore picks up the first wicket. Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda, they lose their first wicket on 26 for 1. What a catch. What a catch. You would want to look at that over and over and over. And when you see it, you will say, yes, that is superb. So, Shaquai Floyd goes back. In comes Darren Benter. And he scores heavily in local cricket. And when I say heavily, he scores runs. He's a good player. Kept wicket for Antigua and Barbuda. In fact, I think he almost ended up in the reserves for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And the last time the St. Kitts Nevis Patriots was in Antigua and Barbuda. It was in 2019 when they played against the Cool and Smooth team. So he's been around the setup. Benter, just looking for that breakthrough. Shavon Moore, he wants to get into the setup also. Gets a lovely outswinger. That touched down nicely. Could see that. And it's always good when you see a seamer can be able to bowl an outswinger and in-swinger. Let's see if Shavon Moore can bowl an in-swinger. I know that he can bowl the outswinger very good. That did have some movement there. Nino Henry ringing the changes. He's now going to have Shavon Moore bowl into a 6-3 field. He's brought in a, don't want to say a first slip. He's more or less like a second slip. So he's got a third man, a backward point, a cover, short extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, inside the 30-yard circle, short mid-wicket, and a short fine leg. Benter is back and just steering this. And they get an easy single. Good communication between Thomas and Benter. And you could just look at the experience there. Nice soft hands. Just got on top of it. And just played it with his top hand. Picked up an easy single. So he's off the mark. And the score goes up to 27 for 1. 27 for 1. If you're wondering what's happening, it's the Cool and Smooth T20 Explosion. New Winchups Lion. And they're taking on Bethesda Golden Eagles. These two are two cricketing powers. And communities in Antigua and Barbuda. More in outer bowl to Thomas, who gets a wide delivery. And they run a bye. As Amir Django is going to take a little knock as he got down into the long barrier position. I don't know if a lot of the keepers or the coaches have been analyzing what's happening when you're keeping from the CIUN. The ball tends to die, which means that I think that the keepers need to step up. We saw Bento was very guilty, got a couple of knocks, and I think Django needs to, just step up a little bit more. So he can good carry. More into bowl to Thomas. Thomas is, Thomas Benter is back and just clipping this one into the vacant square leg area for 4. So you got to understand the class of these two players, Benter and Thomas. It was really a nothing delivery. Didn't have any pace. And if you're going to bowl a proper short ball, you got to bowl a proper short ball. Shavon Moore scores up to 33 for 1. Benter is on the go here. Goes up to 5. He's got his first boundary here. 33 for 1. You can just look and see that Nino Henry is continuing to make some changes. They now brought up the mid-on and the mid-off is inside the 30-yard circle. They also brought up the third man inside the circle. Wow, pretty interesting. No, in fact, Moore is not comfortable with that. And so the square leg is going to a deep backward square. So is he going to bowl a good bumper or is this going to be a bluff? Shavon Moore comes in now to bowl to Benter, into bowl to Benter. That kept low and that kept down. That's why I think that you have to bowl as straight as possible on these tracks here, especially from this end. I really think that you have to. 33 for 1. Sport is back in Antigua and Barbuda and slowly growing its way throughout the entire Caribbean. Antigua and Barbuda Football Association, they're planning a big major knockout football competition for all 62 clubs. Can't wait to see what that format is going to be like. More again starts. This rhythm just not right at all here. 33 for 1. Winchups Lions. 122 for 7. Top score, Amir Django with 29. Bartlett Henry with 25. Jeremy Otter with 21. And the bowler of the day, Kelvin Pittman, 4 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, 3 wickets. And Anthony Martin, the veteran, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 16 runs, 2 wickets. And Timo Thomas, 2 overs, no maidens, 25 runs, 1 wicket. More into bowl to Benter. Benter is squared up, but he sneaks a single onto the offside. Picks up his 6th run, and the score goes up to 34 for 1. At the end of over number 4. So 4 overs bowled here by the new Winchups Lions and the Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda Golden Eagles. In the first power play here, they're off and running at 34 for 1. Welcome back to live ball-by-ball coverage here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. And just to give you an idea, Flagman is in the house with his cool and smooth flag. And just want to be able to just give a shout out to major sponsors: Pineapple Beach Club, Supreme Security, Kennedy's Club, Stonewall Reloaded, Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association, Signs and Impressions. As we break for a little while, as we have a new bowler here for the new Winchups Lions. We get ourselves organized as we get that bowler in to contest. Nino Henry was pretty expensive in his first 2 overs. 2 overs, no maidens, 22 runs, no wickets. Damian Valentine, left arm spinner. He's going to start 34 for 1. He comes in now to bowl to the man himself, Benter, who's driving through cover for 4. Airily, but deliberately hit it into that area. And the pressure now put back on new Winchups Lions. Valentine being put to the sword here. 38 for 1. Benter goes up to 10. Devon Thomas, the captain on the non-strikers end. Valentine comes in now to bowl to Benter. Benter driving again. He's out caught, dropped. Oh! That is a crucial catch there. And another boundary to Benter. A little loose there from Benter. He just really just sort of fired his bat at it. And the fielder mid-off inside the 30-yard circle went through his hands. He should have taken that. That should have been a comfortable catch. He should have been maybe looking at a German Otto. Here is Benter just back and staring this one again. That's going to race away down to the boundary for 4. 4 more. Valentine is put to the sword here. 12 runs already off of his spell. And the score shots up very, 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 very quickly. It's all happening here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. Benter on the go here. In the meantime, Thomas was accelerated and started quickly. He knows the importance of what this partnership is going to be. Here's Benter driving to cover for 4. That's a lovely cricket shot. Oh, gorgeous. His father would enjoy that. That is a lovely shot by Benter. 50 up for the Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda Golden Eagles. That is a lovely cover drive. And Nino Henry is learning the art of captaincy, but you can't learn on the job. You have to execute it here. 50 up for the Caribbean Union Bethesda Golden Eagles. Valentine in out the bowl to Benter. Benter is back and look at the late cut more or less. Good pace there. Just ran down to the fielder, short third man. And over comes to an end. And at the end of over number 5, Caribbean Union Bank, Bethesda Golden Eagles, they are 50 for 1. 50 for 1. Devon Thomas, the captain, is on 24 not out. Darren Benter, with some 5 boundaries in his innings so far, he's on 22 not out. 9 boundaries and 1 6 so far in the reply to New Winchups Lions, 122 for 7 of their 20 overs. So it's a headache here for Nino Henry, the captain. In the meantime, Chicky's hi-fi ringing out the music from around the region. You're listening to Marshall Montano, who's blaying away. I have to maybe find out if Chicky has ever received a national award, because, boy, he's been around for eons, as they would say. We got to check that out. Start of a new over from the major center in. Thomas is just gliding this out to the offside and picking up an easy single. He picks up his 25th run. And so the score goes up to 51 for 1. Shakoy Floyd, brilliantly caught by Jermaine Otter. What an excellent catch that was. And that has got to be easily one of the catches of the season so far. And there have been many. Just waiting. Peters. They were thinking about 2 runs here. Delivery there from Peters, Samuel Peters. But they were only able to get a single in the end. Benter. He goes up to 23. Now brings Thomas, who's on 25, back and strike. 52 for 1. Peters from the major center end, weighing the number 13. It's going to bowl to the Bethesda captain, Thomas. Thomas is driving over long on. It's gone all the way for 6 into the car park. And those gentle deliveries, it's almost like throwdowns for Devon Thomas, the sort of class player he is. And the mid-on inside the 30-yard circle, and Thomas, full extension, just hit that into the car park for 6. And Caribbean Union, Bethesda Golden Eagles, they're on a mission. The score goes up to 58 for 1. Thomas is on 31. Peters in now to bowl to Thomas down the onside. That will be signal a wide. Good take by Amir Django as he dived across. I think Django just needs to come up a little bit more. There's no pace. Peters doesn't have any pace. Outside of Shavon Moore, he really could step up. In fact, I think that he could maybe put some pressure if he came up right up on the stumps and maybe force Devon Thomas to think about something else differently. Peters in now to bowl to Thomas. Thomas is driving. Is he going to be out caught by Otto? He gives it away. Devon Thomas gives his hand away. That is a poor shot by Devon Thomas. There was no need for that. And what a way to go. You know, when you look at Devon Thomas, you know, the kind of class that he's got, and sometimes just the way, you know, he gives his hit away. There was really no need for that shot. That shot certainly was not on. And just hit the ball down the ground. And Otto just taking a comfortable catch. Oh, a long off. Thomas goes for 31, and Peters picks up his first wicket. So, Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda losing a wicket that they certainly did not need to lose. And the score, really no need for that. Thomas would be very upset with himself. He's just looking good. He's just taking off his Sinkers Nevis Patriots helmet and put it down, and he'd be talking to himself like, why did I have to play that shot? All the fans who were hustling to get to Coolidge to see Devon Thomas in flow, they'll be very, very, very disappointed as he goes back for 31. So Samuel Peters has been the man who has come in and has turned the tide. And Thomas goes for 31. Caught Otto. Bowled by Samuel Peters, weighing the number 13. Benter now will have to use his smarts. And he too will also have to be in a very commanding position to know that he's got to organize himself. Here is another delivery, just gone past the batsman. Good take by Django. Lovely outswinger there. Kaniji driving at a loose delivery there. No feet movement. Just more or less bat speed just coming down nicely. The lights are on. Coming on here at Coolidge. It's growing nicely. Here goes Peters in now to Kaniji's back and just dropping this on the offside. Can't get a single as Nino Henry darts in from cover. But they really were not interested in the single. So the end of another over, which will be the 6th over here. They are 59 for 2, and at 6, New Winchups Lions, they were 40 without loss. And they've been so way ahead of the run rate that Thomas will be very, 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 very upset with himself in the way he got out. 9 fours and 2 sixes, 2 maximums, 2 cool and smooth maximums of the first 6 overs here. And in fact, when New Winchups were batting, there were 3 boundaries and 1 cool and smooth maximum. So let's see what the approach will be from Benter. Darren Benter. Think he's going to have to know that he's going to have to be able to take his team home here. Asher Cornelius. I like the look of him. I really do. I've got some time for Cornelius. He's a young man. He's got a good cricketing brain. And he bowls wrist spin. Art that is very difficult around this region. But he's still perfecting his art. Bowled well in the first game. Takes his time. Breed comes up now. Bows to Benter. Down the onside. And the umpire will signal a wide. And that's what happens when wrist spinners come on. Everybody get excited. Score goes up to 60 for 2. Asher Cornelius thinking about it. Sort of staggered approach. Comes in out. Oh, that's a beauty delivery. They sneak a single onto the offside. Good common sense cricket there, as we would say. Even though it's not so common. And they've been able to pick up a very comfortable single. Benter using his smarts. Goes up to 24. Kaniji comes in to strike. Here goes Asher Cornelius. He comes in now to both Kaniji. Kaniji's back and just working this onto the leg side area. And they're going to be able to come back and pick up 2. That is good cricket here by Benter and Kaniji. That's lovely cricket. Beautiful. It just worked the ball quietly into the leg side area. There was no fielder at mid-wicket. But he was very crafty about it and picked up 2 runs nicely. Quietly one there. 63 for 2. There goes Asher Cornelius. It's going to come in now to bowl to Kaniji. Nino Henry now deciding that he's going to employ a short mid-wicket. So he's pulled the short fine leg and now placed him into a short mid-wicket. Let's see what the field positions are. Long on, long off, mid-wicket. Feeling the deep backward square leg boundary. And they just work this one into the onside. And they get another easy single. And the good thing about playing a wrist spinner is that you have to be able to just maneuver the field and don't give him any time to settle into his rhythm. And Asher Cornelius has not been able to settle, but I've got some time for him. That one, he really ripped that one. It sort of got Benter into a little tangle. He had to defend a quicker, faster delivery. 24 to Benter. Asher Cornelius takes his time. 64 for 2. In now to both to Benter. The people caught behind, but I think that would have maybe touched the glove. Yes, it did. But just for a moment, Asher thought about going up and change his mind. And in the end, they got a single. That did have a little bounce, a little rip on it. As we would say, the revs on the ball. 65 for 2. And one of the international jets just either touching down here on the Visi Bird International Airport. Is Kaniji just sneaking a single. And so the over comes to an end. Over number 7 is completed. And as we speak, the score is 66 for 2. Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda Golden Eagles. And we're into over number 7. So this game could be over pretty quickly. unless there's a hurricane that comes through from the New Winchups area to maybe stop the process. So, just to give you a quick summary as to what happened, New Winchups Lion batted first. They reached 122 for 7. There were some 18 extras, 8 wides, 1 no ball, 4 leg byes, 5 byes. And the top score was Amir Django with 29, Bartlett Henry with 25, and Jermaine Otter with 21. The wicket takers for Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda Golden Eagles, Kelvin Pittman. He was the main bowler, 3 for 18. Here is a single being hurled into the field at short. Fine leg was inside the 30-yard circle. It was to his left, so he really couldn't stop the single. The score goes up to 67 for 2. Benter quietly going about his business. He now comes into strike as Kaniji just sneaks a single onto the offside, onto the leg side, sorry. Peters, the man who has caused the damage so far, the golden arm. He want to get some more wickets. Here is Benter just clipping this one away, and it goes for 4. So Benter often in a hurry here, as Peters more or less just drifting down the leg side and put away nicely for 4. You can't bowl Benter into that area. He's very strong there because his bottom hand, it's a bottom-handed player, and he'll work that one away. Elroy Francis, Eason Warner, Damari Benter, they're all in England. And a couple more players. Jemuel KB also flew out yesterday. And then you had at least about another 5 to 6, including Cheyenne Moses, who also on an exchange program flew out yesterday on British Airways in England. And they seem, just for a moment, look as if we were in a quandary of finding the ball, but the fielder ended up coming up with the ball. So the score is on 71 for 2. 71 for 2 in pursuit of 122 for their first victory in this cool and smooth T20 explosion encounter. Samuel Peters, arms wide apart, almost like an aeroplane. Benter gets one which is keeping low, but he's steering it down to third man. And he will only get one single. All you have to do is just play smart cricket here. No need to get reckless. Devon Thomas and Floyd back in the pavilion. Thomas for 31, Floyd for 2. Kaniji waits for Peters with the lights on here. And he, just for a moment, he played around a straight one. The good thing about it is that his bat face was still straight. So even though it squeezed out onto the offside, he sort of been able to still hold his shape. 72 for 2. Benter is on 30. Kaniji is on 5. Peters comes up now to bowl to Kaniji. That's just keeping a little bit low. So really a lot of pace onto it. Pace off the ball there. 72 for 2. Very important period of play, very important period of time here. Here goes the man himself. Peters in now the ball to Kaniji, who is having a go at this one. When he goes there, sort of almost got himself in trouble to get run out, and maybe Django being behind the stump, it might have been a different ball game. So he was going for a hoik, moving to the mid-wicket area, got a leaning edge, and peeled off down to the third man area. They got 2 runs, and the score goes up to 74 for 2 at the end of over number 8. 74 for 2, and it's all happening here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. Cool and smooth T20 explosion. New Winchups Lion taking on the Bethesda Golden Eagles. Just want to be able to give some time to be able to thank the sponsors on behalf of the Cool and Smooth organization, Antigua and Barbuda Port Authority, Global Bank of Commerce, Antigua and Barbuda Festivals Commission, APUA INET, Cricket West Indies. Tropical Shipping. Cornelius in out to bowl to Benter. Benter is just coming easily, quietly forward on the eyes. Continue with the sponsors. Tropical Shipping, Hadid Motors, St. John's Development Corporation, Antigua and Barbuda Tourism Authority. Cornelius in out to bowl to Benter. Benter is looking for a single. Had to get back into his crease. Images, Designs, Signs and Impressions, Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association, Stonewall Reloaded, Kennedy's Club, Supreme Security, and Pineapple Beach Club. Here is Benter driving. When he gets there, sort of hugged himself. Really, his head was going, really not keeping his shape. He just needed to lean into the ball with his top hand. And because of that, he sort of lost the proper execution, but was still able to get a single down the ground, more or less, just in the short mid-wicket area. Here's Kaniji just sweeping this one down to the field at deep backward square. And they come back quite easily for 2. Can't stop that. So, Caribbean Union Bank, Bethesda Golden Eagles, just motoring on here. Really no pressure on them. 77 for 2. It's almost like a stroll in the park. 77 for 2. Cornelius comes in now to bowl to Benter. Benter back. He's looking for power. The sweeper coming around on the offside. Looks like Bartlett Henry, but he can't stop the second run. And good run in there between Kaniji and Bartlett and Benter. So the score in the meantime motors on to 79 for 2. Cornelius, Asher. Good cricketing brain. That one was a little ripper there. You could see that he put extra effort into that one, that delivery. So 9 overs bowled. And the latest score here at Coolidge Cricket Ground in the first game of the doubleheader. Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda Golden Eagles. They're 79 for 2 in reply to New Winchups score of 122 for 7. So 9 overs bowled here so far in this first encounter of the Cool and Smooth T20 explosion, and it's all taking place here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. A very big one. 79 for 2, and Nino Henry looking to ring the changes. Here is Benter driving to the offside, looking to put some pressure on the fielder on the offside, but he was only able to get one, so the score goes up to 80 for 2. It's almost like a stroll in the park here for these 2 batters. We consider them to be batsmen. Kaniji now comes in to strike. Boston. Here's Kaniji, just almost look like he's taking that one out of the gloves of Django. Just for a moment, look as if he might have spilled the catch. Yes. Those have to stick, and that didn't stick. So the score goes up to 81. Pigots Crushers coming up against PIC Liberta Blackhawks in the second game at 7 o'clock. And that is going to be a buster game. Here is Benter driving inside out over cover. Shavon Moore coming around nicely, but he can't stop the second run, and the throw comes back into the bowler, who collects. Olan Arundel Boston in out the ball to Benter again. Benter just back and just steering this into the offside. comes Boston as he comes in out to bowl to Kaniji. Kaniji is more or less, don't want to say opening the face of his bat, but that was like a drifter. Took the outside edge. There's no slip, no third man. It raced away down to the boundary for 4. And Boston would feel very, 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 very hard done and unlucky by that one. But that's what happens when you're playing in a T10, T20, 50 over white ball cricket. The runs come all over. That's what I can tell you. They come all over. Boston, not for 9 so far. This is his first over. We're in the number 8. He comes in now to bowl to Kaniji. Kaniji's back and turning this to the short mid-wicket fielder. Can't score. And the end of over number 10. They are 88 for 2. 88 for 2 at the end of 10. New Winchups Lions, they were 63 for 2. So it means that Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda, they are way ahead of the scoring rate. And all Bento has to do is make sure that he's there. They need 34 runs of 60 deliveries. 34 of 60. So he can get himself a decent score. And a lovely half century would give him some confidence going into the back end of this tournament. And he would also know that. Kaniji is on 16. Waits for Asher Cornelius. In out the bowl to him. He's back and just delicately. That's lovely. That is class. He just used the pace of delivery. Opened the face of the bat. More or less a late cut. And steered it to the left of the short third man fielder. And down to the boundary for 4. This is class by the young man. He goes to 20. And the score goes to 92 for 2. It's all happening right here. This is really, 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 really class. Bento is really showing his maturity. He scores a lot of runs at this level. He's back and slapping that out to the sweeper. Boston coming around nicely. It's good work. Beautiful work by the man there, Bartlett Henry, who's really had to do a lot of work sweeping on the offside. The score in the meantime goes up to 94 for 2. 94 for 2. Bento goes to 41. He'll be eyeing a half century here. Asher Cornelius in now to bowl to Bento. Bento comes quietly forward. Just goes back into his hut. There's only one thing Bento is thinking about. He wants to get this game done and dusted. They want to be able to make sure that they can get the 3 points in the bag. That is going to be key. Comes quietly forward looking for a single that is not on. He's got to get back into his blocks. He's back into his crease. Pigot's already warming up. Very early warm up. PIC Bertha Blackhawks, they're maybe not in any hurry as yet to get warm. Down the onside. Here is Bento going for a massive hit. That's gone 1 bounce for 4. No, I think the umpire will have to change his mind. 1 bounce for 4. Yes, I did see that one. And he's now changed his mind. 100 up for the Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda team. So, by the shouting, the fans and the spectators shouted, "No umpire!" It's 4 runs. So, 100 not up. We have to take that one off. So, it's 98 for 2. Cornelius in now to bowl to Bento. Bento is sort of choked himself in the shot. Didn't really get full stride out. At the end of over number 11. A message comes out from the Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda dugout. And Bento would want to be able to get himself some run. A decent score here would be good for him. He's on 45. And Kaniji is on 16. He lost the 2 wickets. And Devon Thomas caught Jermaine Otto, bowled Samuel Peters for 31. And Shakoy Floyd caught Jermaine Otto, bowled Shavon Moore for 2. A little water coming out there nicely for most likely a message and really not a water break. 98 for 2. As Boston will start over number 12. So the lights are fully on and in charge here. It comes in now to bowl to Bento. Bento is on driving. Can't beat the fielder at short mid-wicket. And so the score remains on 98 for 2. 98 for 2. Here goes Boston as he comes in out the bowl to Benter. Benter is back and steering this. That's class. Beautifully. Wide delivery. He just stays this down to the third man boundary for 4. Asher Cornelius was after it, but only to retrieve. Hit the boundary ropes now. And the score goes up to 102 for 2. And Benter quietly goes up to 49. This is good batting so far. And the finish of him. This is what you want to see in terms of batsmanship. You want to see a little class, a little deflection, sweep, a late cut. And he's demonstrated all of those today. He's back and just turning this into the outside. 50 to Benter. No, I did say 50. No, it's not 50 yet for him. I'm getting a little mixed up between the two players. Nick Kaniji is the one who got the boundary there. He goes up to 21. Benter now is having a heave. He got nowhere close to the pitch of the ball. And this is something that I find with Caribbean batsmen. They'll be batting good. You see the class of them, and then all of a sudden they just have a rush of blood. Boston in out the bowl to Thomas. Thomas is into Benter. Benter is driving inside out. Otto is coming around. That's beautiful piece of work there, but he can't stop that. A boundary in the end. Giving up that one there. So, a boundary to Benter. He goes up to 49. And guess he can stop that in a very big way. So, 107 for 2. 107 for 2. $107 for 2. $107 for 2. 107 for 2 at the end of over number 12. So they need 19 runs. 19 runs of at least about 51 deliveries. So the action is happening here, fast and furious. 103 for 2. In fact, it should be 107 for 2. According to the main scoreboard. 107 for 2. They need 15 runs. And by the shouting, this game could be over in a very quick time. Benter is on 49, approaching his first half century of the tournament, as Asher Cornelius is going to come in now to bowl to Benter. Cornelius into bowl to Benter. Benter is sweeping this one. And 50 for Benter. Finally, I can be able to celebrate with him. And he gets a small but trickling applause here from the spectators. And really, you maybe need to have the PA system playing around to know that Benter should be approaching a half century. Got to get some noise going in that area. Here comes Asher Cornelius. Be looking to try to surprise him and say, no, you can't get that yet. Good ripper there from Asher Cornelius. I like this young man. I hope that the cricketing authorities in Antigua would spend some time with him. Wrist spin is a very, very, very hard art. You'd have to develop some shoulders, Asher Cornelius, but he's willing to work in some way to be able to get that going. 109 for 2. 109 for 2. And you Winchups Lions, they're under the gun here. Caribbean Union Bank, Bethesda Golden Eagles, they'll be looking to go one better. And these two look like they're going to pick up a couple of runs right here. And New Winchups look like they could be in serious, serious, serious trouble in terms of what's going to be happening. So 100 So 111 for 2. Clipped away to the outside. Picking up an easy single. So it's all happening. 112 now for 2. Here comes Asher Cornelius. He comes in out to both of him. Again, he's playing around a straight delivery, appealing for a leg before. But I think that one would have hit him outside the line of the leg stump. And so it's all happening by the shouting here. Parish League Blackhawks, I think they'll have to start getting themselves up because this game is done and dusted. 12 overs bowled, and this game could be over in the 13th over. So 112 for 2, 12 overs bowled. Who's coming back? It's not been a good outing so far for New Winchups. And in fact, they could be knocked out of the competition pretty early. The next game is also going to be important because both teams would have won their first game. And so it is going to be also very important that they, whichever one wins, can book themselves a place in the semi-final. And so there's all for the playing in this encounter that is going to be taking place. So we have another bowler coming on here, as they would, as I feel, just need about 10 more runs. 13 overs bowled. Here's a, looks like not a big effort there from the fielder coming off on the long run boundary. And they will get the boundary. No, they won't. And everybody just more or less just getting a little bit reckless right here. So 8 runs needed to be able to try to see if they can stop the Caribbean Union Bethesda Golden Eagles from winning this one. 115 for 2. 115 for 2. Benter more or less losing his shape there. Took his eyes off of the ball, really. I think he wants to end with a maximum. He still needs to get over the line. No need for him to get reckless. Michael Palmer around the wicket. 115 for 2 is going to bowl to Benter, who's batted beautifully so far. Again, they're looking for a second that is certainly not on. The game more or less just petering out here. His father is shouting to him, please don't give it up. I think he's almost look like he's running out of gas the way he's batting. Looks like he's in a hurry. Seems to be a freeze on the main scoreboard. 116. Here is Kaniji up and uppercut more or less onto the offside. So I think New Winchups Lions just going through the motions. This will be their second loss. I don't think that they will be able to dent or even get into the semi-final. Maybe take a miracle for them. I think the last time in 2019, I'll just have to go through my notes. I think they would have been in the semi-final of the 2019 tournament. 117 for 2. Here is Benter again, just driving, losing shape, losing. Every time he tries to hit the ball too hard, he sort of loses his shape. Score goes up to 118 for 2. The scoreboard giving me a hard time here on my computer, so I have to motor on off of the actual scoreboard on the screen here at the ground. Again, everybody looking for power. When you're looking for power, then you tend to lose your shape in some form, shape or the other. So over has been completed. Chicky sounds like he's not playing any music anymore. 14 overs bowled. Up comes the music. 119 for 2. They maybe would just need maybe just 4 runs, and then we'll be out of here by the shouting. Everybody's got to be out of their mind right now. So, 119 for 2. 119 for 2. Flackman is on the go here. And this game could be over in a whisker very quickly. Looks like Valentine will be bowling from the CIO end. And Kaniji will be the one who will be facing. He's driving again through the offside for 4. That's a beautiful shot. Game over. So, Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda Golden Eagles. They would have won this game by some 8 wickets. Very quick work. Kaniji slapping one through the offside. He's not out 35. Benter is not out 51. And an early victory for the Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda Golden Eagles. And by the shouting, they will be very disappointed. Didn't make enough runs. And in the end, the class and the firepower of the Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda Golden Eagles saw them across the line. 123 for 2. And it was over by the shouting. 123 for 2. Not out batsman. Benter on 51. And Kaniji on 35. So, just to give you an analysis very quickly. Devon Thomas caught Jermaine Otter bowl Samuel Peters for 31. Shakoy Floyd caught Jermaine Otter bowl Shavan Moore for 2. Benter not out on 51. Kaniji, notice Kaniji not out on 35. And the wicket takers, like I say, would have been Samuel Peters, 2 not, 17-1. And Shavan Moore, 2 overs, no maidens, 11 runs, 1 wicket. Other bowling figures, just to kind of very quickly give you an analysis in terms of what would have happened, so you get an idea. Nino Henry, 2 overs, no maidens, 23 runs, no wickets. Shavan Moore, 2 overs, no maidens, 11 runs, 1 wicket. Damon Valentine, 1 over, no maidens, 16 runs, no wicket. Samuel Peters, 2 overs, no maidens, 17 runs, 1 wicket. Asher Cornelius, the only bowler to bowl his maximum 4 overs, no maidens, 27 runs, no wickets. Arundel Boston, 2 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, no wickets. And Michael Palmer, he conceded and finished his spell with about maybe 7 runs coming off of his over. He bowled some 1 over, no maidens, 7 runs, no wickets. The not out batsman, just to let you know that New Winchups Lions going down in their second game. Yeah, they're going down very, very easily here. 123 for 2. Gavin Tong, the senior test player, just having a little conversation there. So, a recap in terms of what would have happened. New Winchups Lions 122 for 7. Django 29. Henry 25. Otto 21. Bowling figures for Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda Golden Eagles. Kelvin Pittman, 4 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, 3 wickets. Anthony Martin, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 16 runs, 2 wickets. And Timo Thomas, 2 overs, no maidens, 25 runs, 1 wicket. So the featured game coming up at 7 p.m. Pickett Squashers, they will be coming up with against the PIC Liberta Blackhawks, who are the defending champions. And so that is going to be very critical. In fact, there are 2 undefeated teams because they would have won their opening encounters in the first game. And so that is going to be very, very, very important in terms of what's going to be happening. So we'll take a break. 123 for 2. 123 for 2. It's going to be taking place here. This in itself is another important feature here in terms of what's going to be coming up. I just have to give you an analysis of what would have happened in the first encounter and to let you know the scorecard from the first game, the first 2 games. So the folks who just joined and tuned in to us, just going to come up with that information very quickly so we can give you an analysis of those games. And just to let you know that the tournament PIC Crushers versus Liberta Blackhawks. Tomorrow will be the final round of games before Tuesday. We'll have Rising Sun Spartans taking on All Saints at 4 p.m. and Jennings Tigers will take on Empire Nation at 7 p.m. Those are the matches slated for tomorrow, Friday, April 29th. As we'll have a presentation ceremony of the man of the match taking place anytime soon here in a little while. So the teams are clearing out as we get ourselves organized for the man of the match presentation. And let's see if that will be taking place sooner rather than later. Anytime now, I think the decision would have been made as to who will be the man of the match. And we'll be able to have a break very quickly. See Mark Charles and his crew getting themselves organized to be able to deal with the man of the match presentation. Who that will be, we don't know yet. But we'll wait around for a little while and see what is going to be happening. So, as I take some time out to go through the analysis of the games, like I said, on the first night, Bethesda Golden Eagles versus Piggott Squashers. Piggott Squashers winning by some 3 wickets. And then Liberta Blackhawks, they trashed New Winchups Lions. Then Jennings Tigers upset All Saints in that game on Tuesday, and Rising Suns, they also stunned Empire Nation in the second game of the Tuesday night fixture. Tonight, Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda Golden Eagles picking up their first victory over New Winchups Lions, and then we have the featured game at 7 p.m. Piggott Squashers coming up against Liberta Blackhawks. So we have a situation here where the man of the match presentation will take place. And anytime soon, we'll have that ceremony taking place. I think there'll be an interview, maybe controlled by the 2 captains. We're just about waiting to see what's going to be happening. And we look and see who's going to be there. It looks as if Kelvin Pittman is going to be the man of the match. Yes, so the West Indies under 19 youngster, Leeward Islands prospect from Bethesda Golden Eagles, Kelvin Pittman, has been named the player of the match in this very important game. So he will stride out. And presentation, I think, will be made. Don't know who's going to make the presentation as we speak. Gotta wait and see in terms of what's happening. I think they're also trying to get the captain. I don't know, Nickel is trying to get himself organized. So we await to see the presentation party as to who will make the presentation. So anytime now, we'll have the conversation or interview segment taking place. And once Mark can give me the okay, we should be all right. Just waiting to see the arrangements in terms of what's going to be happening. I see Nickel still waiting, so we still have a delay here in terms of the presentation aspect to take place. Don't know who he's trying to get as we speak. But Daria is now bringing out the prize. All right, so looks as if we are on track. The man of the match will be getting a phone. And
in the middle of the field, we have the man of the match presentation. And both coaches have decided after his 4 over spell, 3 for 18. Mr. Pittman collected the award from Lyrics and Ambassador. 4 overs, 3 wickets, 18 runs for Calvin Pittman.
Three crucial wickets as well. I'm your Django, Michael, and Harold Jr. Congrats to him.
Oh, you gonna record it, brother? That'd be brilliant. Oh, but I want with that camera, bro. Oh, the lens too long. Ready? Well, we're here at the Man of the Match presentation. Junior Kelvin, 3 wickets for you today in your 4-over spell. What went well for you?
Well, for me, just going hit my areas and just trust the process. And it worked in my way, so I'm thankful.
There's been a lot of talk around your sort of development coming into this Cool and Sport T20. You're playing against senior cricketers here in Antigua and from across the region. How much has it helped your development thus far?
A lot. I learned a lot from them. Experience well.
Going forward now, you guys have got one more crucial group stage game against Liberta and then hopefully trying to get onto those remaining stages. What's going to be key for you guys now to ensure that you get over that line and get to those knockout games?
What's going to be the key? Well, for us, is just go out, play good cricket and trust the process and hopefully work in our way.
3 wickets for Calvin Pittman. Was a stellar spell, full of pace, full of fire. He's today's man of the match. Bro.
Cool and Sport Explosion. We've got the captains here from the biggest sports club as well as Liberta, Raheem Powell and Francis. And of course, we've got match referee Van Roy Burns. Raheem Powell's got the point. It was that head. And it's still on the toss. Sorry, Raheem Powell's on the toss. What would you be doing, Raheem?
They never give any respect to Parish.
Tell me about this Raheem Powell. You guys are coming as one of the favorites. You enjoy it. What went well for you guys in that first game that you was captain of?
I think the becomes cool for you and settle the game for Let's have to see how this is playing.
I spotted a certain Jamar Hamilton in the mix. Who else is coming into your team today?
It's just somebody can replace Michael Brick.
All the best for your team. Let's get Elroy Francis. Elroy, you guys also coming in off a win. How much does that do to the confidence for pickup?
Three games in the tournament and we won the first one, so we just want to something in the winning spirit and hopefully
against a very strong Liberta team, they've got the support, but how much do you think that confidence of that win, as well as those moving parts that you guys have got in terms of batting and bowling, will help you against such a strong unit?
Everybody knows that fitness is going to be the underdogs tonight, so we just have to keep on the game plan and make that experience to the court.
Any changes to your team?
So we have 3 changes. Baptist, we have Vincent Sadler,
Well, all the best to your team. Thank you. Well, there you have it, the toss. So the Liberta Sports Club, they've won the toss, and they will be batting first on a very good deck under the lights. Don't go anywhere. Your friends, family, anyone to come down to the Cool Trigger Round. We've got a blockbuster coming up for you.
we start. Welcome back. Welcome back to an exciting time here. It's what? Yes, T20 cricket, live and in living color from the College Cricket Ground, and I'm joined by my colleague, Terry Laraja. Yeah, the name, the voice, the man. And he's right here, live and in living color. Good evening, my buddy. How are you doing?
Good evening, Vernon, and good evening to all our listeners and followers, wherever you may be. And welcome to the Cool and Smooth T20 explosion. And it's certainly been exploding so far. There's some good tight matches, and hopefully we're in for another good match tonight between the defending champions, Vernon.
Yeah,
PIC Liberta Blackhawks.
The defending champions. We're just waiting for the music to go down. And once Chicky Hi-Fi can maybe take the music down. And this has been excellent because we're having a 7 o'clock start. Bang on time. Donald Shekels and Leslie Reefer Jr. just making sure they just indicate. Somebody just needs to alert Chicky Hi-Fi that the game is about to start. And once that happens, we bang on start the first delivery. PIC Liberta Blackhawks, they'll be batting first. So we know that for sure. And massive total the other night right there. The music just needs to go down. Is anybody talking to the music man? Because the players and everybody's ready. Down goes the music. And we're ready for cricket action. So it's Yuri Smith and Kofi James who are opening tonight for the PIC Liberta Blackhawks, Terry.
Yeah, a good opening partnership. Of course, they're playing against the Pigots Crushers. And they drafted in West Indies baseman Sheldon Cottrell, didn't they, in the draft this season? So first ball appeal, but it looked like been going down leg side.
Is that Austin Richards starting for the Pigots Crushers?
It looks to be, I think.
Yes.
Yes, Richards Jr.
Austin Richards would have also played for the West Indies A team. And as you heard there from Terry, I'm just looking to see if I see Cotterwell. Do you see Cotterwell?
I don't actually see him tonight, though.
Did you see him on the first night?
We didn't see him on the first night
I
either.
don't remember seeing him on the first night, so I don't know if he's not arrived as yet. But we'll find out sooner rather than later. Here comes Austin Richards. He's going to move it now nicely. He's going to bowl to Yuri Smith. Very accomplished player, Yuri Smith. Batted well the other night. And Richards, with his experience, bang on target. Donald Shekels, the umpire here, and Leslie Reefer Jr. At square leg. Pigots Crushers starting with a slip shot, third man. Backward point to cover, mid-on, mid-off, short mid-wicket, short fine leg. Out comes the Blackhawks team. Field on deep backward square leg and a long on. Here is Smith on driving down the ground. And the PIC Liberta Blackhawks, they're off. Smith is on one. It now brings Kofi James into strike. And something I just wanted to talk to you about, Terry, is that I find that sometimes we have to respect the game. If you're in nick, you're in nick. And I saw Kofi James could have got 100 the other night. And he just came down and just had a wild swing at the delivery. Never got anywhere close. And he was batting well. He was in 71. You got to be able to cash in, because this game, you can't disrespect cricket.
Definitely.
You got to really pay attention to the game. So I hope that he understands that when you inform, you cash in, because anything is possible. Austin Richards is in now to bowl to Kofi James. Kofi James is clipping this one. He gets the first run. It goes past the short mid-wicket fielder down to the long-on fielder. And so this both batsmen are off the mark. 2 without loss, Terry.
Yeah, and a good confident start there by Kofi James. But I agree with you, Vernon. Now, when you're in like that, and he was 70-odd at the time, of very few deliveries, seeing them well, playing well, then, as you say, cash in, go for the 100. You never know who's watching, Vernon.
Austin Richards comes in now to bowl to Yuri Smith. Yuri Smith is whipping this one
Shot.
beautifully. To the middle of the first boundary for the BIC Liberta Blackhawks. And he's a very bottom hand player. And I was in the slot right there. And he just worked that beautifully to the vacant mid-wicket fielder. 6 without loss. He goes to 5. Yuri Smith is 5. And Kofi James is 1.
Yeah, beautiful shot there by Yuri Smith. Has clipped it over the short mid-wicket fieldsman. And the fielder on the boundary had no hope whatsoever cutting that off. So confident start for Smith as well.
Richards in now to bowl to Smith. Smith is back and just steering this down to the third man boundary. They can't stop that. And so the end of the first over. First over has cost 7. Smith is on 6. Kofi James is on 1. And the PIC Liberta Blackhawks they often run in here in the second game of the Cool and Smooth T20 Explosion.
Yeah, up and running, and they'll be happy with that first over. 7 runs coming off it. Very good opening partnership though, Yuri Smith and Coffee James. So Alberta Blackhawks will be looking for a good start here in this match against Pigot's Crushers. Pigot's, they've been informed just maybe the second best going round at the moment in Antigua and Barbuda. But they've also won their fair share of tournaments over the last couple of seasons. So Johnny Fredericks, head coach, doing some good work at Pigot's and building the club up, which is great to see for local cricket here in Antigua and Barbuda.
So we got Vincent Chadwick Jr., who will be getting himself organized to get going. Anytime soon we'll be able to be up and running. Terry Chadwick Jr. will be moving in nicely. He's going to move in out the bowl to Yuri Smith, who's driving inside out over cover, wide delivery and put away. And Yuri Smith is batting beautifully. He's been good class. He scored shots up to 7 to 11 without loss. Smith goes up to 10 and Kofi James is on 1.
Yeah, a bit of a loosener there by Shadrach Jr. He bowled a beautiful spell a couple of weeks ago in the Parish League for Police against Liberta. So you know these batsmen well, but that was a loosener and well put away by Smith.
Here comes Shadrach Jr. He comes in now to bowl to Smith. That sort of cramped him, but he was still able to sneak and get a single. Pigot's Crushers, they'll be missing a couple of players. Terry, who've gone off to England. Venter, Eastern Waters.
Important players too, Vernon.
Yeah, very important. 12 without loss.
Yes, but good batting by Smith every time. He's hit 2 boundaries, one in the first over and now one in this second over. And both times he's followed it up looking for the single off the next delivery. So good batting as the Blackhawks move on to 12 without loss. And we're just into the second over here of this Cool and Smooth T20 Explosion clash. Shadrach Jr. in again. And so
there's a wide delivery here by Shadrach Jr. Seemed to look a bit surprised that the umpire did signal wide. Shadrach Jr. But Kofi James, he's a tall guy and he couldn't get to it. Maybe the umpire in his own estimation thought that that was really extra wide. In terms of the build-up.
Yes, and I think the umpire was spot on there and looked very wide from our vantage point, which is right behind the wicket.
Again, this time this was within the area, so could understand what Shadrach Jr. is working on. Could see that.
Yeah, just keeping it up around about off stump, making Coffee James come to him. See if he can entice a full stroke. No slip in place to James though.
13 without loss. Shadrach Jr. Vincent. One point in time, he had some good pace. Ken flashing at that delivery there is Kofi James. So there's a good line. There's a little byplay and talk going on. Teams tonight. You know that Raheem Cornwall, captain, Wilden Cornwall Jr., Joshua Thomas, Amir Nathaniel, Kadim Phillip, Hayden Walsh Jr., Kareem Agor, Kofi James, Yuri Smith, and Jamal Hamilton. And Shaniqua Landavort. Landavort looks very good. And for the Pigot's Crushers, Elroy Francis. Oh, Elroy is still here. Oh, that's interesting. I'll get back to that in a little while. Shadrach Jr. comes in out the boat to Kofi James. Kofi James back. Backs that. Down to the boundary for 4. Elroy Francis. He couldn't get up there. That went like a rocket. And somebody could tell me why is Vincent Shadrach Jr. bowling that sort of length and that line. That was a nothing ball, more or less. Francis coming across to say we got to bowl a little bit more tighter. Once you go that line, that's where Kofi is strong.
Definitely. Yeah, and that just set up for him beautifully and he cracked it straight over the cover fieldsman there, who I think it was too hot to handle. He made a bit of an attempt But that was a cracking shot there by Coffee James.
He's on 5. 17 without loss. Shadrack Jr. running in, had to abort his run. And just to let you know that the flagman is here.
Showing great support as always.
Needs to be honored.
He does need to be honored.
You need to be honored too, Terry. Everybody needs to be honored. But we're doing this because, you know, service and significance equals success. Shadrack in out the ball to
again wide.
Another wide delivery again. I don't know why Shadrack is getting excited and losing his cool and his emotions. That's a wide delivery. He's just trying too many things. Just come and bowl the ball on the wicket. That's all you have to do. Put the ball between wicket and wicket.
Yes, most definitely. Vernon needs to concentrate a little bit better here. His byplay, as you were talking about with Coffee James before, is he finishing his run up just meters from the batting crease, but he's definitely too wide outside the off stump so far.
18 without loss. Shadrack Jr. in out the bowl to Smith. Smith is back. Not Smith. James is back and steering this down to the boundary for 4. The fielder, short third man, had a lot of work to do, and he couldn't get across. And in the meantime, James goes to 9, and the score goes to 22 without loss. The end of over number 2, and the PIC Liberta Blackhawks. A lot of emotions here from Vincent Shadrack Jr. You just need to just take it easy.
Yeah, most definitely, and that was a pretty ordinary over. I think his emotions get the better of him. That last delivery was a little closer to the off-stump line, but very well guided there by Coffee James, and another boundary. So 22 without loss after 2 overs. Great start here for Liberta Blackhawks.
So, just want to be able to, on behalf of the Cool and Smooth organization, thank a number of sponsors who've made it possible so far. But we break for a little while as Austin Richards, he comes in now to bowl to Smith. Smith is driving down to long on, picking up an easy single. The score goes up to 23 without loss. Smith goes to 12, and it brings James, who's a 9 in strike. This is the Cool and Smooth T20 Explosion action. This is the feature game on this doubleheader. 2 undefeated teams so far in the competition. Piggott Crushers against the PIC Liberta Blackhawks team. Here is a delivery which more or less took pace off here in terms of Richards bowling to him. And just on behalf of our commentary team, Terry, we want to extend condolences to Cleve Joseph, who lost his mom today. You know, the Zola Batley family.
Slashed again.
Another delivery, wide enough, and given James enough room to swing his arms. And that peel off outside on the outside edge, went over gully, backward point area, and down to the vacant third man boundary for 4.
Yeah, it peeled off the outside edge, but was never in any danger of reaching anywhere but the boundary rope. These 2 opening bowlers for Piggotts need to tighten things up though in Richards Jr. and Shadrack Jr. Bowling far too wide, giving the Liberta Blackhawks opening pair in James and Smith too much room.
Austin Richards goes past Shekels in out the bowl to James. James is getting attention to that. That races away down to the vacant final boundary. 4 more. Battery line delivery there by Austin Richards. Into the area there, bowling an in-swinger, but not enough pace. And all James had to do was just get a bat onto ball. He goes up to 17. Yuri Smith is on 12, and the score is 31 without loss. And we only into over number 3.
Yep. And James already looking very ominous, continuing his fine form from the first match. But you can see what Austin Richards was trying to do there, get his line tighter.
That's a lot better. Really took pace off of the ball, and so James really couldn't get to, you know,
free his arms.
Fire. That favorite shot that he likes to play so much. 31 without loss. Kofi James is now a contracted player with the Leeward Islands Hurricane franchise. He's worked very hard on his cricket. He's back and
catch. Whoa!
And rock catch there. should have come up with that one. And just for a moment, the Pigots team running ragged there. Got to take those at this level. Gershon Phillip spilling a beauty there. He should have come up with that. 32 without loss, especially James. You don't want to give James any chance at all.
Most definitely not with the form James is showing. He's right on the at backward point there. He was right on the 30-yard circle. Dived forward a little, got a hand to it, his left hand to it, but spilt the catch. And then to add insult in the injury, they took one for the overthrow. So at the end of 3 overs, PIC Liberta Blackhawks starting on fire, 33 without loss, with James on 19 and Yuri Smith on 12.
So once again, we pay some respects to our major sponsors: Antigua and Barbuda Port Authority, Global Bank of Commerce, Antigua and Barbuda Festivals Commission, APUA INET, Cricket West Indies, Tropical Shipping, Hadid Motors, St. John's Development Corporation, Antigua and Barbuda Tourism Authority, Images Design. Shadrach Jr. comes in now to bowl to
shot.
Smith is draw. Smith is right beautifully. Took cover for 4. That went like a bullet.
I think that was shot of the night so far for me, Vernon. That was
beautiful.
Cracked. Burnt the grass, that one.
Woo.
And they're rocketing along, 37 for no wicket.
Yeah, the exhibition of stroke play here is just intense, based on what we've seen so far. Both batsmen on 16, and that's a lovely shot there by Yuri Smith. He's such a beautiful player. Went to England last year also. Shadrach in now to bowl to Smith. Smith back and cracking that, but can't beat the backward point fielder. And the score remains on 37 without loss. Smith is 16, James 16. And it's an exhibition of stroke play here in Galore from some loose bowling from Shadrach and Richards.
Yes, they're capitalizing very much, Vernon, on loose bowling, as you say, and Pigots need to be wary here, or this will run away from them very, very quickly.
Shadrach in now to bowl to Smith. That's a much better length there. He just punched that into the offside. Gershon Phillip coming in, but he can't stop the single. But it's not Gershon. Just lost him for a little bit there. Score goes up to 38 without loss. Smith 17. It now brings Kofi James, who's on 16 in strike. A lovely crowd have turned out here. You know, the Pigots crushers, they're going to come out. So too is Liberta. Very big, strong cricketing community. Pigots crushers, the 4 to the champions.
Hey.
And down the onside, somebody could tell me why is Shadrach Jr. bowling that line?
Well, he's
just all over the place.
Definitely. He's on both sides of the wicket. That one was an attempted slow ball, but very, very badly ill-directed down leg side, and all Kofi James had to do was get a touch on it, which he did, and flew down to the fine leg boundary. So we're only in over number 4, Vernon, and already 42 without loss, and things are looking very good for Liberta.
But I think what is actually happening is that Shadrach Jr. is losing his composure because Kofi James is looking to try to bowl him, because Kofi James is moving pretty early. And if you're going to bowl him that sort of in-swinger, that's a much better line. You've got to hit the deck here, especially with this. He's still trying to have some war words with Kofi James. And James would be advised to be able to just look to play the ball up in front of him. He's still looking to go square rather than up in front of him. I think that is going to be key. That is going to be important. 42 without loss. It's the PIC Liberta Blackhawks. Kofi James is on 23. Yuri Smith is on 17. This has been a flyer here so far. Shadrach in now to bowl to James. James gets a better delivery. He just punches it to the offside. More or less half back. And was able to still get a single. So over number 4 finally comes to an end. The score is 43 without loss. 43 without loss of 4 overs, Jerry.
Yes, some very good batting by PIC Liberta Blackhawks, especially this opening pair. They got a very good understanding between the wickets. They run well between the wickets, but the thing I like, though, Vernon, is the fact that they're always looking for that single, and you don't see too much of that in our cricket these days. But these two, They put it on a fine display at the moment. James is 24, Smith is 17, 43 without loss after 4 overs. And it looks like we're going to see a bowling change from the northern end.
And let's not also forget Mystic Bakery, the winner of this game, whether it be the Liberta Blackhawks or Pigots, will receive a freshly baked cake. Compliments Mystic Bakery.
I can't see the number.
14, I think. We don't have the numbers.
Yeah, so we just wait and see in terms of what's happening, because automatically it should come up on our scoreboard. Just to let you know, so we'll wait and see what's happening. Looks like a left arm.
Left armer coming over the wicket to right-handed James.
Jared John Baptist.
Okay.
So he's the man. And let's see what sort of rhythm he will have tonight. Here is a drive here by
it's gone again.
James. And it's gone to cover for 4. So I think that Elroy Francis will need to get his angles right. Now, why would he have that feeler on the deep backward square leg boundary? I'm kind of a little amazed. To me, it would be better if the left armer is going to be bowling for you to have protection on the offside than on the leg side. If you're having protection on the leg side, that's bad bowling.
Definitely. You need the extra man in the cover region where that last delivery went. Got through the covers for another 4.
James seems to be in a hurry. Seems to have a train to catch. He's back and looking to punch that. Again, the ground feeling here so far by the Pigots Crushers seems to be in a quandary. Elroy Francis need to lift his entire team up and say, come on. I am still trying to work out why that feel on the deep backward square leg boundary. I can't get that worked out until now, Terry. You need to tell me. I've got to be that I'm seeing a different game.
I agree with you.
I think they maybe hurt us now.
Well, they brought fine leg up into the circle and they dropped cover out to cover point. Yeah.
This is a better field place here. At least you have protection now on both sides. Really. I think the third man just needs to go a little bit to his right anyhow.
Oi.
And just for a moment here, Kofi James trying to get fancy.
But there's no need for that, you see. They're well on top. There's no need to try and play a ramp shot.
It's just like Devon Thomas is batting so beautifully here in the first game and just decided that he had enough.
Right.
Go back into the pavilion. Here's Kofi James trying to scoop that certainly really not on. Just stand up and just play normal cricket shots. Mid on and the mid off is inside the 30-yard circle. John Baptist comes in now to bowl to James.
Shot.
But there's protection outside there, so that's a better option. That's a better.
Much better.
And really, I think that Elroy Francis needs to come a little bit to his left to be able to, let him hit the ball to the right of you. All these are angles that you have to work out. 50 up for the Parish League Blackhawks, and this is their second opening partnership so far of this tournament. Both Smith and James.
Yes, they're batting extremely well. Not a good start for Liberta, but with the sweeper on the cover point boundary, at least they can restrict the scoring through the offside. As John Baptiste is in, and that's swung high out towards the cover point fielder there. Just the single to Smith. He moves on to 19. And the score is 51 for no wicket. And we're in over number 5. John Baptiste trying to bowl as full and straight as he can. The left arm seamer. He's into Kofi James now. And James is looking to whip that off his legs. Called wide down the leg side by the umpire. And went through the keeper. So they take the extra run to move the score on to 53 for no wicket. James is on 31. And Smith is on 18. And to that delivery, Smith picks up another single to complete the over. So we've had 6 overs here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground in the T20 cool and smooth T20 explosion between PIC Liberta Blackhawks and the Pickets Crushers. And PIC Liberta Blackhawks has certainly started well. After 5 overs, they're 54 without loss, with Coffee James on 31 and Yuri Smith on 18. And there's been some pretty ordinary bowling here by Pickets Crushers, but full credit to the two Liberta openers in James and Smith. They've certainly capitalized on the bad deliveries that they've been given. And another excellent start and another half-century stand between these two batsmen, and it looks like it's going to be another change, Vernon, from the southern or commentary box end.
Yeah, and 51 without loss, 5 overs bowled, 54 without loss. Looks like the man Power.
Oh, a bit of bounce.
Yeah, certainly. He comes into the attack right here. I'm wondering what's happening. We also live Terry on Platinum FM 97.9.
Excellent.
So we're on the Cool and Smooth page and also on the Parish League page. Stephen Matthew, Tower, as he's called, really is get some bounce here. It's almost like, I think before we even knew anything about Rakim Cornwall, we heard about Power. Let's see how this contest is going to work out. 55 without loss. Comes in now to bowl to James. James has got to check himself. So it's going to be critical and important. 55 without loss. I want to thank all of the folks who continue to support Cool and Smooth in a very big way.
Catch.
A delivery here from Stephen Matthew. James trying to give himself some room. That's why I was talking to you about Elroy Francis coming to his right, especially to the off spinner. He should have been able to pick that one up because he already has cover on his left. So just don't need to move, just need to just have himself. Or is back and an uppercut down to the vacant boundary for 4.
Yeah, another good shot.
To drive the ball up in front of him. Very, very important. Kofi James. It's a very difficult batsman sometimes to bowl to. Be patient. 59 without loss.
Most definitely, but the Crushers will be looking to crush this opening partnership though. It's getting out of hand here for them at the moment.
Remember, we're still inside the power 60 overs. That's a much better delivery. See, he took pace off of that ball there, Terry.
A lot straighter.
But I think Stephen Matthew goes so fast that, that's why Kofi James can be able to just use the pace. He took pace off there. That one he also did. There is Tower getting down there and saving that one there. So finally, the over comes to an end. 6 overs been bowled, 59 without loss. It's a dasher here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
It certainly is a flying start for the defending champions, PIC Liberta Blackhawks. Both batsmen, Coffee James and Yuri Smith, batting very well, picking up where they left off in the opening match against New Winchups Lions. They won that convincingly by 90 runs. And Pickets Crushers, it will be John Baptiste to continue from the northern end. They definitely need a wicket or 2 here just to peg the Blackhawks back. They dearly love, if not both, at least one of these openers out very quickly here, just to get into the match really. They haven't had a chance yet as Elroy Francis Jr. just adjusts his field a little, but he's got sweeper on both the on and the offside again for John Baptiste as that one flies through to the keeper and there's no run.
Delivery there from John Baptiste. Had some pace on it also. 59 without loss. Blackhawks on a mission here. Down the onside, and just for a moment, Smith losing his shape, Kerry. Picking up a leg by in the end.
Yes, he did lose his shape to that one. I think it did just hurry on to him a bit quicker than he expected. But nevertheless, these two looking for any run they can get.
60. 60 without loss. Kofi James now comes into strike. Let's see what the approach is going to be. John Baptiste comes in out to bowl to Kofi James. He tucks him up, but they can't stop the single. And, you know, I will never understand this, Jerry. Singles are always trying to bowl when the time comes, they're still not going to hit the stump.
Exactly, and the batsmen were already well in their ground, but our Francis and his team just seem to be on their heels a bit.
Because I think they're trying so hard to get these two explosive players. Kofi James especially had a chance. Gershon Phillip would have dropped one at backward point, and just needs to be able to pick that one up in the meantime.
John Baptiste just lost his run-up, but he's all set again now, the left armour. And he comes from the northern end into James, and James is thrashing his hands through that one, pulls it into the onside. They come back for the second, and that's very well run again by James and Smith. 2 more to the score, taking it up to 63 without loss. We're in over number 7.
So the scorecard just been turned over here, Terry, nicely. Good common sense cricket, I think, which is also going to be very important. That is also going to be key.
Yeah, that's what impresses me about these two, Vernon, that they're always looking for any run that they can get. And that one driven nicely through the cover region.
Yeah.
But just the single as the sweeper still on the boundary for John Baptiste.
I think he just eased his eyes onto it. He didn't try to overhit it cautiously. Crowd have turned out in their numbers, and you know,
great to see.
Cricket communities here. So
yeah, most definitely.
In consideration. Talking about Pigots. And here is a clip into the outside, badly lined
beaten again.
And you know that bottom hand, right? That is why he's going to be so dominant, because he's going to frustrate you, because that right hand comes into play. He's been able to just whip that up. And at the end of, as we would say, over number 7, the pressure continues here. They're putting some pressure here on the Pickers team.
Most definitely. 68 without loss after 7 overs. I'll be very happy with that, with the Blackhawks, and getting the boundary off the last ball of that over just keeps the momentum going for them. Both batsmen just having a bit of a drink in between overs.
You think it's a drink?
Well, never know, I mean.
Yeah, Smith is getting some treatment from the physio, so that's why I asked you.
Right.
Yeah. Physio have been pretty busy tonight. So 68 without loss, 7 overs bowled. Kofi James is on 40, 24 balls, 30 minutes, 8 boundaries, 11 boundaries hit so far by PSC Liberta Blackhawks. Huey Smith is on 22 not out. And the strike rate for both of these players are over 100.
Most definitely. Have to be. They're on fire, these two. Pigots need a wicket or 2.
Matthew in now to bowl to Smith. Smith saying, I should have done a lot better with that. But the only thing about it is that he didn't come across to work that to get a single. Manager Bike walking around the boundary. Here is Smith getting a scoop there. Stephen Matthews bowling so fast, Terry, that this is what is going to happen. He needs to take pace off the ball. That's what he's not doing.
Yeah, slow it up a bit, does Matthew, and more stump-to-stump line. That one was too directed on leg stump and very easily turned round the corner by Smith for yet another boundary.
Well, the field placings, leaves a lot to be desired. We'll come back to that. Again, he's back and looking to punch that short delivery, and Huey Smith has to be able to work on that. You must be able to. You have to get a single from that delivery, and that's because he didn't get deep enough with it with his right foot. Bang on target, looking for a single there, but he's got to get back into his crease there. Score remains on 72 without loss. Stefan Macho trying to bowl some consolidation here. That's a better delivery. He's diving, but he can't stop that one as it comes down to Shadrach. And the thing about cricket is that you can get ragged. If one of these Smith has already pushed the borderline here. And some of the squashers, they have no answer to a Kofi James. Here's a ball punching to the offside. Looks like he will have the legs to go all the way for 4. Yes, it does. Fielder needed to have a bigger effort. He was diving more or less rather than trying to save the boundary. And another boundary to Kofi James as another over is completed here. Terry, 8 overs bowled. And the Piggott Squashers, they're under the gun here, 77 without loss.
Yes, and that last shot there by Kofi James, exquisite timing on that one, and I think that's what beat the sweeper out on the boundary. As you say, Vernon, he looked to put it in the dive very early when he saw that he wasn't going to make the distance. So again, they keep getting boundaries of every over, and especially towards the end of the over to keep the momentum going. And it looks like we're going to have another bowling change. Pickett's Crushers know that they really, really need to break this partnership, and if not, one, possibly 2 wickets just to get going in this match. They haven't really been in it as yet to take a wicket, and the Blackhawks are flying.
Well, here comes another bowling change. You have a young all-rounder from St. Kitts and Nevis. He's called Cameron Pennyfeather. Went to UE, but has also played for the Leeward Islands on the 9th. Played for St. Kitts, also in the Leeward Islands tournament. He's got a bright future ahead of him. He's going to start from the CIUN. He's going to come in now to bowl to his teammate Huey Smith. Huey Smith is driving inside out over cover. The sweeper comes off of the boundary. And they were thinking about 2, but they had to scurry back into the crease.
Yeah, that was better fielding by the fielder out there on the cover point boundary, restricting that to 1.
Score goes up to 78 without loss.
So
it's all happening here, Terry.
Yeah, they just have to be mindful. Pickets, if they can't pick up the wickets, they need to stem the flow of these runs somehow.
Kofi James is on 44. Break for a while as Cameron Pennyfeather comes in now to bowl to James. That had a little bit.
That hit the helmet?
No, almost.
Almost.
Umpire, but Baltimore was looking, he was a dashing in his day. But Baltimore, in fact, it did it.
It did it, the helmet. I thought it did. Yeah.
But he didn't look that way, like, so the signal is being made. So 5 runs. Hope the scores would have also picked that up, because the folks on the scoreboard also would have touched that. So the score goes up to 83. Keeper, I think he maybe just needs to take that helmet a little bit back. He's now listening to me.
Yes.
Because he was just too close to him.
It was too close, and it was a pretty lackadaisical effort there by him. He's still ringing his hand though, so maybe being a bit harsh.
Maybe looks like a stop gap and not really a wicket.
Right, yeah.
Really and somebody could tell me, why is Kofi James trying to play a shot of that nature? There's no need for that. But Cameron Pennyfeather on the easy scale, he's got a little juice in him there. That had some bounce.
It wasn't a bad delivery, really.
83 without loss. The Bethesda Blackhawks, they're on a mission here. Somebody maybe needs to tell Shango the score should be 83, not 83. Kofi leaning into this one, hitting this one out of the ground into the scoreboard area for 6, another maximum. It brings up 50 for Kofi James, and he's on fire here again. Let's hope that he can be able to just build on that. 50 of 27 balls, 37 minutes, 9 fours and 1 6. Kofi James, his second half century of the cool and smooth T20 explosion, Terry.
Yes, and he's really turning it on, Vernon, and a very well played half century thus far.
Yeah, it was Pennyfeather, another delivery just worked down into the final area. Stefan Machu on him tower, just fired almost as if he had a shot put in his hand. just rifled it into the keeper.
It was almost a bit of aggression, wasn't it, Vernon? But I think Pickett's crushes, the heads are bowed. Our Francis Jr. trying to gear up his troops, but at the moment nothing is happening for them.
I don't think Jaden Jones is really a keeper because he's struggling to even get up to the stump. So he maybe might be just a part-time, in layman terms, you might say maybe just a stopper. Sort of guilty there. Over number 9 comes to an end, and the PIC Alberta Blackhawks, they're 91 without loss. This is the second of the double headers. Earlier clock, Caribbean Union Bethesda, they defeated the Winchups, who we would have to say is until the competition was respected.
Yeah, 2 games, 2 losses. It'll be very hard work to get back into the competition from that perspective. But Pickett's crushes here, they need something. They're failing on all counts. They're failing to stem the runs. Alberta Blackhawks are having no problem scoring off every delivery, even when they can't find the boundaries. And of course, they still haven't picked up a wicket, and which would break this dangerous opening partnership, who are on fire. But well played, Coffee James. He's unbeaten on 51. As you said, Vernon's second half century of the tournament, 2 in 2 matches.
And his strike rate is 185.19 as the Pickett's Crushers captain. He now comes into the action. Let's see what sort of approach he will take. He needs to just take some pace off the ball. Again,
too quick.
James wants, yes. And pressure.
And well running.
Young Moore. And they've been able to get 2 runs. It's just been a ragged display here by the Pickett's Crushers. They have no answer. They're feeling, they just look out of it. Really, really out of it. And while Francis, he just needs to just cut the pace down.
Too easy.
They don't need that. Louis Smith just coming inside there, and just using the pace and just scooping up the ball right there. Got to take the pace off the ball. Take the time and just give the ball a little bit a room. You're going that fast. These 2 batters are going to use the pace of the deliveries to score.
Yes, most West Indian batsmen now pace on the delivery. Now work you all day.
That's a magnificent save there by the field at backward point. I think he would have saved 2 runs. Terry. Score goes up to 96 without loss. These 2 players are just scoring at will.
Coasting. But there is a good bit of fielding. Maybe that will inspire something from the Crushers. But interesting to see with the Crushers, with the team selection. We're saying the keeper looks like a stocked-up keeper, and the fact that West Indian paceman Sheldon Cottrell hasn't been seen as yet, so they wouldn't want to hold him back too much longer, though, Vernon, because
I think
they're struggling.
If they lose tonight,
right,
they'll struggle to maybe get into the semi-final.
There you go.
97 without loss.
Again.
Flash here from Louis Smith and peeled off past the keeper down to the vacant boundary, third man boundary for 4. 100 comes up for the PIC Alberta Blackhawks. 101 without loss.
But again, Vernon, I mean, you can say it was a flashy edge, but at the end of the day, Francis Jr. still got pace on the ball. So any edge, especially if you flash hard like Smith did, is going to reach the boundary. 100 up, and we've only had, 11 overs, 10 overs.
So
halfway, and they're already 100.
So after 10 overs, they're 101 without loss. The bowling figure so far for the Pickett's Crushers: Austin Richards Jr., 2 overs, no maidens, 80 runs, no wicket. Vincent Shadrack Jr., 2 overs, no maidens, 25 runs, no wickets. Jared John Baptiste, 2 overs, no maidens, 90 runs, no wickets. Stephen Tower Matthew, 2 overs, no maidens, 30 runs, no wickets. Cameron Pennyfeather, 1 over, no maiden, 9 runs, no wickets. And Elroy Francis, his first over, has gone for 10. So the onslaught is here, and trust me, they're up against it. The PIC Alberta Blackhawks. Then in the middle, here is James going for a huge one. That's gone. 6 more.
The crowd scattered for that one, Vernon. Not a huge 6 there by Coffee James. He is on fire. And what a way to start the over. Second over from Pennyfeather.
And it looks as if there's something going on between Pennyfeather and Kofi James. I know that he has played a couple of practice games in St. Kitts and trains also in the Leonardo Hurricanes franchise in St. Kitts. So James is deciding, I'm going to show you man from boy here tonight, youngster. This is my ground. Pennyfeather into bow to James. James hitting this one in the air.
Chance.
And
no.
No, that.
No communication, Vernon.
No communication at all. Ball hit high in the air. The fielder mid-off. Mid-on came around, and I don't know who he was waiting on because, like I said, it was his catch. The ball was in the air for a very long time. And I can tell you, the biggest crushers, they could be chasing anything from 200 over based on how they're operating at this time. Here is another forcing drive by Huey Smith. Sort of lost his shape and tried to give himself some room to be able to hit the Cameron Pennyfeather delivery to the offside. Elroy Smith, hands on his waist as if like, what is happening? Gentlemen, 108 without loss. Say good night to Shango and his entire crew here. The manual scoreboard. Pennyfeather in out to bow to Smith. And Smith tried to get a little fancy. They just need to back normal. Don't try anything. No fancy ones.
Yeah, I like between the two deliveries that Kofi James just come down and had a word with Smith. That's all he needs to do. Just keep supporting, and he's been giving great support to James so far. He doesn't need to play anything flash. Just play normal cricket strokes. They're well on top here. As just moved the fine leg inside the circle.
Pennyfeather in out to bow to Smith. Smith is flashing out to the sweeper on the offside. Brings up the 109th run for the PIC Alberta Blackhawks. Good return into the Jaden Jones, the keeper. Let me just give you the team tonight for the Pickett Crushers. Elroy Francis, Austin Richards Jr., Vincent Chadwick Jr., Jaden Jones, Michael Louis, Gershom Phillip, Cameron Pennyfeather, Malik Wall, Gerald John Baptist, Stephen Matthew, and Tyree Moore. Here comes Pennyfeather in out the bow to James. James driving through the offside, and they come back for a couple of runs here. They really running the Pickett's team ragged with their fielding. And Elroy Francis, he's looking around. He wants an answer. He maybe needs, as we would say, saving grace. He's looking up to the Father above to God and saying, what is happening tonight to the Crushers? Will they be more crushed here by the PIC Alberta Blackhawks?
They're being absolutely crushed at the moment, Vernon, and I'm not sure where he would get answers from Skipper Francis, because the fielding has been ordinary, to say the least. The bowling has been ordinary, and they've come up against two top batsmen in fine form. So it's no surprise really that they got 111 on the board after just 11 overs. But if they want to chase anything that they feel that they're capable of making, they need to start picking up their game and trying to put the brakes on somehow here and get a breakthrough. Does Pickett's.
Well, 111, you would know that that is Nelson. Say in England terms.
That could work.
Kofi James, not Kofi James, Huey Smith giving his hand away.
He took it? Right.
Almost nearly spilled that one. I think it was a lack of concentration there from Huey Smith. He never got anywhere close to the ball, and he was moving around on the crease. You know, you that's what I say. Just play proper cricket shots. That's all you have to do.
Yes, most definitely. He was getting a bit anxious for no reason there, Smith, in the last couple of overs, and eventually his patience got the better of him, skied that ball from Francis Jr., and at last, Pickett's Crushers get the breakthrough. Catch was taken this time. Three fielders converged on it, but the backward point held on to it. That's the main thing. So Huey Smith gone for 39 as a Vernon. 39 for Huey Smith, and Alberta Blackhawks in the 12th over, 111 for 1. So fantastic platform, 111 opening stand between Yuri Smith and Coffee James, and of course Coffee James is still there on 61. They're well on track for a big score, but Pigot's Crushers be happy with that. They're finally in the game. At least they've got a wicket that broke a very strong and productive opening partnership. See what they can do with the remaining 9 overs or so.
Well, it may be interesting to see the approach here from Kofi James in terms of what he wants to do. 111 for 1. I don't know what his approach will be, but he should be thinking about batting 20 overs to get 100. I think that should be key to him. Stefan Tower, Matthew diving away, but he can't stop the single. And he's had a lot of work to do tonight, Terry.
He's had an awful lot of work to do, and the big guy's doing well. A new batsman is Kareem Agor.
Thought that it would send Hayden Watch.
Okay, yeah. Keep the momentum going.
Yeah, I don't know what you think. 112 for 1. I would have, elevated left and right combination. Here is James off and running, turning this one out to the fielder at mid-wicket who had to come all the way off of the boundary. Can't stop the single. There's vast acres of land on the leg side there. You saw the difference in maturity there of Kareem Agor as compared to Yuri Smith, who got himself into the right position. Roy Francis not getting his momentum right there. Started stop, signal dead ball. Comes in out to both to him, back and there's turning that one. That's a real crazy feel.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. 3 men in the deep on the leg side, a backward square leg.
I don't understand why you don't have that feeler inside the 30-yard
in close,
the short mid-wicket area.
Especially with a new batsman just arriving at the crease.
Can't get that at all.
Chance again. It's gone through Slip's hands.
Gone to Austin Richards.
For 4.
Down to the boundary for 4. So Pigot's really not enjoying their night here at all, Terry.
No, they're not. And seriously, though, they're not really doing themselves any favors. But that one flew off the outside edge. And Austin Richards Jr. there couldn't get a glove to it. Through his hands down to the boundary. So another 4 to end the over. So after 12 overs, 118 for 1. And Coffee James has moved up to, looks like 63. So, as you say, Vernon, some good, smart batting here. He's remaining 8 overs. And he'd be very close to a century with the way he's going.
Certainly. Last time this competition was played, Terry, was in 2019. We'll get back to that in a little while. Here is a scoop behind.
That was well taken.
There's appeal for
James is not going anywhere. No one's saying nothing.
Shekels is not interested. The keeper took a good catch
Yeah,
coming up there.
He moved well that time.
He did.
Took it inches above the ground, but no contact made with James coming right across his stumps, trying a scoop shot again. And really, he doesn't need to do that, Vernon.
We're talking a little bit about 2019 and the groups. In 2019, we had All Saints, Rising Sun, New Winchups, and Caribbean Union Bethesda Golden Eagles. I'll get back to that. Here's James again getting a little reckless and loose, and Elroy firing at the non-strikers end. Missed completely, but James was home. Group B, Bolans, Pigot's Quashers, Empire Nation, and PIC Insurance, Liberta Blackhawks. Those were the 8 teams that participated in the 2019 schedule. The finals was played between PIC Liberta Blackhawks and Empire Nation. Sure you'd have remembered that, Terry.
Yes.
That was almost a drama event. We don't want to relive that one. Here is a work from Penny Feather into the deep backward square leg fielder. So Elroy Francis seems to have decided that he's going to invest in Penny Feather. In the semi-finals, I think we would have had a matchup between Rising Sun and New Winchups Lions. No, the semi-final 2, Terry, let me just get that one right, would have been between Liberta Blackhawks and New Winchups, yes? And then the first semi-final was the Rising Sun and Empire Nation. We'll get back to that here. James just losing his shape again and trying to improvise. Kareem Agor is
well run again.
And that was because lack of concentration there from Cameron Pennyfeather. He didn't take the ball firstly straight up.
No, he didn't. He fumbled it and allowed Kareem Gore to get home. But I think Gore might have been home anyway. But good pressure still being applied by the Liberta Blackhawks as they move on to 122 for 1.
So Cameron Pennyfeather, 122 for 1. He's been for a room awake, and here's James slapping this down the ground, picking up another single. And the score goes up to 123 for 1. 123 for 1. Say our colleague Nickel, who's been running around and getting out himself sorted out here, just brought some goodies for us. But we can't think about goodies because Liberta in a hurry here. Short delivery. There's no mid-wicket. That is smacked down to the mid-wicket area. Cameron Pennyfeather is all over the shop. Yeah, Terry.
Yeah, he is. I was surprised Francis Jr. gave him the extra over. He's bowled 3 overs now for 28. And as you say, he's been on both sides of the pitch tonight and hasn't really found his rhythm or any serious line and length to trouble these Liberta Blackhawks batsmen who keep rolling on. Kareem Gore's gone up to 10. Coffee James is on 67. And the end of 13 overs. Blackhawks looking good, 127 for 1. As it looks like Matthew will come back into the attack from the commentary box end.
Best bowling figures in the school and sport competition is Larry Joseph, 7 for 12 versus Liberta. That seems like a long time ago, Terry.
Yeah.
Raheem Cornwall also had 7 for 78. So there's been some exciting figures. Elroy Francis has also been in among the wickets too. So Matthew again, pace on the ball.
Yeah.
Terry, it's something that we've been talking about. Gotta be able to take the pace off of the ball. 129 for 1. So what score you think they'll end up with, Terry? Wait for a little while. Matthew comes in out to bowl to James, and James is going right across his stump, but Baltimore gives him out like before. That was a poor shot selection by Kofi James. He's going across his off stump to try to hit a ball over mid-wicket. There's no need for that. Just play proper cricket shots. And this is what I was talking about in terms of James. He's like, you don't have to manufacture anything. You just have to bat. And that's what the game is about. Just bat. Just bat. You can bat.
Yeah, especially in positions like this, when you're well on top of the opposition, you have the opposition on their knees, basically, in just the first innings of this T20 match. But being game aware, showing game awareness, he was on 69, 68, 69, and to play a shot like that, he tried it in the previous over a couple of times, he didn't really get away with it. And but again, like Yuri Smith before him, just lost a bit of patience, lost control of himself, and really threw his wicket away. But Pickett's Crushers will be relieved that he's gone. They picked up their second, 129 for 2. We're almost halfway through the 14th over. So you never know. Maybe they could restrict them to, say, 175, 180.
Out comes the Leeward Islands captain, Jamal Hamilton, from Rainbow City, Angola. And if you know him very well, he's a dangerous player once he gets going. And he demonstrated this in the semi-final of the Super 50 a couple of years ago in Trinidad. Just took the game away from Queen's Park Oval from Trinidad and Tobago. Darren Bravo was the captain at that point in time. But he played a blinder. Jamal Hamilton is quite capable. Gets his first delivery from Matthew and had to check his shot. Maybe just didn't play the first game, but is here for the second game. So a powerhouse team here put together by PIC Liberta Blackhawks in their competition. Here is Hamilton. That one bounced on him, and he was looking to cut, but that was true to the keeper, James, even before he could think about it.
Yes, Matthew hasn't bowled too badly this evening. He's probably been the pick of the Crushers bowlers so far.
So Hamilton is quietly off the mark as he just sneaked this one into the offside. And the Stephen Towamatri, you would say he bowls a heavy ball.
Definitely.
He puts the ball down into the pitch. 130 for 2. He comes in now to bowl to Kofi James, and Kofi James trying to manufacture a shot that's certainly not on. Trying to play square rather than in front of him. Over-completed. Just to let you know that 14 overs have been bowled so far, and 130 for 2. PIC Liberta Blackhawks. They're coasting away here, and it now means that these two batters will have to restart again.
Yeah, they need to restart, a bit of a rebuilding process. So now this is Pickett's Crushers' chance, maybe to pick up another couple of wickets just to keep them in check. I think after that opening partnership, they'd be happy restricting the Blackhawks to anything under 190, 200. So if they can do that, 6 overs left, they're 130 for 2. They'll do that. Best way of doing that, of course, is by keep taking wickets. So they got the dangerous opening pair out. Let's see if they can pick up any more.
John Baptiste in now to bowl to Hamilton, who's on driving down the ground for a single. He picks up his second run. I look out and I see Rakim Cornwall, who must be itching. He's warming up. So that's going to also be key. Aiden Walsh Jr. too himself could be warming up. So a couple of players. I can't wait maybe to get into the middle. We're in the happy hour coming up anytime soon. Final 5 overs. Karima Gore. You want to get a little decent score here. Here is him smacking this one down the ground, splitting the long on and the long on for 4. It's almost like a tennis smash shot. And he just fired it. The American player.
Yes, and if you keep it straight and hit it in the V, nobody is going to catch you there. So another boundary to the Blackhawks. But Penny Feather, just watching him though, Vernon, he got a very nice, smooth run-up.
He is. He's a natural athlete. John Baptiste in now to bowl to Karima Gore. Just more or less got himself into a little tangle, scooped up that shot there. He's a little aggravated with himself for playing a shot of that nature. He got a leg by in the end. Folks, if you're wondering what's happening on Platinum FM 97.9, we're bringing to you the cool and smooth T20 Explosion. I'm Vernon A. Springer alongside Terry LaRaja, and we're bringing the live ball-by-ball coverage from Coolidge, the home of Cricket West Indies. John Baptiste comes in out to bowl to Hamilton. He's back and cracking that out to the sweeper, and they'll only get 1 run. In fact, he almost walked the single, Terry.
He did, and interesting to see because international player, as you say, walking singles, and you'd love to see the 2 youngsters that open in Kofi James and Yuri Smith running the first one hard, looking for the extra one. But
John Baptiste has bowled a beautiful over here so far, Terry. Despite the boundary, he's still been able to hold his nerves and have his cool, especially against Hamilton, who's a dasher when he gets going. 137 for 2. So good evening to all the folks who are listening all over Antigua and Barbuda tonight. It's indeed a wonderful time.
But a good crowd is coming though. A beautiful night here at Coolidge Cricket Ground. If you're in the area, come down and watch some exciting cricket.
Picket Squashers, they're really being crushed tonight by the PIC Liberta Blackhawks, and they'll have to do a lot to get back into this game. 137 for 2. It's been a ragged time here for them. John Baptiste just can't get it right there.
No, missing his run up there, but he hasn't looked bad in this over. He certainly picked it up a bit. Even that boundary that Karima Gore got was, you could almost say, a miss it. He didn't mean to hit it straight back over the bowler's head.
Here is again Karima Gore sort of losing his shape. What I don't like, Terry, is that if you play proper cricket shots, you're going to score runs. When you begin to slug, then you lose your shape. 5 overs to go, Terry. 138 for 2, 138 for 2. If you're wondering what's happening here, Terry, let me just give an analysis of the bowling figure so far. And so folks are going to understand that the Picket Squashers they have been really tarnished around here tonight. Elroy Francis Jr., the captain, 2 overs, no maidens, 17 runs, 1 wicket. Cameron Pennyfeather, 3 overs, no maidens, 28 runs, no wicket. Jared John Baptist, 3 overs, no maidens, 27 runs, no wicket. Vincent Chadrock Jr., 2 overs, no maidens, 25 runs, no wicket. Austin Richards Jr., 2 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, no wicket. And the wicket taker, Stephen Tower Matthew, 3 overs, no maidens, 16 runs, 1 wicket. He's bowled well. Francis in now to bowl to Karima Go is driving down the ground. Moore cuts it off and gets 1 run. So the score goes up to 139 for 2. But in a way, the momentum has slowed down. Am I right to say that, Terry?
Most definitely. Since the 2 opening batsmen were dismissed, or even when Smith went first, the momentum has certainly stopped. But that is a good intelligent shot.
And again, you know why? The pace on the ball.
Right.
Because Elroy Francis is bowling so fast, it gave Hamilton enough time to come across his stumps and just use the pace of the ball and just not really a scoop, but just
paddled it around the corner.
More or less because of the pace. Gotta take pace over the ball, especially when you're playing white ball cricket. You have to learn that. You can't continue to just be firing the ball. You're going to end up in a quandary. And Elroy Francis, a boundary comes off that delivery there that he certainly didn't need to. Here is him flighting one up. You see the difference? Hamilton now had to wait now, and he looked up and he had to wait for it.
And manufacture something. Yeah. But it's true. The bowlers need to learn exactly what you just said, Vernon, and the batsmen need to learn to keep their shape, keep playing proper cricket shots. They don't have to belt the cover of every ball.
It's just amazing. I think it also has to boil down to the preparation. 143 for 2. Karima Go waits for Elroy Francis. He's just whipping this one beautifully into the mid-wicket area. And he has the legs to go for 4. That's a lovely cricket shot. And he's very strong in that area. And again, Elroy Francis is bowling without a short mid-wicket. And it just has me bemused. If you're an off-spinner, you have to be able to have that sort of protection in terms of what's happening. You're either going to bring
definitely, because you got left, 3 out in the boundary. Yeah,
got to get something right, because there's a fielder that is not feeling the ball on the field right now. So over completed. It's a torrid time here. 4 overs to go. 147 for 2, and Blackhawks they'll be looking like anywhere close to up to 200.
Yep.
Psychological warfare, as you would say.
Yes, Pickets, they stemmed the flow when they got the wicket of Smith and then backed that up with Coffee James. But Karima Gore looking very strong off his legs, as we all know he is. And he's looking quite dangerous. Moved on to 16. And, of course, he's there with Jamar Hamilton. They have experienced Jamar Hamilton. So 143 with 4 overs remaining. 147 with...
it's 149.
149. Well, both boards are wrong.
It's 149 according to the official score. So it should be 149 for 2. And just to give you an idea in terms of what has happened, Kofi James, LBW to Stephen Tower Matthew for 69, 42 balls, 55 minutes, 9 fours, 2 sixes. Yuri Smith caught Cameron Penny for the ball. Elroy Francis for 39, 34 balls, 47 minutes, 5 fours. And Karima Gore, who's now facing Hamilton, looking for a huge hit. Missed that one completely. According to my scoreboard here, which should be the official scoreboard, if I'm going by what they're telling me, it should be 149 for 2. But we'll find out sooner rather than later if that is correct. In fact, now it's now shifted back to 148. So somebody's playing a cat and mouse game. Here's Hamilton hitting this one inside out over cover. Catch dropped. Oh no, he came up with it. Wow. That is a beautiful catch. It looks like it is Cameron Pennyfeather. Was running for all his work there from wide long off, and he came up with a beauty. That's a magnificent catch. Almost for a moment I thought he spilled it, but that's an excellent catch. Hamilton comes back into the hut for 8. Who's gonna come out now? Out comes Raheem Cornwall. It's the first time that he's batting for the year here in Antigua and Barbuda in this Cool and Smooth T20 tournament. So 148 for 3. And PIC Liberta Blackhawks just almost, you could say, after being towering at 111 without loss, they're kind of just losing their way. They lost wickets. 1 for 111. It was Kofi James. The partnership was 106. Yuri Smith, 1 for 111. Then Kofi James, 2 for 119. And now they've just lost Hamilton. Very good wicket. Wicket of Hamilton, who was started looking very, very, very dangerous. Also got to let you know that Amir is also planning to organize at the end of the Cool and Smooth next year a club championship where the winner will play against
big shot that one.
Here is Kofi James hitting this one.
That's out of the ground.
150 up for the PIC Liberta Blackhawks Crushers. That was almost like a gentle delivery being pitched up there.
Yeah, terrific blow by Kareem Agor, and as I said just before, he's starting to look dangerous. So it was good they got the wicket of Jamal Hamilton did Pickets, but they'll want this one.
Richards in out the ball to Kareem Agor. Past the keeper, past the short third man, down to the boundary for 4. It's all happening here. 10 runs off 2 balls.
Definitely, he's turning it on now. Is Gore shoots up to 30. Yeah, 30, and the score on the 158.
158 for 3. The crowd has turned down in its numbers, and you know the PIC Liberta community very big on their sports aspect. Here is Kareem Agor losing his shape. They're looking for power. Just needed to just get bat onto the ball. And he got bat onto the ball. Now to race the pass, backward point down to the boundary for 4. Again, he was looking for maximum, for power. Lost the shape completely.
Definitely, just tried to hit that one too hard. It was short and wide outside the off stump. Sat up, asked to be hit, but he just tried to hit it too hard.
158 for 3. Here is Gore just easy on the eyes, easing this one out into the offside. Picking up another important run. Score goes up to 159. 159 for 3. Into over number 17. 159 for 3. And James, at the end of the over, he goes to 31. Raheem Cornwall has not faced any deliveries as yet. Umpires in this game, Bertil Baltimore and Donald Shekels. And the bowling figures don't look good for PIC Liberta Blackhawks.
No, and I think the one who does have the figures at the moment in Matthew deserves it. He's the one that's bowled a more consistent and straighter line to trouble these Liberta Blackhawks batsmen. But I noticed they didn't bother with the draft this season, Vernon. But a very strong all-round team that they have looking to defend this title.
You're talking about Liberta Blackhawks.
Mm-hmm.
Well, instead they went for the young fast bowler from St. Martin. Really, they didn't go for any players in the draft. So
right.
Really wouldn't have really made sense for them to. They still got Terrence Ward in the hut too.
Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. Who haven't they got?
That's what I'm saying. 160 for 3. 160 for 3.
Jimbo on strike.
Facing his first delivery. Let's look and see the field placing here. Elroy Francis trying to ring the changes here. So we have a long on, a long off, a mid-wicket. Fielders now come inside a short flying leg. Short third man, backward point, cover. 2 sweepers on the offside. Cornwall almost yorking himself there. Getting his first delivery. Waits for a little while. Francis comes in to bowl to Cornwall. Cornwall is driving fiercely down to Moore. And long off. Good save. So long on and long off. They got a sweeper, 2 sweepers on the offside for Cornwall. Kareem Agor is on 32. He's got a fan who is saying to him, let's go Kareema.
Shots. Shots.
Maximum here. Pace on the ball.
Hey. Pace off the bat too. That's in the car park or just about the airport, Vernon.
That sounded sweet. That sounded sweet. Score goes up to 167 for 3. And PSC Liberta Blackhawks, they're turning it on here. Karima Gore goes to 38. Cornwall is 1. Here comes Elroy Francis, Pickett Scotia's captain. Vassy bows a bouncer, goes past the keeper, and goes down to the boundary for 4 byes.
Yeah, a bit of a bouncer there by Francis Jr. Took everybody by surprise. Goal late with the
including the keeper Jaden Jones.
Definitely.
He didn't know anything about it.
He didn't. Well, he's made his one good stop for the night over, Vernon. Can't be too critical.
171 for 3. This is a real competition, Terry.
This is a real competition, and they're going to be chasing millions tonight.
If not billions. 71 for 3. If you're wondering what's happening on Platinum FM 97.9, your sports station, it's live ball-by-ball coverage of the cool and smooth T20 explosion. Let me just take some time out while they try to search for the ball. Salute some sponsors. We've done an excellent job right here.
Great to see the crowd out though, Vernon.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Real intimate atmosphere here at Coolidge.
It really
nice.
provides that atmosphere.
It does.
That
everybody close to the action.
Oh yes, it also reminds you of Warner Park. You know, you're glued
right
to the ground. Here is Gore driving past Stephen Toll, Matthew for 4. It's all falling off here. The wheels are falling off here. The crushers are being crushed. And at the end of the 18th over, the score races up to 175. 175 for 3 with 12 deliveries to go. 175 for 3. Karima Gore is on 42. Cornwall is on 1. And Cool and Smooth Organization would like to salute their major sponsors. And their Antigua and Barbuda Port Authority, Global Bank of Commerce, Antigua and Barbuda Festivals Commission, APUA INET, Cricket West Indies, Tropical Shipping, Hadid Motors, St. John's Development Corporation, Antigua and Barbuda Tourism Authority, Images Design, Signs and Impressions, Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association, Stonewall Reloaded, Kennedy's Club, Supreme Security, and Pineapple Beach Club. Richards into Cornwall, into both of Cornwall. Cornwall driving ferociously down the ground. Is there a black side screen? No. Yeah, well, there is. He maybe might have just lost it. 182 for 3. Here is Gordon.
Gone again.
This time I think he could be in trouble. No, it's dropped.
Dropped him again.
Oh!
Boy, this is bad fielding here by the Crushers.
Gershom Phillip drops a sitter at mid-wicket.
As 2 sitters in 2 balls.
Oh.
So instead of having a wicket, they've given up 7 runs.
Wow.
And Gore moves on to 49.
Cornwall waits for Austin Richards Jr. He comes in out to bow to him. Here he's going for a big...
Keeper's missing.
Missing another one here. They're falling apart here, the Pickett Squashers. So I was saying, we can have a Vitamore bet. I like to bet Vitamore with Mally Richards, but he's not part of our team. So let me see if I...
Well, he's stepping out for Empire Nation.
Yeah. Or maybe what I can do is energy bar. What do you think?
An energy bar, okay. but I'm not betting that they won't make 200 because they the way Pickets are going, they'll make 220.
I'm going to bet that they're not going to make 200. So
okay. All right. You're on.
Yeah.
All right.
We're on.
You hear that, listeners?
Oh, yes. 199. They're 184 as we speak. Right? 199. So let's see what's going to be happening here.
7 legitimate deliveries.
At least 7.
At least 7.
All right. 184 for 3. Karima Gore is on fire here. He's looking for a half century.
What was that?
Wide delivery here by Austin Richards. And Karima Gore again looking for the maximum. Just needed to just get bat onto the ball. Just got bat onto that. That was tickle away down to final leg for 4. The bottom is 50. It's 49 from 23 balls. 28 minutes. 6 fours and 3 maximums. 3 cool and smooth maximums. So in this innings to date, there are 21 boundaries and 5 sixes. Richards into Karima Gore. Karima Gore is hitting this one high in the air. Who's going to get under it? Who's going to get under it? Who's going to get under it?
He ran under it.
No, he drops it. And it's gone for 4.
You shouldn't laugh, Vernon, but that is
gone for 6.
4.
No, he's changed his mind.
Yeah,
So the umpire finally signals the right decision. And it looks as if it is Elroy Francis, the captain, who dropped the skier.
That was probably the most difficult of the 3, but none of them were really that difficult that they shouldn't have been taken. And that has brought up Karima Gore's half century.
189 for 3. Stephen Matthew really should be bowling the last over, but Elroy Francis looks like he wants to bowl the last over.
He's already bowled his 4, though.
Yeah, I think Elroy Francis, just having a discussion there, he would have bowled 4 overs, no maidens, 39
so
runs,
Matthew
1
have bowled.
wicket. Cameron Pennyfeather, 3 overs, no maidens, 28 runs, no wicket. Jared John Baptiste, 3 overs, no maidens, 26 runs, no wicket. Vincent Shadrack Jr., 2 overs, no maidens, 25 runs, no wicket. And Austin Richards Jr., he's been expensive.
Well, they
4 overs, no maidens, 42 runs.
And they got
1
their,
wicket.
they got their best bowler, so it's still 10 runs you're playing with, so your fruity bar might be all right, but
Here is an on-drive by Cornwall. Down the ground, picking up an easy single. Score goes up to 190.
90.
I did say 199.
99, yes.
Karima Gore has called for some new gloves. He is 53 from 25 deliveries, 30 minutes, 7 fours, and 3 cool and smooth maximums.
Yes.
22 boundaries so far have been hit.
Batted very well, even though he's had a couple of chances that should have been taken.
I would say
That's not his
22
fault.
INET boundaries. That's what we will consider them to be. Stephen Matthew is going to come in now, tower to bowl to Karima Gore, and dot ball.
Yeah. Oh. Got away with that one. Down leg side, tried to clip it through mid-wicket, didn't make contact.
Here comes Stephen Matthew. He's experienced. He comes in out the bowl to Karima Gore. Karima Gore is clipping this one, and it's gone for 4 runs. Full toss. And he just clipped that one, and he's a bottom-handed player. So once he comes into that area, flagman with the cool and smooth is in position. And the Sunny Water just clipping that one away. 194 for 3. Here's Go again being
Well bowled.
and good delivery again. Terry is on his
gonna be close. 5 runs, 2 balls.
I think I understand this game, Terry. You can't fault me for understanding that one.
Never.
Driving down the road, Cornwall will come into action.
How
many deliveries we have?
Jimbo needs a boundary.
So we have 1.
You could be spot on, yeah.
194 for 3. Stephen Tower Matthew. Let's see what sort of delivery he will bowl to Cornwall. Cornwall will be looking to go for maximum so that Terry can win his bet. But I don't think he will.
200.
Here comes Tower.
Oh, well bowled, well bowled.
Squeezed away. Down to the 3rd man boundary.
198. Well done, Vernon.
So, PIC
well
Blackhawks
Matthew.
ending on 198 for 3. I did tell Terry they were going to get 199. And folks, you know, I'm not a betting man, but I understand this game, and I always have this Vitamol bet with Terry Smiley and company. 198 for 3, 198 Cornwall.
Maybe you should be a betting man, and you wouldn't. You could give up the commentary.
Maybe, just maybe.
And the 199 will come from Piggotts. They'll get 199 and get up in the last ball.
We never know.
we never know.
We just
could
never
happen.
know. So, folks, just to give you a little analysis in terms of what happened in the second game, we would let you know that Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda, they won the first game, but the second game, PSC Alberta Blackhawks, they won the toss and decided to bat. They ended at 198 for 3. 198 for 3. Cornwall was left not out on 7. Well, let me just give you an idea in terms of the scorecard. 1 for 111. Yuri Smith was caught. Cameron Pennyfeather bowl. Elroy Francis Jr. for 39. 34 balls, 47 minutes, 5 boundaries. And then we had 2 for 129. Kofi James. He was LBW to Stephen Tower Matthew for 69. 42 balls, 55 minutes, 9 fours, 2 maximums. Karima Gore. In fact, Jamar Hamilton was the 3rd to go. 3 for 148. He was brilliantly caught by Cameron Pennyfeather of Austin Richards Jr. For 8. Kareem Agor was left not out on 57, 29 balls, 33 minutes, 8 fours and 3 maximums. Rakim Cornwall was left not out on 7 with 1 boundary. The bowling figures for PIC, in fact for Pigott's Crushers. Austin Richards Jr., 4 overs, no maidens, 42 runs, 1 wicket. Vincent Shadrack Jr., 2 overs, no maidens, 25 runs, no wickets. Jared John Baptiste, 3 overs, no maidens, 26 runs, no wickets. Stephen Tower Matthew, 4 overs, 25 runs, 1 wicket. Cameron Pennyfeather, 3 overs, no maidens, 28 runs, no wickets. And Elroy Francis Jr., the captain, 4 overs, no maidens, 39 runs, 1 wicket. There were at least 18 extras in the innings, 5 wides, 2 leg byes, 6 byes, and 5 penalties because one of the deliveries did hit the helmet. They lost wickets at 1 for 111, 2 for 129. 1 for 111 was Huey Smith, 2 for 129 Kofi James, 3 for 148 Jamal Hamilton. In the end, Pickett Scoshers 198 for 3. And I think they basically would need to be able to organize themselves. 23 boundaries hit in the innings, 23 boundaries, and 5 INET maximums. So let's see what's going to happen from the Piggott Squashers. And just to let you know that we will take a small break here as the groundsmen get everything organized and themselves lined up. Piggott Squashers will need 199 to win. Can they get that? And their team includes Elroy Francis, Austin Richards, Vincent Shadrack Jr., Jaden Jones, Michael Louis, Gershom Phillip, Cameron Pennyfeather, Malik Walsh, Jared John Baptiste, Stephen Matthew, and Tyree Moore. On behalf of my team here in Terry LaRaja, I'm Vernon A. Springer. I'm taking a little break, and then we'll come back and we'll bring the second half of this game to you live and in living color from the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. We have a rain delay here, just as a precautionary measure. Spectators have not gone anywhere, but I see the head groundsmen having a discussion here now, and maybe anytime soon, I think it's going to be, we have all clear. Terry, welcome back.
Yes, thank you, Vernon, and good evening to all our listeners and viewers, wherever you might be. Just one large cover covering the square, but they're shaking it off now as the rain looks to disperse.
And just to give you an idea in terms of what would have happened, and we give you a recap in terms of the PIC Liberta Blackhawk innings. They reach 100, well, according to what we're seeing here, 198. They would have reached 199 for 3. The match referee is coming out, Bernard Joseph and also Van Roy Burns. Kadim Phillip has already given the clearance, so I think the guys are moving into overdrive. I see there's a little slight delay again. We're not on the ground, so we don't know what the precautionary measure is. I did see Kadim give an all clear to go, but I think they are a little bit hesitant. The umpire's out there in Baltimore, so we're gone. I think the action is clear, ready to go. So PIC Liberta Blackhawks, 199 for 3, Terry. Top scoring here today was Kofi James with 69, 42 balls, 55 minutes, 9 fours and 2 sixes. Kareem Ago not out on 58, 29 balls, 34 minutes, 8 fours and 3 sixes. And Yuri Smith, 39, 34 balls, 47 minutes, 5 fours. Jamal Hamilton scored 8. Rakim Kwanwan would have been left not out. It should have been on 7, Terry. I think they gave. The last ball was a boundary, right?
Yes.
Or it was leg bias.
Or it was bias. Could have been bias.
Maybe it could have been bias in terms of going. The bowling figures for.
It was 198, wasn't it?
Well,
you said 199.
I said, yeah, but according to the official score, I don't know if they have indicated that Liberta reached 199 for 3.
Okay.
So we'll take it for granted. I don't think anything is going to be taken off here. Match referee now speaking to Rakim Cornwall. Bernard Joseph has also spoken to the Pickett Squashers coach, Johnny Frederick, and we're back up and we're in and ready to go. So the bowling figures for Pickett Squashers: Elroy Francis, 4 overs, no maidens, 39 runs, 1 wicket. Stephen Tower Matthew, 4 overs, no maidens, 22 runs, 1 wicket. And Austin Richards Jr., 4 overs, no maidens, 42 runs, 1 wicket. Vincent Shadrack Jr., 2 overs, no maidens, 25 runs, no wicket. Jara John Baptiste, 3 overs, no maidens, 26 runs, no wickets. And Cameron Pennyfeather, 3 overs, no maidens, 28 runs, no wicket. Who's coming out for Pickett Squashers? Terry.
Looks like Roy Francis Jr.
I don't think so.
No?
No. No, that's not fine.
No. He had 5 on his back though when he was fielding.
So we'll wait and see. Our scores will be able to give us an idea. In fact, the taller of the two would have been Michael Louis. So I can tell you that much. Louis wears the number 11.
Okay.
Michael Louis from St. Kitts and Nevis.
Mm-hmm.
And it does look like it's Elroy Francis, so you're right. He didn't look at, I think the helmet is kind of got him look shorter than than we really expect. So they're looking to fire on all cylinders with these two.
From ball 1, Vernon. From ball 1.
Well, Michael Louis, there's been high expectations on him. Is tonight a night where he can be able to maybe deliver? We'll wait and see. Well, Terry, I'll get you to start. And so you can be able to get a little feel in terms of what's going on. Because this is going to be a good game. That's all I can say.
Yes, let's hope for a good game. Let's hope for a great chase by Pickett's Crushers. We watched the first delivery into Louis and wide outside the off stump.
This is a youngster, Terry, from St. Martin, Landeveld. PIC Liberta Blackhawks, they would have maybe spotted something that maybe, we don't know about. But you know, Jamal Hamilton is the captain of the Leeward Islands team. He's not keeping tonight. He's in the short middle area.
Yeah, and Jimbo's in the cover region.
Getting a run out, more or less. And the belt in and out the ball to Louis. Louis is already going for something that is really not there. But Baltimore just moving away a little bit to get into position.
But you've been telling me for a while now, Vernon, that St. Martin cricket has really come on leaps and bounds.
Well, you got Nathan Edwards, who's playing for Empire Nation.
Mm-hmm.
And he did look impressive the other night. In fact, he's a little bit surprised. He's getting, every time I see him, he's getting a little taller all the time. Wide delivery. First one to Pickett Squashers. Landeveld just joins. Yeah, Palmer. Yeah, so they've got some talent there. I mean, one thing I can tell you, those guys live on the field every day, Terry.
Right.
They live on the cricket field.
That's what you want.
I think sometime in the next couple of weeks they have a cooler T20 tournament. I think the semi-final and the final is coming up. The St. Martin T20 concrete tournament.
Canty made 50 or 60 odd.
For all saints there on the losing cause.
Mm-hmm.
But that's good because the tomorrow's matches are going to be critical. So too is tonight. If PIC the Bertha Blackhawks or Pickett Squashers win this one, then they already booked themselves a place in the semi-final. Because you just need to be. These are two undefeated teams from the first round. Landeveld to Louis. Louis is driving to the offside, picks up an easy single, so he's off the mark. And a big, strong, powerful throw coming over the keeper's head. He can't stop that. Who's that, Louis? Oh, he's a big, tall, right-handed guy. He used to play for... Yeah. So we know in terms of what's happening. Keeper for tonight for the... well, originally they had Cornwall as captain. I think Joshua Thomas is the keeper for...
Boy!
Outside the line.
Hit him in the stomach.
Yeah, he was trying to go for a slug sweep. You see, and these are the kind of things that we were talking about, Terry. I don't know why Elroy Francis want to play a shot of that nature. Just stand up. See already, he's still looking to mid-wicket rather than looking to look straight down the ground.
Especially off the first ball, Vernon. At least give yourself a chance. Have a look at the bowler.
2 without loss. Francis is not. He's under some pressure. He really needs to come up trumps before he heads out to England. And the time he's looking to punch this down the ground. To get 200 runs in a T20 game is a big haul. Over number 1, 2 without loss.
It's a big haul, but if you want to be chasing 200, you want to be doing it at Coolidge, though. That's the ground that they can get 200 on.
You think so?
Wow.
You see the trick about
Leeward Islands chased down 200 against Barbados.
No, but the trick about it, right, Terry, you've got to understand, the smaller the ground, the harder runs become, you know. Especially when you're chasing.
True.
Because you're coming with a mindset that you think the ground is small.
Yes.
So you think you can
hit everything find the boundary easy.
You get a wake-up call. I promise you that one day. That won't be happening that easy. Karim Ago is starting from the CIUN. Rakim Cornwall has decided that he's not going to be in the slip area tonight. Kadim Phillip is more or less his brother, is going into the slip area. And Cornwall has decided to get a run out tonight. Let's see what's going to be happening. Karim Ago, left arm spinner, now playing for the United States of America. He comes in now to bowl to Mikhail Louis, goes down the onside, and straight away Donald Shekels gets out his arms, and it's wide. 3 without loss. Karim Ago. He comes in now to bowl to Mikhail Louis. That was flatter, faster, the arm ball. He had to get down on it very quickly, but he got a run. He goes up to 2. There have been 2 extras so far, so the score is 4 without loss. Elroy Francis is not. I find that Kadim Phillip is a good way back. Don't know if it's going to carry to him, but maybe the pace that Karim Ago is bowling it maybe just might carry to him.
Ooh, that went through.
Joshua Thomas. Think that would have hit the pad more than anything else. So buys signal there. So Francis not knowing anything too much about that one. Terry?
Not all, but Kareem Agor is still bowling with pace on, though, which is interesting.
5 without loss. Going to come in now to bowl to Louis. Louis is just clipping
See,
this one
and
beautifully. Landeveld will have a lot of work to do. He can't get there. He goes into the stand. He's got to be careful. Hope he's okay. Put the brakes on. First boundary to Louis. First boundary of the Piggott Crushers innings there. 9 without loss. And Kareem Agor drifting between middle and leg. And all you have to do is just work that nicely. Good leg lance. He's a good tall player. Michael Louis, the brother of Jeremiah Louis. Played for the West Indies under 19. Along with Elroy Francis. The slip comes out. Could never understand why we set fields for bad bowling.
most definitely, and this has been a bad over. He's darting them in, and they're all going middle and leg. So any bit of bats, it will run away.
Now he bowls the ball outside the line of the off stump. He's back and looking to punch that. Can't score. The score remains a 9 without loss. Runs on the board, runs on the board. He's talking about scoreboard pressure and what sort of approach will Louis and Francis come up with is going to be interesting. Going out the bowl to Louis. Louis is back and looking to punch that. Can't beat Cornwall at cover. And the score remains a 9 without loss. Go over the bowl wide in this over. Fans have turned out, but we need to get more fans here. Got to come out and support the cool and smooth. Here is Louis looking to block a delivery there. 2 overs bowled. 9 without loss, Terry.
Yeah, a quiet start by Piggott's Crushers, but that over by Go, I just felt he bowled with too much pace on and ill-directed deliveries. And, you know, they're not home yet. They don't want to be giving runs away. They want Piggott's Crushers to work for every run that they make tonight, even though they're looking for mammoth 200 to win the match. So we'll see how Vanderbilt goes. His first over only went for 2, and he looked rather impressive.
Landeveld is going to bowl to Elroy Francis. He's out to bowl to Francis. That's a beautiful outswinger, but his signaler wide. Just needs to just start that from just around the fourth stump area.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just going down that corridor of uncertainty. Give him some encouragement. I'll give him 2 slips. Jamal Hamilton is now going to the second slip because he's getting that
He's getting that movement,
there.
definitely.
Yeah. And you want to give him, and Francis tends to play loosely. Kadim Phillip at first slip, Hamilton at second, Landeveld is now to bowl to Francis. Francis is clipping this one over the infield and down to the boundary for 4. Amir Nathaniel can't get that one. So he just strayed a little bit into the pads, trying to bowl an in-swinger, and got clipped away.
Yeah.
Second boundary of the Piggott's innings, it goes up to 14 without loss, and Francis, that would give him some confidence.
Definitely, a good shot there by Francis Jr. Clipped it nicely through the mid-wicket region over mid-on. Vanderbilt just correcting a bit too much.
Just would like to see him get that left hand up, Terry. Left hand doesn't do enough, really.
Mm-hmm.
So he can be able to come right over on the top and complete his action. Once he can get that mastery worked out. I would really love to have somebody like a John Maynard or a Robbie Joseph working with some of these young seamers that I've seen before. Jemuel KB from Montserrat, he's out also, gone to England. Had a chance to see him yesterday.
Boy, that roll.
Oh, he did, especially from that end. And one of the things that I find not happening, Terry, and I've been talking about it all the time, if you come to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the CIO end, once the bowler is coming from the media center end, the ball tends to die.
Right.
So as a keeper, you need to be able to make sure that you can cover grounds by stepping up at least about 3-4 meters so that the ball doesn't die on you.
Mm-hmm.
And all of the keepers are guilty so far.
Right,
including even the international keepers that we see that have played here. And in now to bowl to Louis. Louis is squaring up. And just opening the face, stares it down to third man, getting an easy single. And so quiet start here, not the explosive start like what we saw from Smith and Kofi James. But P.I. Liberto, Blackhawks, they have so much weapons, so much options, Terry, that I think they're the best feeling team, and they're going to be very, very, very hard to beat.
Yeah, as Cornwall just looks to adjust the field, he took the slip Second slip, Jamal Hamilton out, put him at mid-wicket. Now he's sending him to
Deep backward square.
deep backward square. That's
think it's
very
a bluff.
interesting.
That's
Oh, and
right.
he's hit it straight to him. No, he's played it
To the right.
brilliantly.
It really didn't get up.
No.
So it was an easy shot. It was almost a giveaway boundary there for Elroy Francis, and it was almost badly lined, and he really didn't bounce. If you're gonna really bowl him a bumper, gotta really put some. It gotta be an effort ball.
Definitely, and that one didn't really have any juice on it either. So, good shot though by Francis Jr. Second boundary, moves on to 8.
Sort of reminds me of a Colin Cookie Joseph. Would just like to get that left hand working around and getting that up. But he's a work in progress. He's a good boy, and he will get stronger. He will get better. Over number 3 completed. Picket Squashers, they're 20 without loss.
Yes, 20 without loss after 3 overs. It's a steady start, you'd have to say, by Pickett's Crushers. Of course, chasing 200. 199 for 3, Roberta Blackhawks. Basically, based on that wonderful opening partnership between Coffee James and Yuri Smith of
Partnership of 106.
106?
They lost the first wicket to the 1 for 111.
111,
11.1
yes.
overs.
Yes, they were certainly on fire. That really set this match up.
Here comes Gore. And now to
Again, he's straying.
yeah, because he's trying to
Bowl
go
too
flat and
fast. Yeah.
And now and again, if you don't get that right hand up, he's a left arm spinner. You don't get that right hand up, then the radar, you tend to fall over. His left hand, his right hand really going across rather than up to be able to. It's almost like a javelin throw. You want to make sure that you focus your arrow into that. Flat, fast. You just want to be able to get through the overs. Ooh.
Again, it kept
And he's
low. He's
bowling.
bowled him.
That is what
That
is going to happen.
shot through that one. But at least he was on the off-stump line. He gave himself every opportunity.
That is what is going to happen, Terry.
Mm-hmm.
On this track here, you got to bowl as straight as possible.
And
Michael Louis guilty there of looking to
playing back
and go square
rather
than up
coming
and
forward. Yep.
Really, you know what I mean? So Kyle Louis walks back, a dejected young man, and he's having a torrid time here in Antigua and Barbuda.
He is, yes, and he does look dejected, but I'm sure he'll work on it. He'll realize for watching videos and so that it was pretty ordinary bowling by Gore. That was a better delivery, but he should have been well forward, and as Vernon's saying, looking to play straight rather than trying to cut a ball that was too close to him, and he should not have been back in his crease. But first one for Roberta, they'll be happy with that. 21 for 1. We're in the 4th over. Of course, 200, the magical number that Pickett's Crushers are looking for. So, early breakthrough for Roberta Blackhawks.
And out comes, I think this would be Jaden Jones. I think I have this one right. Jaden Jones, who was the keeper today. And I guess maybe they're going to try and see if they can firepower. I would have sent Austin Richards Jr. Left and right combination. Sometimes you just need that little change. But I saw like a bit of Jones the other night. He doesn't look bad.
Well, he's going from ball 1 and he's out. Hit it straight down the deep
Weldon Cornwall Jr.
forward square legs, throat out on the boundary. First ball for Jones. He went for it, danced down the track to Karima Gore, but it caught the inside half of the bat and went straight down the fielder's throat, sweeping on the mid-wicket boundary. So second blow, 2-2 for Roberta Blackhawks. Vernon, they can't do a thing wrong tonight.
They're the best fielding competition. They're the best fielding team in the competition for the first round. And as you realize, they have demonstrated that tonight again. The Picket Squashers dropped a number of catches tonight.
Number easy chances too.
In fact, Gershon Phillip dropped one off of Coach James, I think, just before even he got to 20. In double figures. So it's really, 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 really more pressure. Malik Walsh comes out, the brother of Hayden Walsh Jr. It would be good if he can survive so we can see Hayden bowl into him. So
yeah, that would be a good matchup.
Still no Austin Richards.
No. I agree with you. I would have sent him just to break up the right-handers. But great spirit shown by these Liberta Blackhawks team now also. I mean, that catch was taken, as I say, on the deep mid-wicket boundary, but the whole team rushed to that side of the ground to congratulate
It was a game plan.
the fielder. It worked a treat.
Hamilton has been having a real run out tonight.
Yeah,
Cornwall has
he's
been
moving him all over the place.
all over. He's now gone to leg slip. And Landeveld has now come to the short mid-wicket area. Here comes Kareem Ago. He's going to move in now to bowl to Elroy Francis. Bowl to Francis. Francis comes quietly forward on the offside. Hayden Walsh Jr. darting in there. Malik Walsh maybe not even interested in thinking about even wanting to run. The Blackhawks, they want to be able to crush the crushers, the Pigots crushers. But the Pigots crushers will have other ideas. Francis defending. Needs to get a single. Needs to be able, got to get off strike. Got to be able to look to just work that ball into the leg side area right in front of Bertil Baltimore and get an easy single. Kareem Ago comes in out to bowl to Francis. Francis is back and looking to put that. Somebody could be in trouble. Malik Walsh not paying attention here for a moment, and they gave away 2 runs there. Malik Walsh was more or less ball watching. And all that ends come good. Over is completed. 23 for 2. Pigots Crushers, they're up against it.
They are up against it, but they'd be looking to throw down the gauntlet though here and try and really make a game of this. They've been the top 2 teams in the country for the past 2 or 3 seasons, and Pigots have done a wonderful job building up their sports club there at Pigots, and the team has responded under Ajani Frederick, so they'll be wanting to if not make the runs, get as close as they can to this Liberta.
You've been following the news, Terry?
Which news is that, Vernon?
You remember I did indicate it to you that I think that England needed to give Ben Stokes a team, so...
Right, yeah, I saw that today, yes. Well, they didn't have much option, really, though, did they?
You can't say that, Terry. How dare you say that about the motherland? Terry, you're going to get me in trouble.
It's good to see that we got rid of another English skipper, though, isn't it?
Oh, gosh, Terry. Here goes Landeveld in out of the hole to Malik Walsh, who's standing up straight and punching this down to backward point. Malik Walsh, the brother of Hayden Walsh Jr. May his soul rest in peace, Hayden Walsh Sr. We were very, very, very close, Terry.
Yes.
Technical Cricket Academy. I remember the days coming up for summer, working with his wife, Wade Walsh, Farnungi Walsh, Ordwin. That academy produced so many players. Peter Abraham Jr. You had all the parents, Derek Maryland. Oh, it was so many personnel that passed through that Technical Cricket Academy.
Definitely.
Remember the days, and sometimes when I look back now and I relive those moments, I remember Hayden was just a little baby.
Right, yeah.
In terms of what's happening. Flagman is around, flying the cool and smooth flag. Landeveld is certainly working up some pace here. See now to bowl to Malik Walsh, who just drops this onto the onside. Nathaniel comes in, can't stop the single. And good communication happening between Malik Walsh Jr., Malik Walsh and Elroy Francis. Francis will have to play a blinder tonight, Terry.
Between the 2 teams, would this be the most juniors on the field?
I would think so. Austin Richards Jr., Vincent Shadrack Jr., Elroy Francis Jr., all in one team. Francis driving loosely. No feet movement there at all. He's just left foot not coming out to the pitch of the ball, just the hands going. And you're taught, now he's rehearsing, and that he's quite capable. Sometimes the thing that I have with, my problem I have with Elroy Francis is that he has all the shots, but he sometimes just get reckless without even, playing the proper cricket shots. He's trying to beat the leather off of the ball. He gets a delivery here, again, see, down the onside, he's looking for maximum power. Just get a tickle onto it.
Yeah, if he stood up straight then, he would have tickled that one nicely.
But you see, is what happens in practice. So if you
If that's what you practice,
Practice.
that's what's going to happen.
That's what
in
you
a-
preach.
in a game.
Too true.
I want to thank Mark Charles, the Parish League, for providing the services here tonight, and for the entire team. In a moment, we will be able to roll out all of the sponsors who've made this cool and smooth great so far. Francis is back. Nathaniel almost came up with something there mid-on. Nathaniel, big tall guy. You know, if you came to a cricket match and you saw Ami and Nathaniel, you'll say, he's got to be a Wayne Daniel. He's got to be a big fast bowler.
Right, yeah. He's got a build for it, isn't it? But after you saw him move to that delivery, you changed your mind quick.
Changed my mind very quickly. 26 for 2.
But just picking up on your point, which is an excellent point, Vernon, when you say that if they just got into line, came across a bit more, did this, did that, they'd be able to nudge that a good delivery into the on or the offside and take the single. I think a lot of our batsmen get into the problem of when they face a good delivery, they think defense, and that's it. They don't think about where can I score. They're just trying to defend their wicket.
There's also a myth though, that because you think you're playing 10-10 cricket and T20 cricket, you think you have to hit everything
score,
out of the round.
Right,
But
yeah.
you can play games, man, like cricket, and you can work the ball around because there's so many vast acres of land on the cricket field that you just need to be able to find the gaps. That's the name of it. Here comes Kadeem Henry from the CIUN, in now to bowl to Eroy Francis, going for power, going
Short.
past Amir Nathaniel to the left of him. The rain is coming in, and we're in trouble here because the wind is pushing this one. The umpires are calling on the covers, but the wind is pushing it also.
Yeah.
So
And
we already have
it's
5 overs
light.
being bowled, and here comes the.
Although the spectators are moving off the banks this time.
They're not really moving. They're maybe
Or
just
strolling.
Yeah, because it's maybe a passing show, but the good thing about it is that you can't see. So that's why they're not taking any chances. Down goes the stumps. Across comes the covers. And we pray to the Almighty God that the rain will go away. We're expecting showers tonight based on into the forecast. And the crew here at Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies, they've done an excellent job here so far. They weren't able to bring on the small cover, but I guess they would know this area more than us. The wind is automatically pushing pushing it away. So we'll keep our fingers crossed that this one will pass, because I think it is stopped now.
It's almost there.
It's almost there.
Very
but
slight.
But we just never know.
No, because in the
because we
dark
can't see
sky.
on that area
Right.
in terms of what's happening. But we keep our fingers crossed, and we bring to you the action. Kadeem Phillip is not in a hurry. He understands the ground. He lives here. He's part of the machinery here at Coolidge Cricket Ground, and he's looking up and looking over into the corner. He's just saying to Karima that if it comes between this gap, this is what is going to happen. You always want to have an education anywhere you go, Terry, concerning the weather.
Yeah, it's always good to know.
Is it like when
Good knowledge to have.
Grounds? Yeah. As an umpire, you certainly need to know that.
Couple of tourists walking around the boundary line.
Oh yes.
Good to see.
I think next week we have to. Tomorrow is a next round of matches, but I think after the holiday, after the Labor Day weekend, which is a planned activities, we have to really be able to push and get the fans in here.
Yes, because a wonderful tournament, and Cool and Smooth do an excellent job in sponsoring it every year. Increased prize money too this year. 22,000 for the winner.
Rounded dollars.
Wow,
that's a lot of money, eh?
That is a lot of money.
That's a lot of money. So, let me just talk to a little bit of the sponsors. Pineapple Beach Club, Supreme Security, Kennedy's Club Limited, Stonewall Reloaded, Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association, Signs and Impressions, Images Design, Antigua and Barbuda Tourism Authority, St. John's Development Corporation, Antigua and Barbuda Port Authority, Hadid Motors, Tropical Shipping, Cricket West Indies, APUA /INET. So
you got to be able to make sure you take that out. Antigua and Barbuda Festivals Commission, Global Bank of Commerce. Those are the major sponsors for the Cool and Smooth T20 Explosion Pickets. And after 3 years, Cool and Smooth is back. When you go there tomorrow to pick up your shirts for your Labor Day March, make sure that you tell Keenan that Terry Laraja and Vernon A. Springer sent you. And for the folks who are listening to the coverage on Platinum FM 97.9, including the chairman, Keegan, our technician, Kavi, those guys have been monitoring. We say thank you very much because we're bringing the action live to you. It's the Cool and Smooth T20 Explosion. Pickets Crushers versus PIC Liberta Blackhawks. This is the second rain delay, but sooner rather than later, we feel that everything will be cleared. And as we speak, Terry, 5.1 overs have been bowled.
Yeah, I was just looking at the run rate. They're going at about 5.5 at the moment. The run rate required has gone up already to 11.5. So they wouldn't want to lose any more wickets. Of course, this stop-start action, though, will not, you'd feel, would hamper Pickett's Crushers being the batting side more than the bowling side. Although whether it gets wet enough the outfield to make it a bit harder on the bowlers handling the ball, but the stop-start, you presume, would not help the batting side too much in these conditions when, as I said, they're looking at nearly 11.5 and over from here on in. But they still need 170 of just under 15 overs.
Well, it's a cat and mouse wait and see situation here. I think they're
coming off.
They're ready and ready to go, and the gods upstairs are smiling with us because they know that we need cricket. And just to let you know in terms of what's going on.
But talking about, you were saying that we're through Platinum FM and everything, but it's just great to have cricket back on different platforms, but especially the radio. Throughout the region, though, Vernon. Yes. Great to have the game back on the radio. A lot of people rely on the radio, still up to today, even though, modern technology, you can use this and use that and whatever.
Sometimes you don't have time to be looking at
it all day. Yeah.
And just to remind you folks that the covers are being cleared as we speak. Tomorrow's action continues here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground starting at 4 p.m. Terry won't be here at 4, but I'll be here in the hot seat. Rising Sun Spartans, they will take on All Saints.
I miss my club.
You miss your club?
Yeah.
You won your first game.
We did, yeah. Shocked the world.
And in your second encounter, Jennings against Empire Nation. That's going to be a big game. And just in case you're wondering what's happening, what Terry is talking about, yes, All Saints. Jennings stuns All Saints and Rising Sun. The shocked Empire Nation. Wayne Hewlett, good evening to you, manage. So it's 8 days, 16 matches. Who will be crowned the 2022 Cool and Smooth T20 champion? PIC Liberta Blackhawks. They are the defending champions. Can anybody stop them? That's a big $1 million question that will be answered some point in time on Saturday, May 7th, right here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. But before that, you know what's going to be happening, Terry? There's going to be semi-finals on the Friday.
Right.
And then the third and fourth place. Mm-hmm. And then it will be the final. And by God's grace, we will be here. In fact, it could be a lovely Mother's Day gift for some team.
It could be, yes. Well, it will be. But good news here, though, at Coolidge. The players are back on the field.
They are 30 for 2. Karim Henry. There's a break as Malik Walsh has his shoelaces tied by Test player Jamal Hamilton from Angola. If I was Malik, I'd be saying to him, you also need to kiss my toes. This is a little gesture and a little joke. So we're back with the cricket action. Karim Phillip, left arm spinner. He's going to come in out the ball to Elroy Francis. Flatter, faster arm ball. He's just pushed Malik Walsh out of the way. and he's just like a Mack truck. So you can imagine like a Malik Walsh. Malik Walsh is having some banter of words with him.
You wouldn't want to run into that too often, though, would you?
No, not that size. Here comes Kadeem Phillips as he comes in now to bowl to Elroy Francis. Francis is sweeping, playing across the line.
He bowled him.
A
Swept
poor shot by Elroy Francis.
Swept, missed and bowled, and the chainsaw's out.
And why would he want to play? He's still trying to practice to play that shot. And if you're going to get into sweep shot, you've got to get into the proper position to play that shot. Elroy Francis goes back right after the break. The second delivery, bowled by Kadeem Phillip, and the Pigott Squashers are in trouble here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Certainly in trouble, Vernon. 3 wickets down now, just 30 on the board, and you'd have to say Elroy Francis' patchy innings. He played a couple of good shots that went for boundaries, but the rest of it, as you were saying, he failed to play straight often enough, but he failed to give himself a chance to have a look at the bowling. Now he's just come back from a good 10-15 minute break because of the weather, and only faced one ball, and then tried the sweep shot.
You gotta be refocused. That shot is not on. You know, especially to the left.
Time and a place for everything.
Because the length that you're trying to sweep.
It's coming away from you.
Yeah, he hit the top of the off stump, so you must understand that he had to be very, 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 very poor. Out comes Cameron Pennyfeather. And Terry, I know you have not seen him, but he's a good cricketer. He's got some talent.
Mm-hmm.
He has an opportunity here tonight to become a hero for Pigott Squashers. He maybe can get the keys to Pigotts.
Batting on off stump.
Yeah. Good move. You don't normally see that from modern day players. So Kadeem in now to bowl to Pennyfeather. Pennyfeather is back and punching this down the ground. So you see, you understand the option straight away. That's cricket sense.
Exactly.
Imagine you pick that up very quickly. 31 for 3. They're in trouble. Malik Walsh is more or less an accumulator. He's not a guy who's going to go and look to blast the ball around. But his cricket has certainly improved. Here's Malik just helping this one away. Down to the boundary.
That's a good shot.
Very good shot. Badly line delivery there by Kadeem Phillip. And put away nicely by Malik Walsh, the brother of Hayden Walsh Jr. Malik has already played for Leavers under 15 and under 17 team. Sooner rather than later he'll be getting into the under 19 team. In fact, I understand that he's going off to the States, Terry.
Okay.
Yeah, somebody told me that. He's got an invite, 35 for 3. You want to have a look at him. He's an American citizen. You understand? He's back and looking to punch shot, can't score. So over number 6 is completed. And the PIC Liberta Blackhawks, they're large and in control here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. And they're looking to just more or less just crush. When I say crush, really crush the Crushers.
Yeah, definitely, and make a statement for the rest of the tournament. A dominant win in the first match by some 90 runs, and it's looking very much that way at the moment as we speak in the second match. But of course, America will be looking to build up their team and looking to play as many tournaments as they can, and having a look at the guys from here, from our region, with the T20 2024 being joint host with West Indies.
Hayden Walsh Jr. comes in. I can't wait to see this contest between Hayden Walsh Jr. and Malik Walsh.
Family affair.
Yeah, family affair, but it won't start straight away. He's starting to bowl to Cameron Pennyfeather. He's got a real good cricketing brain. Pennyfeather. Long on, long off back. Deep backward square. Protection already. Both on the off and on the leg.
Boy.
Ooh, that was quicker and faster. Hayden, you would know Terry. He went to India for about at least 3 weeks. I'll come back to that. And some bowling stints there during the IPL that was flatter, faster. Cameron Pennyfeather has got to keep his eyes on the ball. I was asking him about the experience, and he says, Springs, it'll take me a whole day to talk to you about my experience there. Walsh into ball to Pennyfeather. Pennyfeather can do no more but just defend.
But just talking to him, Vernon, you know, you can tell he's got the excellent and right attitude. You know, he's always trying to improve his game. He listens to people, takes advice, right advice, obviously. You don't take advice from just anybody, but he's always looking to improve.
I think West Indies have done him an injustice, as here is Cameron Pennyfeather being worked into the onside. I mean, Nathaniel coming off with a deep backward square leg boundary couldn't stop the singer. In fact, Pennyfeather decided that he doesn't want a helmet anymore, so he's sent his helmet off. And the reason why I said that, Terry, is every country in the world is investing in a wrist spinner.
Yes.
Except the West Indies.
Yes. And I'll go further, Vernon. I say the problem came down to Pollard. I don't think Pollard rated him enough. And also, Pollard put his faith and trust in Hussain, which I've got nothing against Hussain. But Hayden was your man. He was in that series. He got the player of the series against Australia. And then they went into the one-day matches.
And played one game in the World Cup.
Played one game in the World Cup, got dropped for that one-day series. You know, things will never cease to amaze.
So Walsh getting a single off of his brother, Hayden Walsh Jr., Malik Walsh.
And now it's the rain's coming down again.
The rain's beckoning in again.
Another light shower by the look of it. And then
I think Kadim is telling them, hold on. They want to come on, but Kadim, this is what, 7 overs bowled already?
7 are gone, yes.
Yeah. But the thing about it, right, is that the fans are not really moving.
No, it's very light.
It's
if you
very
look
light
in the light, yeah.
So I think that's why Kadim was saying to them, hold up.
And it is blowing from east to west across the ground rather quickly, but the umpires are still in 2 minds, but now they called them on.
But Kadim is trying to...
Yeah, well, it does appear to be
like
blowing away, yeah.
And I think that's why Kadim has been maybe kind of saying, listen, umpires, I live here, I know this. But the umpire's not taking any chance, and it's sweeping across.
Very much, and it is very light.
Very, very light again. And that's what I was saying to you, because when you look on the mound, a lot of the fans are really not moving.
No.
They got the umbrellas out. They're comfortable. But this is going to be the third break for tonight.
Third break in 7 overs?
In 7 overs. But at least we getting in cricket. So I don't think we can ask for anything else. The fans really getting the sweetness here. If you want to talk about sweetness, they've been able to get cricket, and that's what you want. You just want to be able to get out of your house and get some cricket under your belt. And it's nice to have this competition. Yeah.
Most definitely, very important and excellent competition for all involved.
You know that 4 countries will be hosting matches this year in the Caribbean Premier League.
Yes.
St. Kitts and Nevis, Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana and St. Lucia. And those will be the countries that will be hosting CPL games.
And Guyana doing the finals, Vernon, and for the next 3 years, yes.
You know, there's a story behind that, you know, Terry.
I bet there is.
And not only behind that, I don't know if you remember a couple of years ago, 2017, 2018, when St. Kitts and Nevis hosted the CPL finals. I don't know if you remember 2016, 2017. You remember Trinidad and Tobago went on a hunt and decided that they were going to get back the finals. It was almost like a bidding war.
Yeah.
St. Kitts and Nevis had hosted the finals 2016, 2017. And then out came Trinidad and Tobago saying, no way, we want this.
Right.
And it became a bidding war. And you know the bidding war continues even up until today. Because Guyana has to spend some real money to be able to execute that in a very big way. So there's been really as we would say, everyone trying to understand the economic impact and what it would mean to be able to host the CPL final. Because the thing about it, right, Terry, when you host the CPL finals or any final, the entire world is looking.
Right.
You know, even these Dream 11 T10s that have been coming up around here, you know, in Grenada,
Jamaica.
Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
I know that they're going to be also looking to go into Dominica, Grenada. St. Vincent have demonstrated, you know, how massive it was. St. Lucia. You also even had the Trinidad and Tobago under 19 playing against the Windwards under 19. So you understand how far ahead the Trinidad and Tobago women's program is and their involvement. So, folks, if you're wondering what's happening, 37 for 3, there's a rain delay break. This is the 4th break, and we're only into over number 7. 8 was about to start, but I think this is the kind of weather that we're going to have tonight. Like a cat and mouse game that's going to be taking place, and we're praying by God's grace that we can be able to get some cricket in. So Terry Laraja is alongside me, and Terry, looks as if Liberto will be heading into the semi-final.
Yes, they look very strong, powerful, and disciplined outfit so far in this competition, Vernon. And tonight is no exception. They basically picked up from where they left off in their opening encounter. Well on top in this game. The run rate required now has gone up over 12.5 for Pigot's Crushers, with 37 for 3 after 7 overs, chasing an even 200 for victory. So Liberta well on top, and they do look a class outfit.
Well, they come on a mission. They want the money.
Wow, why not?
Who will stop them is another question. But you never know. In a knockout competition, you don't want to. You sometimes prefer to lose a game in the preliminaries, because the next round is going to be the semi-final, and then it's the final.
Well, very, very true, and especially in this, the shortest format of the game, you know, anything can happen. It only takes one or two players to come off for you, and all of a sudden, you've got the opposition in trouble. But all things being equal, you'd have to say after the first few matches and what you've seen of Liberta, it would take a special effort to knock them off.
Let's talk a little football. Who's your team?
Liverpool.
Oh, that's why you're so quiet to me.
Why? What do you mean quiet?
You know, I know you're in Liverpool. I deliberately asked you that
yes.
so that you can walk into this trap. I see that your coach, Jurgen Klopp, has signed an extension until 2026.
Yes.
Congratulations, man. I'm taking.
But he's a good guy, though.
I'm taking a lot of blows. Manchester United. Don't rub it in. Don't even remember.
No, well, I won't mention Manchester United.
I'm taking a beating. You can say it. That's all right. Because when I waited for the Liverpool fans, I'm coming out to the Liverpool
flogging.
I did give you guys some flop the last time there. So you
drew today, though.
Yeah, drew. I'm out of
with Chelsea.
I'm out of everything. You're talking about draw. You telling me I'm doing good to even draw? So imagine I'm back in the Lakers, and the Lakers don't make it, and then I'm supporting Manchester United, and oh gosh, it's just been a torrid year for me. Oh, it's not good. Not good news, Terry.
Not good at all.
Not good news. Not good news. Not good news.
But
so
they
you think you can pull this off, Liverpool?
I think they can. Whether they will or not is another question.
But
because
I read Klopp. He's a very good coach.
Yes, yeah. Well, I just like I like his enthusiasm. And
he's been able to, with all those players injured, and
right,
still be able to put teams out on the park consistently and play consistent football. Because he's really never had his firepower like most of the other clubs in the Manchester City and all those guys.
True.
Chelsea, you know
yeah.
Now we've had some players who've been injured. I mean, sometimes I wonder.
But they just play that nice open flowing football, though. That's what I enjoy.
He's an excellent coach. He certainly is. I rate him highly.
But it will be tough. But the thing that they've got going in their advantage, if you just look at the Premier League, is that he's got everybody fit at the right time, and just with this, with City having to play or having to get over Real Madrid in the Champions League. Some tough matches where Liverpool are doing it a little easier against Villarreal. Just may tip the balance. City have an off day, but I mean they still have to lose a match or draw to pick up 2 points to take the lead, isn't it?
But I need to ask you a question.
And they do have a harder run-in than what City do.
Why coaches get fired?
Well, why don't they though? When they should. Don't get me involved. Don't get me involved. I've had enough debates and arguments over Pollard retiring.
No. We're not talking about Pollard tonight.
No.
Folks, if you wonder what's happening, we have a rain break.
But the rain has stopped and the covers are off.
We're just waiting on the umpires. I don't think that they will have a reduction. I don't know.
I doubt it.
Van Roy Burns maybe might have to get out his calculator. In fact, yes. I see Asher Cornelius with his computer has gone down the steps.
Oh, lucky, because if we were waiting for Burns and a calculator, it would be till midnight.
This is, Asher and his mom, they are in charge of the Duckworth Lewis for this tournament.
Okay.
And this is the 5th break.
But there haven't been long breaks, though.
They haven't been, but
no.
Easily they've been time lost.
Yes.
So you got to take that one into consideration. We didn't have on our stopwatch for that, but we'll find out. And someone who will come back.
It probably lost about half an hour altogether.
Maybe, just about that.
Yeah.
In terms of going on. And just for the folks who wondering what's happening, National Carnival is coming up in Antigua and Barbuda, so you got to be able to make sure that you come home for that. There's also St. Kitts Music Festival coming up, Nevis Culturama coming up. There's also, as I look, Bernard Joseph, the 2 captains. Who's coming? It can't be a Johnny. It has to be the captain. Really, it should be the captain. Elroy Francis should be coming forward. But in fact, I see the coach come in. Raheem Cornwall has come out. I think Picker Squashers know that they're under the real heat here. And if it's Duckworth Lewis getting involved here, sure they have to chase some incredible magical figure. Mr. Lewis and company came up with. So we'll find out. Let's see what's happening. It's now 9:36 in Antigua and Barbuda, 8:36 in Jamaica. And if you're wondering what's happening, you're listening to the Cool and Smooth T20 Explosion. Picket Squashers taking on the PIC Liberta Blackhawks. And PIC Liberta Blackhawks, they reach 199. And Picket Squashers, they're in trouble here, Terry. 37 for 3.
Yes, most definitely. They're in dire straits, you could say, and not knowing what the rain delay will bring about and change the required target to get, they could be in further trouble. But Liberta all over them like a rash, Vernon, from ball one, really. That tremendous opening partnership between Coffee James and Yuri Smith really set the tone for the evening as far as the defending champions, the Liberta Blackhawks, are concerned.
Well, the umpires are back out. The PIC Liberta Blackhawks regrouping themselves. We are expected to get an update sooner rather than later. I do hope that we can get an update. Van Roy Burns, I will let Terry to continue very quickly as I try to see if I can get an update.
Yes, most definitely. We'll get that to you as soon as possible. But the rain has cleared. Well, it wasn't really rain. It was more like a passing shower, a bit of drizzle that blew quickly across the ground. But we believe that there will be an adjustment under the Duckworth-Lewis method, because that was the 3rd or 4th break that we've had. We got through the Liberta innings with no problem whatsoever, but this is about the 3rd or 4th break that we've had in just 7 overs of the Pigots' reply. And of course they were chasing 200, Liberta making 199 for 3, and half centuries to Coffee James and Karima Gore got them up to 199 for 3. A tremendous opening partnership with between Yuri Smith and Coffee James of 111. In reply, Pigot's Crushers, when the last rain break came down, Pigot's Crushers in reply 37 for 3. So still requiring some 160 odd runs with just the 7 wickets, but we're expecting that to be adjusted as play is about to start again, and it'll be Phillip into Malik Walsh, who plays that nicely through the cover region. The sweeper comes off the boundary, restricts the scoring to a single. So back in action, Pigot's Crushers move up to 38 for 3. Walsh is on 7. Pennyfather is on 2. And did you get the news, Vernon?
Well, the news is Pigot's Crushers will need 186 of 18 overs. So you could say
of 18 overs.
So they need 148 more runs. They already had one run here since the break, right?
Right.
So they have 11 overs to get 148. And here is a drop catch by Kadeem Phillip. Sort of lost his way there just for a moment. Took his eyes off the ball. It looked like he wanted to celebrate before taking the catch off Cameron Pennyfeather. So the revised target is that Pigot's Crushers will need 186 runs of 18 overs.
But how did they increase the overs?
They lost 2 overs. It's an 82 over game.
So was it?
Yeah, so you gotta understand.
So you worked that out.
I'm not trying to work it out. Pigot's Crushers have to work that one out. And they're going to be up against
They would have been better off leaving it as it was.
Well, you still have Raheem Cornwall and also Kofi James to bowl here. Here is Malik Walsh going out of context. Why he wants to hit that ball over mid-wicket, I will never know. With the left-arm spinner bowling him, he wants to be able to look to hit the ball down the ground. And he's going for a massive...
He split the gap that time, no?
He does. Boundary to the young man. You think there's a game on here?
Much needed boundary. Well, there is since they increased the overs. That means Liberta, in theory, are going to bowl 25 overs at him.
No, they're not going to bowl 25 overs. The game, remember they lost 2 overs. So I'll come back, Terry. Go ahead. I'll explain to you.
Okay, so they got 11 overs left.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, now that makes sense now.
That's what I said to you. They would have needed 149 of 11.
Of 11 overs, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You know, based on what will be happening, that's going to be a tall order.
Very tall. Because it's still 11 and 3, got 11.75 required.
You think they need a Juros here?
They need something, yeah.
Or no, Ryan?
Do you know both of them made naught today?
You were surprised?
No.
Oh, okay. You sound surprised.
No, not at all. I was just
43 for 3.
Saying.
43 for 3, Terry. This is now an 18 over game. And that's the real major problem. You see what happens when you win the toss where you have to bat first?
Especially when there's rain around.
All right. Hayden Walsh comes in now to bowl to Cameron Pennyfeather. He's back and looking to pull that one. But there's protection on the leg side. They only get 1 run.
Ask Alan Border. He did that in the final of the World Series Cup one year in Sydney. Rain around. And he decided to bat first. And that was under the old Duckworth-Lewis method.
Ooh.
We were 4 for 2. Greenwich gone. Richardson gone. Hooper was in next. Phoebe said, no, I'm going. And the rest is history.
The rest is history. 44 for 3. Hayden Walsh Jr. from the media center end into bowl to his brother. He's driving exquisitely out to cover. And will only get 1 run in the end. Lovely cricket shot there by Malik Walsh. Good flight there. Hayden Walsh control looks very.
I was about to say, lovely flight by Hayden.
He's not been able to flight that. Let's see what's happening if he's going to flight this one also to Cameron Pennyfeather. He does, and Pennyfeather hits this down to long on. Landeveld comes off the boundary. Terry, I find a lot of things have changed. Maybe it's me. I see players have on black socks these days.
Guess they seem to wear anything really, don't they? Couldn't get away with it years ago. Huh?
Yeah, times have changed. Yeah, so you have to be able to understand what's happening. There's a quicker, faster deliveries through Malik Walsh even before he could think about it. This is a good contest between two brothers.
Have times changed, or do they do their own laundry now? And the socks were once white.
Well, some guys throw away the socks. I'll tell you that much. They have some guys who just wear the socks there until when and then they just dump it. Another over is completed here. 8 overs completed. And Pigots are in serious trouble here. 46 for 3. 46 for 3.
So that's 140 of 10 overs.
Yeah. 139, more or less.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a tall order.
It is going to be a tall order.
Vernon.
It's going to be a tall order. This is almost going to be a stroll in the park here for PIC Liberta Blackhawks because they got so much options. Who is coming on here now? It looks as if it's going to be Kareem Agor coming back. Yeah, so they maybe want to be able to make sure that they can get in the overs. They still got Kofi James. They still got Wilden Cornwall Jr. They still got Cornwall himself.
Still got himself, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm sure he will bowl a couple of overs tonight. Yuri Smith can also bowl too. So they got a number of options. And when you have this kind of total, I wouldn't be surprised if Hamilton feels that he also wants to
I was
bowl a
going to
couple
say, what
tonight.
about Jamal?
So Kareem Agor will start. And before this, Kareem Agor, he would have at least...
Oh, lucky to get away with that one.
Certainly. Hamilton has run some miles tonight on the easy scale, right?
He's done well. He's hardly fielded the ball, but he's been in every position.
He's just been chased. He's just been going from left to right. I think it's ideal for Cornwall. I'm the captain tonight. You know, you don't be able to move me around.
Big appeal.
Before he gets away, Hamilton is out there not because had it hit, I think that Malik Walsh could have been in trouble because he was just jogging. He wasn't really trying to get that stride out to get into his crease. These two fighting away, Cameron Pennyfeather and Malik Walsh. Kareem Agor is into his third over. Here is a big drive down to long on by Cameron Pennyfeather. See what I was telling you about small grounds?
Yes.
Right. So you understand what's happening?
Mm-hmm. But these two, they got no choice. They have to go for it.
Pigots fans are not going anywhere.
Almost up to 16 and over now required.
Almost like academic.
Yeah, what do they say? When it gets past 14, forget about it.
Here is another flighted delivery. Bang on target, and Malik Walsh could do nothing else but defend.
Also, the other problem, Vernon, that Pigots have at the moment, they haven't really got the big hitters at the crease.
They don't. Here is Malik Walsh trying to go for something fantastic. But he keeps looking over mid-wicket, but he's not looking at the ball long enough. Another over completed by Kareem Agor. And the pressure continues. The pressure is mounting here, Terry. 46 for 3, 9 overs bowled. And how they're going to get this, I really don't know. But you never know. Anything is possible.
Anything is possible in this wonderful game called cricket. But as I say, the required run rate is shot up over 17 now. And the current run rate is dropped below 5. So that's the predicament Crushers are facing.
Here is Cameron Pennyfeather driving down to Kofi James off a Hayden Walsh flighted delivery. Pennyfeather decided that there's no helmet. Malik Walsh is still batting in his Leeward Islands helmet. 50 up for the Pigots Crushers. Walsh into bowl to Malik Walsh. While Walsh is driving up to Cornwall cover.
It took forever to take that single.
Yeah, well, it was to the left of Cornwall, who tried Ronaldo flick up with his right boot. He's a good soccer player. You know that, Terry?
Jimbo?
Yeah. Plays soccer well. Plays in the half. He's got some good skills. Here is Pennyfeather on driving, good balance down to Landeveld. And trot a single.
I'm impressed with his control tonight, Hayden Walsh.
Yes. I feel you could see that improvement. He's really enjoying his bowling. You could see that. Tell me he learned so much in India. Here is another flighty delivery, tugged.
Oh, we're gonna take him
Somebody
on.
could be in trouble. No, they get in quite easily. Looks like Wilden Cornwall Jr. coming off of the mid-wicket area. He too is also the son of Wilden Cornwall. He's an excellent footballer also. And already scouts have been earmarking him for the football.
Okay.
Yeah, he's just about 17 years old. Yeah, 17, yeah, he's just turned 17. 17, 18. Got a bright future ahead of him in sports. Hayden Walsh. He comes in now to bowl to Malik Walsh. And Malik Walsh is just turning this one. Amir Nathaniel on the leg side area comes across. Again, I see a slight drizzle coming across. Any more slight drizzle, this game could be over. Terry?
But Wilden Cornwall Jr., we wouldn't want to lose him to cricket, but that's where the money is, though, isn't it, in football? They paid fortune, Vernon.
Yeah. They're hurrying to get in these overs very quickly. Well, not really hurrying. 11 overs bowled. They're way ahead of the rate.
They're way ahead, yeah.
So if anything happens right now, I really...
It would be game Labosa.
Academic, really.
Yes, most definitely. It's out of the question now. You'd have to say the run rate is just below, the required run rate is just below 19 and over. And just really going through the motion. Laberta keeping the game very tight with the spin from both ends, but without the big hitters at the crease. Pickett's Crushers' task is getting tougher and tougher by the minute.
Kadeem Phillip is in now to bowl.
And now they're going to run himself out. As both batsmen end up at the same end because Malik Walsh did not move.
Well, he was ball watching.
He was again.
I think he forgot that they were playing a cricket game. His partner was trying to beckon to him that you got to get a single. You know what I mean? But Malik Walsh never responded. And Cameron Pennyfeather is run out. He's very much upset. And he comes back into the hut. Who's going to come out for the Pickett Squashers? It could be maybe Gershom Phillip.
Well, he needs a big hitter.
The only big hitter I know it might be Gershom. Or maybe they could have sent Stephen Matthew. Tower.
Number 13,
Gershom Phillip.
Gershom Phillip, okay.
55 for 4. So almost academic here. Once again.
131 in 8 overs. 9 overs, just under 9 overs.
Well, I don't think we need to maybe even looking at that. The rain is belting down here a little bit.
Sorry, just under 7 overs.
Yeah. Guess they're still going to, the umpires are still going to take a chance. Malik Walsh is holding up the process here.
I don't think it's worth coming off. If they come off, I think they know the game will be done, Vernon.
Yeah, I also feel that way.
Yeah, but it is a bit heavier this time than usual, and he has signalled the umpire.
I think the umpires will be coming on right now.
Yes.
Even Kadeem Phillip is trying to dash off here, so you know in terms of what's going to be happening. So the covers come on, and it's almost like we can say academic. I don't know if they'll be coming back out after this one. Well, we'll wait and see.
And if they do, what the equation would be then?
Well, it'll change again automatically.
They'll need more than 200 this time.
I think this might be it.
I think so. It's a lot heavier rain this time,
and
is not as much wind blowing it across from east to west, across the ground from east to west as quickly as the last few occasions. So with the situation of the game as it stands at the moment, reduced to 18 overs, we've had 11.1 overs. Pickett's chasing a revised target of 186, was it, Werner? 186 to win, 55 for 4. So Laberta Blackhawks well on top. Of course, they batted first and made 199 for 3 off their 20 overs. But with this now 5th rain delay in the Pickett's Crushers' innings. It's just made their task all that more difficult and basically put the game out of question as the rain still tumbles down here at Coolidge Cricket Ground, and the spectators this time are moving right off the grass banks.
Yeah, this time.
Mm-hmm.
I think everybody has decided that this is it.
I think so too.
And based on the time, we're talking about 9:54 here in Antigua and Barbuda.
Right.
Most people will be thinking that tomorrow is another working day, and it's a big Labor Day weekend coming up. I don't see any rebound coming back right now. Be interesting to just find out, Terry. If I maybe should have asked Van Roy if there was another rain delay, what would happen?
What would happen?
Yeah. But you never know, because this game is still not over by a long shot yet. So we don't know. I don't think the umpires are just going to call this one off. But in the main stand here in front of us, still quite heavily populated with spectators. So folks are not going anywhere. And I don't think this is over quite yet, Terry.
Yeah, maybe not. Well, first things first, the rain needs to stop, and it hasn't as yet. As I say, it's a bit more than a passing shower that the last few breaks were. And that, of course, will make the ones in charge, their job a little more difficult, as we wait and see what will transpire here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground in this cool and smooth T20 explosion for 2022, and the defending champions, PIC Liberta Blackhawks, well on top. Of course, they won their first game quite convincingly by 90 runs over New Winthrop's Lions on the opening day of the competition, and they're well on top in this match. If you're just joining us, 199.43 was Liberta Blackhawks total. Half centuries to Coffee James and Karima Gore. A 111 run opening stand between Coffee James and Yuri Smith really set the tone for the Liberta Blackhawks innings. They batted very well, always in command. Pigot's Crushers didn't do themselves any favors, really. Dropped a few easy catches, or catches that should have been taken in the outfield, and generally looked sloppy, you would have to say, in the field. And the bowling was not the discipline required to restrict this very strong Liberta outfit. And in reply, well, originally they needed 200 off 20 overs, did Pigot's Crushers, and now that has been reduced to 186 off 18 overs, and that was before this rain delay, which the players went off about 5 minutes ago due to rain, and there's no play due to rain still at the moment as the rain is coming down. The entire centre square is covered here at Coolidge Cricket Ground. And the ground staff are out in the middle of the ground just waiting to see what happens. Pigots have reached 55 for 4 off 11.1 overs, which means that they got just under 7 overs, 6.5 overs remaining to get another 131 runs, which is pretty improbable, you'd have to say. At this stage, they're going at around 4.9 is their current run rate. They need, the required run rate is up over 19 runs and over, and that was before this rain break. So it'd be interesting to see what the umpires and the match referee decide, where they'll take the game from here. It looks like the rain has stopped, or just about stopped. It's definitely eased. Covers are still on. Ground staff haven't started to remove them as yet. The ground staff are actually still on the ground, just standing around the big rectangular cover that's covering the entire center of the ground. In the meantime, good crowd that we've got in tonight. Of course, we'll be expecting more as the competition hots up and we head into finals week next week after the long Labor Day weekend here in Antigua and Barbuda. But the crowd have been entertained by Chicky's Hi-Fi, the master DJ himself, playing all the latest tunes to keep the patrons happy and occupied while we wait and see what will transpire with the rest of this match. But what we can tell you at the moment at Coolidge Cricket Ground, that Pigots Crushers, in a game that was reduced to 18 overs due to rain under the Duckworth-Lewis method. They needed 186 off 18 overs, and before the rain came for about the 5th time this evening during the Pigots Crushers innings, they had reached 55 for 4. So Liberta Blackhawks well on top here, and the rain does look like it's just about come to a stop, but as I say, the covers are still on the ground, and we wait with bated breath really to see what will go on or what will transpire for the rest of the evening here at Coolidge Cricket Ground. But no play due to rain at the moment, and I can see that both teams and Van Roy Burns, the match referee, just having a discussion on the sidelines here to see if there'll be a further, well, they would, if the game continues, they decide to continue the game, there would definitely need to be a further reduction in overs. It's already been reduced once down to 18 overs. Vernon's back. Any news, Vernon?
No, I think the match referee, this is what happens in this situation because it's a cat and mouse game. The umpires meeting Asher Cornelius with the Duckworth Lewis. Van Roy Burns there, been there. Cornwall is just holding his hand around to be able to have a discussion. Let's see what's going to be happening. They're meeting at a round table to have a discussion. I think it's almost over. I mean, I don't see anything as much happening.
No, and I think most of the crowd think it's just about over too, because we have to take into consideration the time of evening too.
Well, it's 10 o'clock. I could tell you, I was want to see a game at 1 o'clock, almost ended after 1 in the morning. But it looks as if they're still going ahead with the game. So they're going to play.
Looks like they're telling the ground staff to take them out.
To take off the covers. So we have another delay. So Terry, you hold the fort. Let me try and find what's the latest update coming up.
Yeah, no problem. So the covers are being removed here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. So we will have a resumption in play. How much further play? Vernon Springer will find that out in just a few moments. He runs downstairs and sees what the match referee and the umpires have decided. But the game was reduced to 18 overs, and the target, which was originally 200 Pigots Crushers were chasing, was reduced to 186 off 18 overs. They've reached 50 for 4 off 11.1 overs. So Liberta Blackhawks well on top, but we will have another reduction as the stumps go back into position. And the ground staff have taken the covers off the pitch, so we are waiting for a resumption of play, and hopefully we'll get right through to the end of the game this time, because this rain delay has been about the 4th or 5th stoppage of play during the Pigots Crushers innings. So hopefully we'll be able to get the rest of the game in before any more inclement weather comes back. I can tell you that we're only moments away from resuming as the stumps are back in place, covers are off, crowd is still around. The majority of them have stayed on, which is fantastic, and the umpires are now walking back out into the middle of the Coolidge Cricket Ground to resume this T20 Cool and Smooth T20 explosion match between the defending champions PIC Liberta Blackhawks and the Pigots Crushers, with Liberta Blackhawks well on top at this stage of proceedings as they make their way, led by Captain Rakim Jimbo Cornwall, back out onto the field here at Coolidge. And the two not-out batsmen for Pigots Crushers will be doing the same, as we just waiting on confirmation of any further reduction of overs. And tell you, the not-out batsman at the moment is Malik Walsh. He's on 16, and Gershom Phillip is just come in. He has not faced the ball, so he's still on 0. And the score is 55 for 4. We're in over number 12 of a scheduled 18 overs. And we're just waiting word whether it will be reduced further from 18 after this latest rain break. But we're almost set to go. The two batsmen in Malik Walsh. Two batsmen in Malik Walsh for Pigots and Gershom Phillip are now back out in the middle. So we're only moments away from further action here at Coolidge. Kadeem Phillip will continue his third over. He's just bowled the 1 ball as he starts. Play resumes and the rain has returned though, and they take a single off that ball, a single to Malik Walsh, so he goes up to 17 and the score 56 for 4. Gershom Phillip coming in, but the rain is coming down once again, and it is coming down fairly steadily here at Coolidge, so they're not looking to take them off just yet, but I have a sneaking suspicion that they might only get to the end of this over, Vernon. Nice cut shot there by Phillip, but well fielded out on the point boundary. As Hayden Walsh Jr. fires the return into the bowler's end. They take 2. The score goes up to 58 for 4. And Phillip gets off the mark with that 2. Rain still sweeping across the ground, but umpires are letting play continue. Again, cut nicely there by Phillip. As Hayden Walsh Jr. does the fielding on the cover point boundary. Just a single. Score goes up to 59. 59 for 4. We're in over number 12. And that's punched through the mid-wicket area there by Malik Walsh to complete the over. So 1 run off the last ball of the over. So we've had 12 overs, and Pigots Crushers are 60 for 4, with Walsh on 18 and Phillip on 3. And the rain is still coming down, not as heavily, but is still coming down. Looks like Captain Rakim Jimbo Cornwall is going to come on to bowl for the first time this evening from the commentary box end. And did you get any update for us, Vernon?
Well, I didn't even get down the steps to be able to get an update, and then down comes the rain. But I think sometimes it's almost like academic. So I don't know what Pickett squashers will be expecting to maybe kind of get out of this, because they certainly will lose this sooner rather than later. But they'll maybe have other ideas, Terry. So we'll look and see in terms of what's going to be happening.
Yes.
The groundsmen are on standby again. It's raining here. But let me just get an update from Van Roy as you continue, Terry.
Yes, the rain is still coming down, but the umpires have not moved. We've got, well, just hearing that 3 overs remain in the match. So only three overs, same score, Van Roy?
105.
105. So they now need 105 or 15 overs. Right. It doesn't get much easier, does it, every time it rains?
That's why I'm saying that I would have just put my hand up and just say, well, that's it.
Well, for sure.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So it's really academic right now, like I said to you, Terry. I think everybody just wants to just get this one out of the way. Liberta will certainly get into the semi-final with this win here. Pickett squashers will have to go back to the drawing board.
They'll be 1-1 now.
Yeah, they'll be 1-1, which means that. So 2 overs after this, Terry?
2 overs after this.
Okay.
And
maybe this will peter out. Let's see what's going to happen. Cornwall just taking his time, going about his business.
2 overs, and what do they need? 40. Yeah, at the moment they need 39. There's Cornwall into Walsh, and that one's given plenty of flight and driven nicely by Walsh wide of the short cover fieldsman, but making some good ground there was Coffee James at long off, run round, saved the boundary. 2 more to Malik Walsh. He moves on to 21. Cornwall in again to Walsh, and that one takes the pad as he looks to hoik that behind square. Doesn't make contact. Over comes to an end. So we've had 13 overs here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, and the Piggotts are 68 for 4 with Walsh on 21 and Phillip on 7. So 68, 33, 38. They need 38 off 12 balls.
You still counting?
Well, that could be done. Not probably won't be done, but it could be done.
Rain still back.
Rain still coming down, but they're determined to
continue
to get these last 2 overs in. Why? That'll help. 69 for 4. Magical figure now for Piggotts is 105 of 15 overs. So we're in the 13th over, and that's nudged into the vacant mid-wicket area for a single.
They would need 88 off 2 overs, you know.
88? Didn't he say 105?
No, they need 88. Look. You got your glasses on.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So.
Okay. All right. So I hope you get this maths to understand what's going on, because I think you.
Well, that had nothing to do with maths. Van Roy said it's been reduced to 15 overs.
15 overs, yeah.
And the score to 105.
No, they would need 100 yeah.
What he meant to say was they needed 105 more.
There you go.
Right.
So
okay.
So you got to understand in terms of what's happening.
Well, then why play in the rain? But anyway.
They just have to try to peter out in terms of what's going to be going on. I think that's going to be important. So we just have to just meet around it.
But it will not help Pickett's Crush's net run rate, though, will it, in the long run? But anyway, we continue here at Coolidge with the score on 70 for 4. We're in over number 14, which is the penultimate over, and game reduced to 15 overs. And that completes over number 14. So at the end of 14 overs, Pickett's Crushers are 70 for 4, which means they require a further 80 odd runs off the final over, which of course is all academic, but the final over will be bowled by Rakim Jimbo Cornwall. Be second over of the night, bowling in his cup from the commentary box end. He flights that one up. Malik dances down, hits it, and well taken, very well judged catch there by Coffee James on the boundary to dismiss Malik Walsh, who looked very good, very compact for his 22, but that was an excellent catch there. High over his head, he judged it to perfection, did Coffee James. And a wicket to Rakim Cornwall. So Pickets lose their 5th wicket with the score on 88, and we're in the final over of the match here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground in the Cool and Smooth T20 Explosion. With the defending champions looking rock solid. They've got a terrific team on paper. They're putting it together on the field also, Vernon, in these opening 2 matches.
A lot of work for the Pickets Crushers going forward, Terry.
Yes.
They want to get into the semi-final.
True, they will, after this match, will end up...
They'll have to beat New Winchups if they want to.
Yes, well, because there'll be 1 win, 1 loss from 2 matches. New Winthrops,
2 from 2.
2 losses from 2 matches. And second place could come down to that very much in that group.
It will be all to play for in that era. So if Pickets want it, they will have to try to be able to make sure that they get in there.
Definitely, that will be a big match, and as Vernon quite rightly says, will probably decide the second spot up for grabs to advance to the semi-finals. Of course, the top 2 from each group go through. The semi-finals next week, but the game, it's Shadrach Jr. out there. He's just playing back down the pitch to Cornwall as Cornwall tosses it higher and higher, trying to entice him, but the match is done here, though, ladies and gentlemen. Just 1 more ball to go in this rain-reduced affair, and Roberta will win quite comfortably under the Duckworth-Lewis method, as that one's tossed up, played neatly by Shadrach Jr. to complete the over and end the match, and that is victory for the Cool and Smooth T20 Explosion, defending champions, the PIC Roberta Blackhawks. They won this game handsomely, Vernon, by some 80...
Well, we'll wait to see what the final
87 runs, I'd say, under the Duckworth-Lewis method.
Don't go yet. We'll wait and see what's going on. What we can say, Terry, is that on Tuesday, May 3rd, this is where we know it's going to get dicey.
That's the big match.
Take on Piggotts at 4 p.m. Blackhawks will take on Bethesda Golden Eagles. So there's a situation, am I right? Bethesda Golden Eagles can still qualify?
Yeah, most definitely, because they won today.
They won today.
Yeah. So that'll be level with Piggotts.
So if New Winchups beats, so how is this going to work out?
They could all end up on 1 win.
No. Bethesda Golden Eagles will have to stay in the contest by beating Roberta. If they lose...
Yeah, you'd say they'll be out. Yeah.
So the matchup really
because
would be between
New Winthrops and Piggotts, one of them must end up on 2 wins.
That's what
right.
No.
Yeah.
It will be New Winchups' first win if they beat Piggotts.
Oh, if they beat Piggott, no. Well, that's what I said originally. They'll all end up on 1 win.
So then we gotta come down to net run rate. I'm gonna say I'll send you the playing conditions tomorrow, right? Because we have to. This one is gonna get a little dicey. This one will get a little dicey. So, Terry, I think we overstay. Don't want to say overstayed ourselves here, but we just waiting. Yeah.
Well,
So PIC.
We got our money's
won by
worth.
84 runs.
With
Right.
84, right.
Yeah, so we know
And a very convincing and very good win.
Yeah.
Most definitely.
So I think that there will be a post-match press conference of which we won't have to carry that, Terry. We'll see how that works out. But in the meantime, I think, let me just give the folks a recap, Terry, in terms of what happened today. PIC Liberta Blackhawks, they batted first and reached 199 for 9 of their 20 overs. Most likely Kofi James will be the man of the match with 69. Kareem Agor, 58. You never know. I don't know who they would have selected, but we'll wait and see what's going on. 58 from Kareem Agor, not out. 29 balls, 34 minutes, 8 fours and 3 sixes. Jamal Hamilton, 8. Racking Cornwall, not out. On 3. Bowling figures for the PIC Liberta, for the Pigots Crushers. You would have seen here Stephen Tower Macho, 4 overs, no mazes, 22 runs, 1 wicket. Elroy Francis Jr., the captain, 4 overs, no mazes, 39 runs, 1 wicket. And Austin Richards Jr., 4 overs, no mazes, 42 runs, 1 wicket. In the end, Pigots Crushers, they lost by some 84 runs, Terry, in the end under the Duckworth Lewis method. Lost by 84 runs. And they eventually reached 71 for 5. Of their tally of overs, which would have been, what we'd say, 15 overs, because the game was eventually, in the end, reduced to 15 overs under the Duckworth Lewis method. And so, PIC Liberta Blackhawks have booked themselves a spot in the semi-final of the 2022 Cool and Smooth T20 Explosion. And so we say congratulations to the PIC Liberta Blackhawks. The post-match presentation will be coming up as we speak. Yeah, your final thoughts, Ahmad?
Yes, congratulations to PIC Liberta Blackhawks. Another very professional display, a very good display from a very talented side, and they do look the goods. They have already booked their place in the semi-finals. They definitely deserve to be there, and by all accounts, they're definitely the team to beat. Pigots Crushers, on the other hand, just didn't get their act together quickly enough today. I think they were beaten out of the blocks by Liberta, who came at them hard in the opening power play. And that partnership between Kofi James and Yuri Smith, the opening partnership of 111, certainly set the tone for Liberta to carry on to a very comfortable victory. Pigots Crushers will now, as Vernon Springer was saying, need to go back to the drawing board, just tweak a few things, especially their fielding. I can't see head coach Johnny Fredericks being at all pleased with the fielding effort today, which of course those catches, especially the earlier one of Kofi James, before he'd reached double figures or only about double figures, could have made a bit of a difference, but I think the better team won on the day. But it does set up for a very interesting, as we were saying, rest of the preliminary rounds in that particular group, with now Bethesda, New Winthrops and Pigots all vying for that second and last spot as the top 2 advance from each group to make up the semi-finals. But of course we'll be back tomorrow evening, or you'll be back tomorrow afternoon, and then us together again in the evening for another set of good matches, good entertainment here at Coolidge, Vernon.
Well, Kareem Agor seems to have been named man of the match, and so we're just waiting for the presentation which will take place. We will vacate as soon as that is set up. Lyrics Man, I think, will be making that presentation. We're just waiting on Kareem Agor I think he just went to put back on his Liberta Blackhawks jersey, and once he skids across, then we should have some action taking place right here. So we'll wait and see in terms of what's going to be happening. I'm waiting on Nickel. so many moving parts taking place here. Karim Ago is just about getting his jersey organized. And let's wait and see what's going to be happening. So once we hand over to Nickel, then we'll basically be out of here, Terry. Get on our bikes.
Most definitely, but we'll be back tomorrow with some more exciting action in the explosion. So don't forget to tune in, especially to 97.9 Platinum FM.
Yeah, and very quickly, just before, just to give some credit to the sponsors, Nickel is trying to get himself sorted out here. What's the hold up? I'm just waiting on Nickel. And so the sponsors, Antigua and Barbuda Port Authority, Global Bank of Commerce, Antigua and Barbuda Festivals Commission, APO, INET, Cricket West Indies, Tropical Shipping, Hadid Motors, Antigua and Barbuda Port Authority, St. John's Development Corporation, Images Design, Signs and Impressions, Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association, Stonewall Reloaded, Kennedy's Club, Supreme Security, and Pineapple Beach Club. Karim Ago has been named man of the match. I don't know if they'll have any interviews tonight. We'll wait and see in terms of what's going to be happening. I think maybe just a photo up. Looks like.
Yeah, well, here is at this present moment my light. Hey. What will next time we come and walk up like RG, the KG. That will.
Actually, not. They're coming in front because they're going to be looking there again.
So you just.
So if you come to say.
Come on the side.
Yeah, but this one not be there.
Right? So one on one side and one on the opposite side. And that will work. That was left room for me in the middle.
Ready? Yep. Well, today's man of the match, match number 6, Karim Ago for his 58 from just 29 deliveries, not out, as well as his 3 overs, 2 for 10. Karim, you guys 2 from 2 now. Seem to like this, batting first, setting a total, and then just suffocating teams with the ball in hand.
Well, openers also give us a good start at the start of the game, so we just keep it basic and what we have to do.
Talk to me about your performance. This role at number 3, how much are you enjoying it? Back-to-back innings now, you've contributed massively for them. How much are you really enjoying this role for Liberta?
Well, I look forward to batting number 3 for Liberta. You know, I get a lot of time that I can spend at the wicket, depending on how much overs the openers use it.
In terms of your bowling now, saw a lot of those arm deliveries. That bowling in the power play, how much of a challenge is it, as a spinner, especially on these decks which haven't spun as much?
Well, I enjoy bowling in the power play because, it's a margin of error. There's 2 guys outside the circle, so you're trying yourself to get better.
And finally, you look at this team, the likes of Raheem Cornwall, Hayden Walsh Jr. How much are you enjoying playing with these guys who are experienced on the international level, and how much have you learned from them as well?
Well, I've been playing with them since I was a young man, so we're just growing and getting better each game.
Well, congrats and enjoy your iNet smartphone. We hope to see you again. All the best to you in the remainder of the tournament. Karim Ago, today's man of the match, 58 from just 29, as well as 2 wickets to go with it. He's done it all today for the Liberta Blackhawks. They're marching on 2-2 in this one. Forward. Yeah, thanks, man. All right, yeah, thanks, man. Good work. Oh, yeah, you tell me to call now. So we want to go.